Good morning. Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon. Probably afternoon. Good morning. Good evening. How are we? Hello, hello. Hi, Jazz. Hi, Maple. How are we doing? Sorry, I'm just setting this up for... There we go. There we go. Good morning. How you doing today, Jazz? I am fucking pooped. Let me tell you. I am pooped. I'm ready for one last push today. And then, boy, am I looking forward to some sleep tomorrow. I'm going to turn off my alarm and I'm just going to sleep until I wake up. Basically, that's my plan. Yeah. Hi, Yanni. Good afternoon. How we doing? Lovely. Sweaty and gross from mowing the lawn. Mowing the lawn. I haven't had a lawn to mow in ages. And that was not a sex joke. That was just an actual garden joke. Mima, hello. How are we? Yeah, I'm tired. But one more day of games for this weekend. So we got some elimination day today. So we're going to start to get the first teams going out the tournament. And then we get a nice couple of days break. You actually get a break from me for 2 days. I know. I don't know what you're going to do with your lives. I'm like, in my head, your lives just stop if I'm not here. Yeah, so I'm going to have a couple of days to like play catch up, get some YouTube videos out for you guys. Sleep a little bit, do all the adult stuff that I've not done for like 2 weeks now. I am down. You know when you don't do washing for ages and you're absolutely down to your bare bones? That's where I'm at right now. I've got maybe one pair of boxers left that's clean. Because I haven't had time to do any for like 2 fucking weeks. Did you get any sleep? I managed to get about 4 or 5 hours. Yeah, I mean, this schedule is kind of fucky for me because I was saying to you guys last night, maybe, even like I was so exhausted after yesterday's stream. We had some crazy games, like just some epic games yesterday. And we ended on a banger as well. So like I'd put a bunch of energy into the last BO3. So I was absolutely fucked. But then it doesn't matter how tired I am. I can't switch my brain off straight away. Like, I can't just lie down and go straight to sleep, you know? Oh, Maple, I'm so sorry. Hi, Maple. Did I say hi to you before? I think I did. If I didn't, hi. I'm really sorry if I didn't. How are you doing? So, yeah, like, it took me like an hour and a half to actually switch my brain off when I got into bed. So I ended up going to sleep at like 6:30, 7 o'clock, something like that. It's really irritating because like, I don't know if this is just like an ADHD thing. I don't know. But like, as soon as I can't just like think of nothing. You know what I mean? Like I can't just lie down and have an empty head. There's always something happening. And I'll think over the day's events, you know. I'll be thinking about the stream, going over the stream, you know, did I do anything wrong? Is there things I can improve? Then I'll think about something, you know, my brain's just going 100 miles an hour. So I might have my eyes closed and I might not be able to keep my eyes open, but my brain just keeps going until I'm so exhausted that I'm forced into sleep. I don't know what the solution is for that. I guess just try and start earlier. I don't know. But yeah, this the schedule is fucking me up a little bit for now. But anyway, we will have a couple of days rest after this. You got 2.5. Oof. You're probably feeling pretty similar to me right now then, Yanni. And thank you for the 5 stream streak. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're doing well, Maple. Welcome in. So yeah, well, we got about 10 minutes. I was actually planning on starting a bit earlier today. And sitting and chatting with you all because I feel like it's been a bit because of the timings. I feel like it's just been a bit all go and I haven't really had time to like just sit and hang out with you guys. You know. I mean, maybe if I'm feeling up to it, I don't know. Maybe we'll see how the games go. If the EME games run quite late and it's only like an hour in between, then maybe we'll just stay on stream the whole time, and we'll just sit and chill for a bit, maybe play some games in between, before we go to the America region. I'll see how we feel today. I will need to eat though. Tell me too when you find a solution for that. I've been looking into melatonin, possibly, Yanni. I've had quite a few friends and my brother already like touting a lot about melatonin and saying it's a really good way to like naturally drop off. Well, not naturally, but you know what I mean. So I was thinking about trying that. I don't know how effective it'll be. But you can give it a go. Meemaw, how you doing, by the way? I think I asked you, but I hope you're doing well. So yeah, today we are doing lower bracket elimination games. So 4 teams are leaving the tournament today for the first time. This is the first elimination day, so it's gonna be fun. A lot on the line. Been well, good. What have you been up to today? Or is it still like... Where are you based, Mima? Remind me. I can remember little bits of information about you all, but man, geography is my fucking weakness. Okay, let me rephrase. Geography is one of my weaknesses. Or EU. Okay. So it's afternoon for you then. What have you been up to today? Oh, I never asked you. Sorry. I'm dangerous. Welcome in. Sorry, that was the wrong enthusiasm. Sorry, let me try that again. Welcome in, Armed and Dangerous. Do you know what I just did? I literally just said your name thinking that Bucky was ulting, because I've just watched so much fucking Rivals lately, and just like my life has just become Marvel Rivals. So my instinct was to just say that as if you were Bucky ulting, right? Sorry. So I'm live streaming it all. I'm also live on Twitch and YouTube if you want to like join us for a bit of watch party vibes. If you just want to watch the official broadcast, you can watch the Marvel Rivals Twitch and YouTube. Their official channel is live streaming at the moment. I also have a clean feed if I want to do some casting at some point, but we'll probably just do a bit more chill watch party vibes today, because this is the 4th day back to back and my voice is a little scuffed. What's up, Crutchington? I'm really rooting for 0%. If you got any team you want to see today, see win. Yeah, I would like to see. Excuse me. I'd like to see AlQ win the first game. I think they showed. They were probably the most competitive in the first round of games. So I think I would like them to have a good showing. 0, I think, could do really well as well in that game. I want Low 9 to win. Blood looked pretty disastrous. Dusty looked pretty disastrous. So we'll wait and see if they can turn it around a little bit. But yeah. I just want some banger games. We've had so many 2-0 stomps in these first round of games. I just want some banger games. FYR versus Algadesh decides who goes against VP. Okay, well, both of those are fucked then, aren't they? I mean, it doesn't matter who wins that, right? Whoever's going up against VP is just fucked, aren't they? Was that cycling marathons, helping local firefighters? Oh, that's dope. As in, were you cycling, Mima, or you were just like helping out? That's fucking cool, though. kudos for that. How many kids have you got? Yeah, I've heard about Quad. They seem quite good. Who, sorry? Oh, sorry, Al-Q. Yeah. I keep mispronouncing some of the names, so I've just called them Al-Q to make it easy for myself. Yeah, they put up a really good fight in their first series, so hopefully that'll be a pretty good first game to kick today off. But yeah, if you guys want to see it, if you are on TikTok, if you want to see it in full view, because obviously some of the game is cut off on TikTok, there's not a lot I can do about that in the vertical format. I am live in full screen on YouTube and Twitch as well, so you're more than welcome to hop on platforms if you want a full view. It's 8 a.m. for you. Wait, where are you again, Maple? I'm assuming you're West Coast then, if it's 8 a.m., right? Helping out, so no cars going roaster and marathon. Okay, nice. I've got 2, 3, and 5 year boys. Oh boy. You've got through the... Well, I guess you've got mostly through the terrible 2s. I was talking to my mum about this, right? So I'm one of 6 kids. 5 boys, 1 girl. And the girl is the youngest. So we were asking her the other day, who is easier to raise, a boy or a girl, right? And she was, her answer was like, boys.
Did we just become best friends?
Welcome to the Twitch side. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. She said boys are much harder younger. They're little dickheads, right? Until they get a bit older. Girls are way harder in their teenage years. So they're much nicer early on, but their teenage years are way worse than anything the boys do. She was like, I had more trouble with your sister than all 5 of you combined in her teenage years. I was like, okay. But I was a dickhead of a kid, to be honest. I was an absolute shithead. Now I know why, because of how ridiculously ADHD I am. But we didn't know that at the time, right? They call it naughty boy syndrome for a reason. But yeah, I was a dickhead. Welcome in, Crudgington. Oh, Canada maple. Oh, that would make sense with the maple. Yeah. Yeah, that would make sense with the maple. Yeah. Okay. No, they go against Peps. We can have a look, actually. We got a few minutes until the first game starts. Yes, so they would go against Peps if we have a look here. Is the winner of Dusty or Yoink that have to go against VP. This series, by the way, sorry for the spoiler. I'm actually not going to spoil it because I'm going to put a video out. Hi, Bolly. We had maybe the most insane game I've ever seen of Marvel Rivals yesterday. Insane series. I'm going to put it on YouTube because it was so fucking hype and it was so nuts. I couldn't believe how ridiculous it was. So I'll put that. I'm going to be putting that up on my YouTube tomorrow when I have a bit of time to actually edit. Because right now I'm doing like 12 to 14 hour days. Because I'm doing, for those of you who just jumped in, I'm doing all the EMEA games right now. And then all the America games that start at midnight for me as well until about 5 a.m. How you doing, Bolly? Where are you from, Crudgington? If you just want to watch, by the way, feel free to just lurk and watch. You don't have to engage if you don't want. Mine too are a handful, but you forget about all the struggles. Yeah. I think that's the thing though, right, Mima? And any parent that I ever talk to is exactly the same. They say, hi, Jack. They say it's a fucking pain in the ass and it's really hard work. And being a parent is really tough. But all of that goes away in those moments of just, like, you never have a love like it, of just this unconditional, like, your life changes completely. You know what I mean? I personally don't want kids. I'm 37 already. I'm not really in a spot to I mean, I can barely look after myself, to be honest. So, I don't want to bring kids into a world that. I also just, this sounds really dumb. Maybe not dumb, but selfish a little bit. I'm very hyper aware of like the short time we have, So I just want to live it on my terms without responsibility, I guess. I just want a dog. I want dogs. You're UK based. Okay, nice. Whereabouts, if you don't mind me asking? I don't need an address. I'm currently living in Manchester, is my area. Got back from vacay. Ooh, where were you on vacay, Bolly? Did you have a good sleep? Nope. I got about 4, maybe 5 hours. So no. But I have, I've got apples. I ChatGPT'd this morning when I woke up. I ChatGPT'd, as an ADHD person who can't have caffeine, what can I have to help me stay awake? And it just gave me a shit ton of random shit. The first one that came up was exercise. I was like, okay, well, clearly you don't know me very well because that's not fucking happening. Apparently apples, because of the sugar in the fruit, is good for staying awake. So I bought a bunch of apple slices. We'll give it a go. I'm in Stoke, just under Birmingham. Okay, nice, nice. Logan, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How you doing? Australian Alps for 5 days. Oh, skiing? Like a skiing holiday? I miss skiing, man. I did. I don't know if you know this, Bolly. I know you've been here for a little bit now. I have a lot of leg problems. And I have a lot of I mean, I've got a hip replacement, so I'm not really allowed to ski. My doctor was like, there's a few things that he told me were really bad for me. Ironically, trampolining was one of the worst, apparently. So I'm not allowed to use a trampoline.
Wait, what the fuck is that? I'd really, really appreciate it.
You tired?
Bye.
Me too, Logan. Me too, if it helps. But we got some banger games today, though. We're gonna have some great games. So welcome in. Will, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you. 6 months. How are you, buddy? It's summer. Isn't it winter in Australia? Is it not the opposite? I thought I was being smart about it. Apparently not. My bad. Although, I'm not sure where in Australia you'd get snow. That is a good point. Oh, Austria. Oh, okay. Okay, so what just happened is I thought I was being smart, and actually I was being the furthest thing from it and just embarrassed myself pretty heavily. Yeah, great. Cool. Let's move on. Hey, buddy. How you doing? Hi, Riz. Just got off work. Hope you're okay. I'm good. Thank you, Will. I'm good. Very tired. The last day of what has been a very long 4 days of streaming. But ready to get it. Ready to have a banger day. I'll let you guys listen
Yeah, OG season
to these a little bit while we natter on.
Fire Strays versus Alcaldes is where we're going to be beginning, but OG Seed versus 0% will come up second. So it's only a slight tease.
No, I've not slept. Riz. I've slept for about 5 hours.
Begin, of course.
He might be dyslexic.
Low 9 is also going to be going on today.
I wish that I had an excuse. I'm just stupid sometimes.
Statistically, half our teams.
I'm just an idiot sometimes, to be honest.
We're going to start here in the lower bracket for this.
Well, I hope you enjoyed the holiday either way, Bolly. Even if you didn't get to ski.
One of our original double elimination matches.
How was work, Will? Thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate you very much.
And of course, the winner of Dusty and Yoinkanda.
I was so happy for the clip you posted. It was nuts, wasn't it, Sam? It was so fucking bananas. That whole series, I'm going to post that whole series tomorrow on the YouTube, because the whole series was like hype as fuck. It was crazy.
We have to decide who even gets their first.
It was
As
crazy.
we already mentioned, we're starting with Alcancia versus Fire Strays. Now, these two teams.
I'm like, we're gonna do
those qualification
so
games.
next
They were one of the
week,
invited teams from MRI or
next week is
MRC,
the
but they
finals and
have shown
semis for the
potential,
group
taking some
stages,
maps, taking some
and then the
rounds,
week after is the
finding themselves down
playoffs.
here, though. They're gonna have tough
Hopefully,
opponents,
we're
not
gonna
just
actually
for
get
anyone
some
they have to
full
meet, but
casts
for each
in
other. We
with
saw
my
Alcancia,
co-caster.
They did take a 3-1
So I think
versus
Robbie
Investors
might
in
be
Fight Night
free
10. They
next
have the
weekend, so we can do some
potential to beat these
casting,
top teams.
like proper casting.
Yeah, we've seen a lot
as
of
like an
potential from
alternate
the teams that are running around
stream,
right
so
now.
it should be
They
really
played some
fun.
Cash Cups before
Should be
Ignite
super
kind
fun.
of was
But I've been
fully
enjoying the
qualified
watchpartying a
for.
lot.
Speaking
I've
of which,
learned a huge
it was
amount.
actually open qualified team for Fire
I've learned a
Strays
lot
game,
about
but
the
Alcancia got
players,
through
the
fairly
teams, but
early
also
in the
just
more stacked bracket,
gameplay.
open qualifying number one versus
And you know
second
how the
chance
top level
for
players
five
play.
of our
It's been
teams to
really
come on through,
interesting.
as we Ewan Kanda, Blood Carrier, Low Nine, Schmungus, and Fire Strays who made it through in the second.
You gotta
echelon.
hibernate for a week.
And so,
I
like,
wish I
coming
could,
into this,
Riss.
you
I
might
wish I
say that
could.
Alcancia are slight
I'm gonna
favourites, but
turn
that's
off
also because
my
Alcancia have a bit
alarm
more
tomorrow
backing
and just
behind them.
sleep until I
Fire
wake
Strays
up.
themselves,
But then I've got
it's a
all
little
the
bit
work
mixed
to do,
team,
right?
a little bit of a
I've got
new one
4
with a
days of
couple
games
like
to
Strays
edit
might well
down,
be
put up
the
on
operative
YouTube,
word
make
here.
clips
People
from.
who couldn't find like
The
spots
work
on that
never
team
stops,
coming together
unfortunately,
and really
for the
being
time
kind of
being.
they were coalesced, I believe, by Minty.
And then just
their
adult
manager,
stuff,
was
like
okay,
laundry
You guys are playing
and-
together as a 6 now. Good luck.
I don't know.
And they kind of made it work real quick.
Going to the post office and shit like
They were
that,
able
right?
to get through these qualifiers, like you say, in qualifier number 2, but they have
It's
had
great.
one of
Have a
the
little
roughest
sunburn
times
though.
to get here.
Are you a
In qualifier
Tanner
number
bully
1,
or are
they did
you a
not make it
burner?
through as they did get knocked down. Then in
That is
qualifier
one
number
thing
2,
I want to
they
do
had to play
tomorrow,
against
actually. If the weather's
Uganda, one of
nice,
the
I want
other
to take a
top
couple of
teams
hours
in
just to
who
go
have
lie in the
qualified
park
for Ignite
and
in
soak
their
up some
qualifying
sun.
game, taking
Because,
a
like,
game
I'm
off
fucking
them,
pasty
but
right
being sent
now.
down to the lower brackets where they had to play against
Look at
Nox
me.
OTP,
I'm
one of
pasty.
the hardest teams to
But when I
prepare for
catch
because they have
sun,
so
so
many
I
pocket
burn the
picks,
first time,
winning
right?
that in a 2-1.
The first
But then
time,
their
so
first
if I
game
go
against
out over the
Virtus
week,
Pro,
on Monday,
we've
I'm gonna
seen
burn,
heroes and
but then it'll
villains
turn
with
into a
less
nice tan.
motivation in Marvel Comics than these
But
guys
after once I've got the base
Yeah, it's a
tan,
little rough when
man,
your
I'm like
first
a
game is up
bronze
against
Adonis.
VP, you're like, okay, cool. We're just going to take a mulligan on
I
that
just
one.
haven't
It's a
seen
lot
the
of
sun
pressure
for about
on
12
us,
years.
Unfortunately, we're going to call that one off for
Something
now.
like that.
Both of our teams coming into this, like we've got.
I'm still learning to
we've
edit.
got high
and,
hopes from one of these players.
What program are you using, Riss?
Well, you and I actually cast some of Fire Strays'
You're shining.
VODs when we
I'll
were
take it, Sim. I'll
practicing
take it.
for Ignite. And,
Yeah,
I've
hopefully
personally been
a
very
lot of
impressed by
really
Binary's Hulk in particular. I don't know if we're
really
gonna see
fun
much of it
things coming
today,
on the horizon
but
for
I
you.
think that Binary is a very talented Hulk player, and it's kind
I'm
of a
also
rare
trying to get
addition
Marvel Rivals
to
partner
a
right now.
Vanguard pool from
So
an
I'm
open
hoping I can
qualifier.
swing it a
feels
little
like
bit.
A lot of our Vanguards, they love the Amer, they love the Group, they love the Magneto.
I get
The
so
very
tanned after
classic
my week in
Vanguards that are often at the forefront of the
Sitges?
meta. To have the pocket pick on the
Sitges.
Hulk that's super effective could be a
Sige.
little bit, I don't know, je ne sais quoi, a bit of spice added to the
Sitges?
Fire Strays
I don't know
draft.
what that is.
We
Sorry.
also talked about in that practice cast about how quickly they are able to adjust and improve. From game
Yeah,
to game
my
as they did
personal
struggle in those
recommendation,
earlier
Riss,
matches,
is
but
DaVinci
things progress
Resolve.
on. Alcancia, though, they
So
will be
I
our other team. They are
when I
looking to
started
really
learning
talk
to
about
edit like 4
Lindstrom
years
and
ago,
Ease. You mentioned it yesterday,
I
being
started with
substitutes
Premiere
for
Pro,
Virtus Pro. We're going to have a look at the rosters for these teams,
which
so
I
that
was,
we can
but you
go
have to
into
pay for that. It's like a
deeper
subscription,
detail
right? To like all
about
the
some
Adobe.
of
I think
these
it's like
players.
20 a
You
month,
were
right?
just talking about it yesterday, as we just mentioned.
Um,
Substitutes for Virtus Pro,
but then
also Lakaya
I didn't want to
has
like
been
just
around
keep
the
having to
scene
pay for the
a
rest of my life,
while.
like you know what I
They have
mean?
been working away
Even though you get
with
access to all the other
Ayer
apps, but
and an older iteration of
like I
Team
didn't want to
1
sit and
in
learn
5th to 6th
Photoshop
in
and fucking
MRC
After Effects and
Season
stuff, so it
0,
felt kind of
3rd to
pointless.
4th in the RTBF sessions
So I moved to
qualifiers, and then
DaVinci
second
Resolve
in the finals of that tournament, got
because
invited
it's
to
they've got a
MRI,
free
where
version
they
which is
had to
really
play with
solid.
Twisted Minds. They 2-0 Dusty
But
before
the
finally
best thing
joining
about it
Alcancia,
is
but that Twisted
you
Minds
can buy
roster,
the
it
studio
has certain
version,
players who we will
which
recognize
has a lot
on
of
the
AI
second team in the
features.
form of Veil
So
and
particularly for like content creation, it's
Yeah,
really
Veil,
good
bit of a
because you get
flyer
things
merchant
like
here or some of our,
auto subtitling
highlights coming
and stuff
through
like that, so it makes like
from the side of
subtitling way
Alcancia
easier.
thus far.
But it's a
particular,
one-off fee.
I love to zoom
So
in on
instead of
Milk
paying
Boy.
every
Milk
month,
Boy's
you
a
pay.
fantastic
I got it
Vanguard
on
player.
sale,
Look,
so I think it
actually early
was
on in the,
like
in the
$200.
scene of Marvel Rivals, a lot of
But it's a
people look at him as
one-time and
being
you get it
kind of a
lifetime,
lead
and you get
innovator
free
on Group.
updates for life.
All of these people
So
like
they just
placing,
updated it like last month to
Thor
DaVinci
Match
Resolve
Walls
20.
up,
You
like,
get all free
horizontally
updates for
on
life from
walls
it, so
above
it's like a
doorways. That
one-time
was kind
fee
of
and it's
a
way better.
player original. For
And
a while,
DaVinci
as
is
far
what
as I'm aware,
most
kind of popularized that means
what
of using
most
the group
professional
attacks,
editors use.
the entryways. that teams would go through rather than going
as
for
their
an
like preferred
isolated
program,
rewards
because
and
it's got
same
very,
for that hero
it's
Fire
complicated.
Strays.
Don't get me wrong,
And
it's a
Vale,
bitch to
my
learn.
flyer merchant, my wonderful flyer merchant.
But there's
Loves the
so
human
much like
torch,
color grading,
loves the storm, of course, been
audio,
picking up Ultron now that the new flying
because
shots
they've got
just
it like
has
separated.
been
It's hard to
released in
explain
season
without showing you.
2.5.
But it's got like all the
highlighted
separated
binary
features. So
earlier.
fair
I
light
think,
for all your sound,
definitely
loads of
is,
audio,
someone to keep note of. You can
effects
see
and
flying
stuff
the
that's
Hulk here,
inbuilt
which allows
into
for
it.
Wolves to come in
So
and play a gamma-boosted Namor, which is
personally,
a
I would
real
recommend
tough
DaVinci
customer to deal with.
Resolve as like a longer term sustainable learning option, because you can use it for life, you know. So there you go. It's a city outside Barcelona, big fat gay event. Oh, dope. Is it like party vibes, or is it just? I like Barcelona. I loved Barcelona when I went. It was a long time ago, but I loved it.
There's so much flexibility in this roster.
Yeah, maybe they can also. We saw.
Are you streaming tonight, Sam?
Morocco in those highlights as well. Could
Oh,
be a
either of
little
you,
bit of,
actually.
maybe mess with how things are going, map pick, because
What are you
teams
up
are
to for the rest of the
gonna
day,
spin that
Will?
map as well, given that it is a little bit newer, and when you're going up against teams that have that maybe have a little bit more backing behind them, that have been together longer, that have been competing for a while. Maybe you want to just throw
You both
in
are, okay.
something a little bit
What
different.
time?
Go to Morocco, where maybe the scrim time is a bit more equal between the newer team and the more tenured one. It could be
Trying some new
very
fun
different
party
when it
games.
comes to getting a little bit, like, a proper
cute.
competition. I think we've already seen some value out of Morocco
Hi,
pick
Phoenix.
so far when it comes to surprising the opposition.
My
but,
tournament went
that
well.
requires potentially
So we went 6
that
and
requires
1.
losing a match.
God
you
damn.
know? Like, you gotta lose a map before you get to pick the next one.
Good shit,
And you
Felix,
just
good
roll
shit.
over to it. You don't have to worry about a
Okay,
Morocco.
just
that
in a
would
bit.
be the
Okay.
easiest way to do everything.
Lots of bars, beaches, and bears.
Just do it. Just push on in and get your maps. Don't
I
worry
need
about
a
where
holiday,
you're going.
man.
But
I
you
need
did
a
mention
holiday.
it. We have the new map Morocco, and at the same time, the new
Does
hero is
anybody
the form
wanna
of
take me to the
Ultron. Teams are
Caribbean for a
already
week?
feeling out the hero. The map we're seeing a little bit less often, but who knows
Or
how that
I will
evolves
settle
as we do
for
progress into these
somewhere
lower bracket
hot.
games. Remember, these are important
Where I
ones. These
could
are the ones
just
that will decide
chill.
who gets those final spots. They'll be fighting for that if they win, but if they lose, it's over. You are out.
Yeah, should we
You're
go
gonna have to
Caribbean,
wait
Riz?
until the next stage.
Okay, bet.
Yeah, it's going to be very
We
sad
steamrolled in,
days
locked in.
for one of these teams, and
Yeah,
you know,
we
we'll
saw
have to
some really
progress
good Hulks
deeper into
yesterday,
our
actually.
elimination bracket and face progressively tougher teams to get into our top 8 who will reach
particularly
the
into
EMEA
Flyers.
playoffs. It's a dog-eat-dog world out here, Tetra.
Riz for a
One
week.
dog's got to be king eventually, and that means we've got to
Okay,
whistle
bet.
out
Deal.
because Fire Strays versus
Alrighty.
Alcazia will open up our day here at
I've never been
Marvel
outside of
Rivals
Europe.
Ignite EMEA. You couldn't ask for a more
I've done a little bit outside Europe, but I've done mostly Europe because it's easy, right? And especially for where you guys are, it's accessible, right?
For our first matchup here between Fire Strays and Alcazia, winner
I mean, when I
is
went to
on
Amsterdam
against
like
Team
last
Pep's
weekend, it
loser
was less
is
than
out,
the flight
and it is
itself
going
was
to
less
be
than an
the
hour.
double
It was so
Magneto bans,
fast.
followed by the double Emma saves. Before this matchup
I'm at home and it's
started,
33
I
degrees
did a
outside.
quick tabfication thanks to our production
Ugh.
for keeping these numbers.
As in
for us.
33 degrees
So far,
Celsius?
the character with the most
Fuck that.
bans is Loki, followed by Luna.
I'm
and we'll
sat here
see
right
that
now
continue
with my
throughout this
aircon
draft.
on full
But
blast and a
underneath them
fan
is
on full blast.
Magneto, with 38 times being banned.
All right,
The person protected
let's
the most is
lock
Emma with
in.
36,
Al
with
Q,
the next highest
FYR,
being
game
punished with
1,
17,
series
under
1.
half the amount of times protected as Emma.
Pretty standard bans so far. We're seeing the Mag Emma Prio in the first 2, first 3, then the support trades, Loki's Lunas. The Punisher saves is quite uniquely EMEA. We have seen a lot of Punisher in the NA region, but they have way higher prio on things like Human Torch, which has been dominating whenever we've seen it. The EMEA meta right now is predominantly Punisher Wolf or Rescom.
Pretty similar so far, but in the actual building of the
So
composition
no
is
Adam
where
blocking, so we
immediately
might see a
seeing
Rescom
split
out of
with the
FYR. It looks
Groot
like they're
being
kind of
held over
setting
as
up for a
well as
Rescom
Storm
here.
for the side of Fire
Don't
Strays,
get baited
as
by
Alcazia
Jeff.
are
Don't
looking
get
to lean
baited
more
by
on
Rocket. I
Punisher
say
and
this every
Wolverine,
time.
actually expecting that Groot.
It's spawn shenanigans. They're maximizing, they're min-maxing by using the rocket beacon in spawn for the extra HP and the extra armor, and then they use the Jeff bubbles to speed the rest of them on site, and then they quick switch to something like an invis.
really taxing
to then walk
movement of
them in.
vanguards who don't have that
Don't
permanently
get baited.
available shielding like a Doctor
Hell's
Strange.
Haven for game
Starting
one.
off with the armor up for both teams, utilizing the team up between the Penny.
Did I
Parker
just call it
and
or
the
did I just
Rocket
call it?
Raccoon, so they can get
It's
the
like I should
50
be a
bonus
caster.
armor for their teams. And of course, Alcancia will be trying to focus some of
Germany
those
uses
jump packs, or at
Celsius.
least one of the jump
Oh, yeah,
packs
of course you do.
onto the
Sorry.
Wolverine, as
Sorry.
Helis will be looking for
Because
an
nowhere
early
else in the
pickup.
world fucking uses Fahrenheit,
Helis,
right?
one of the
Apart from
quintessential
dumbass
Wolverine
America.
players of EMEA.
Yeah, today's kind of cool. I took a little walk before
before
starting today, so just to get a bit of exercise before I sit here for the next fucking 12
But
hours.
instead, we're just going to prioritize getting location on the point right here. There's actually a second portal coming in.
Oh, let me turn this up for you.
Instantly just
We're a little bit
taking away
quiet
that
right
high
now.
ground and getting a preferential position for the beginning. Great force physics drags down Fire Strays.
If the casters are too loud and you can't, and you are hearing them over me, let me know. Because I'm more important.
About that low ground though is Vale. You called it
What is this
earlier. The
quality, by
Fire
the way?
Merchant on that storm, looking for some early pickup. Needs to be
The
careful.
I think this tournament has been run really well. The only thing that's irritating me about this tournament at the moment is the quality of the stream is so bad during the games. It's like this really pixelated stuff during the games, and I don't know if that's just the way that they've got it set up.
I'm quite surprised by it. Binary, usually one of the Vanguard players for Fire Strays.
So early take from AlQ. Tilt has already built up an ult using that turret to build it. They are actually sticking to the Jeff Storm combo. I don't mind it necessarily into what they're running into, right? I don't know if you guys are aware, if you run a Lunar Snow, they can't get swallowed, but everybody else, unless they're CC immune, so Punisher in ult, you can't get, but everybody else you can get in it. So it can go well, but we've seen it not be hugely successful yet, so here we go. Storm goes first, the Jeff is going to go over the top. There's the invis, but they've already swallowed two, so it doesn't really matter. They've already gone. The Punisher has been popped to try and burst them. They actually burst the Storm as well. FYR with a really nice counter. We have seen this as a really solid Storm counter. They pop it, you pop the Punisher ult immediately, and you burst them out before they can get the kills. So that was really, really nicely done.
Trying to go for that.
Sorry, by Tilt, not by Strays. My bad.
But Alcancia
It's the first game in the day, chat. I'm warming up.
They've got these defensive abilities. They still have the Soul Resurgence and that Eye of Agamotto Fire Spray.
Hi, Lena. How are you, lovely?
Final judgment and are about to have their own Soul Resurgence, so can try and rush
Healers,
in,
yeah, Healers is an absurd Wolverine. So it's why I put AlQ a bit higher in this series. We saw Healers just go so ridiculous. Nice Amer choke though. Completely negates that Strange ult. And we see Woe2 Peasy going now. Does get the finish on Milk just. Nice Emma pings though. Gets both actually. Huge Emma pings, but Helis is still alive. Finally goes down. Nice, nice take from FYR. Cost them a lot. They had to use a lot of ultimates to get that, but they do start to get the percentage in their favor.
For Alcancia to lock in on this first round of domination. Currently, 4 final hits for Wolves there, and they are trying to push back in.
No ults for Strays left. Helis, Milk, both got theirs. Look to the Wolverine. Lindstrom about to get theirs as well. Tilt about to get theirs as well. If they have identified this, AlQ should go right now, and that's exactly what they've done. Emma's gone, got two, and they just walk over them. That's such a good timing. This is what we're seeing so much of in these games, is this timing, this understanding of ult economy. We can see the percentages, but we know that they can't, right? So that game feel, that game knowledge to understand, hey, they just popped all of this. We know they're not going to have any ults left. If we go now before they can build it up, we will walk over the fight. That's exactly what they did.
Or at least as much as some of these big key characters we pointed out earlier, but does still make appearances in the protections for exactly this reason.
Just getting ready to go for a
percentage
walk.
damage, crowd control, the ability to remove and
wait.
It is such a strong character.
What time's Apex Pro League?
Okay, so we've got a different dynamic coming up here.
Enjoy your walk.
When it comes to the Jeff Nader that Vale and Binary have
good,
available.
Sam.
Yes, Tilt is going to once again have a final judgment to try and burst it down, but it's going to be lacking an invisible boundary.
Oh yeah, I'd never
Maluki's
want to
Soul
play it. You kidding?
Resurgence, not
Healess
a
is-
great
I mean, Wolverine in
support
general is
for
fucking
the
terrifying.
Punisher Ultimate because it's not CC immune, and therefore the Mantis can
Damn,
get
you got a
sucked
lot
up
of
and all
games
that
today,
healing will
Lilo,
go
to
to
watch.
waste. So here, Tilt needs to be
No
either
worries, Riz. I appreciate
completely
both.
on it
Enjoy your
when it comes to
streams.
shutting down that storm. Or
I'll be
maybe
here.
Alcadzia
I'm not going
just take
anywhere.
a mulligan on the fight with the Jeff Nado, and we're like, okay,
We'll
we
be
don't
here
have the
all
resources to
day
deal with
long.
this, we just won't dump.
They're going to be splitting it off very far.
Healess having a little
Multiple
purple prod.
different directions,
Now, they
so
do
can
have the
flank
combo up.
onto Fire Strays when needed as Fire
No
Strays
support
will
ult
take
to
the more
cover
aggressive
either,
point
but
position.
Tilt
But
does have the
Alcadzia
Punisher ult to
with
counter.
the flank on the high ground
So
make it much
they're going to
harder
have to be
for Fire Strays
careful. I
stay
think
down
they
without
want to
being cut.
try
Healess
and
wrapping from behind.
go
They
in
wanna
and
try
get
shut
round
this one down.
covered.
Will it get-
Actually takes out the
great
Jeff, which
shutdown.
could be big. There goes the
Making
Storm
sure
ult.
the
Jeff
binaries
does
actually
obviously get
allocate
there.
themselves onto this
And
Jeff
I think
Nado.
this is
It's
going to be a
absolute
bit of a
rain of
wash.
terror here from Vale.
I mean, what do you do? If you don't pop that Punisher ult, because the Punisher died early, so once that's gone, it's just a
Exactly what we were
walkover
looking
fight,
for,
right? It's a
exactly
free
what you
team
said
fight.
earlier. They didn't even burn the final judgment. They know that there's nothing they can
No,
do to
Rizlina,
stop
much
that.
love.
They just
Enjoy your
let it go,
walkies.
take the mulligan, and are portaling back in for the
Oh,
reinforcement.
Alki want to go straight back on this.
Any chance for Fire Strays to
Respect.
breathe and build charge.
Oh, I mean, they just popped the Punisher immediately. Holy shit. So nice invis, though. Sorry, that was weird English. Such a nice ult from the invis, though, to keep the Amer up immediately. Does manage to get one, though. Wait, Healess has gone on magic?
Oh, the Whoop's aggression is so
Oh, this is the
well
first
rewarded
magic
here.
we've seen in the
Big
tournament.
investment of the portal.
Nice from Kaya, gets two. I don't think it's going to be enough, though. He's alone.
Already grabbed two, but I feel like just does not have the
Nice
resource
take
to
from
try- to try
FYR.
and make this
And
one
Healess
work.
just
Deppy
insta
still
swaps
has
to
a
the
nearly fully
back to the
charged
Wolverine.
Sonic Beam. And Fire Strays
Nice
really
attempt
cuts
from
off the back of
Kaya,
that.
but a
Maybe
little
Kaya's
bit
gonna
too
swap
late.
away from the Doctor Strange here after having used that portal, and that's why they've chosen to
Hi,
use
Savage.
it looks like we're going to
How are
actually
you?
stick to it. Healess on their third hero of
Oh,
the round.
Healess is not sure what to
Which is going
play.
to be a little bit better for trying to shut down Storm. That tainted voltage
Having a
will
bit of
knock
a
her
difficult
right out the
game
sky.
to this first game,
Some shots
Healess.
onto Storm if they can land a bionic hook onto
Deppy
his
does
solo
have an ult.
Vanguard. It could be effective, assuming that Emma Frost is
Lindstrom
not in
has
that
the
dying
invis to
form.
counter.
So
There goes the
for
Emma.
an
Do you
aggressive
need to pop the
psionic
invis? You
advance
do,
from
but they
the
die.
battery, but wiped off the board. Deppy is cleaned out by Maluki.
Kaya with a nice pick on Storm as well. Oh, this is a wash from Alcu. They needed this fight. Lindstrom just went mental, by the way. Lindstrom just went mental.
Will get finished off by Kaya.
All right.
They needed that
Excellent,
percentage, though.
excellent catch of the
80% on the
aggression
clock.
from Fire Strays there
And look
by
at the
Alcadzia.
ult.
Lindstrom just brings up the
Binkwee
invisible
has
boundary
got theirs.
behind
Vale
Deppy,
not too
making
far
sure
away.
that Fire Strays'
Exo
strategists had
got their
no
Mantis
idea
ult
where their
too.
Vanguard was here. We're only getting that little ghost every couple of seconds to try and update the
We're
position of
seeing
Deppy,
a
but
lot
healing could
more
be delivered,
Mantis.
So Deppy was isolated and
We're seeing a
destroyed.
lot
There
more
was no
Mantis
space
at
for
the
Vale
moment.
to work with. But once again, the Jeff Nado's ready to go. Tilt and Lindstrom are far behind on the counter ultimates here, so it might well be another mulligan
There's
fight.
the
He
Mantis
needs to
ult
get
to
aggressive
counter.
to try and outpace Fire Strays.
The Kraken impact's coming in early. Everyone is so
Milk
low,
getting
but they
slammed.
just
There
can't
goes
find
the
a reset.
Storm ult.
Able to escape.
The Jeff is ready. This is going to just be a wash, I think. They are making this Storm Jeff work really well. And the FYR looking good in point two. They still have a good ult economy as well.
Right now in favor of Fire Strays. Alcadzia,
Wu,
they still
Wu
have that
and
Dr. Strange.
Kiyoshi
They
both
lost
with
the
ults.
Iron They swapped off it in order to get the cap in.
Yeah, the portal
It's
was
tough.
earlier
I
on
think
to
if
try
you
and get
don't have a
fast
Luna
fight
to
after the Jeff
counter,
Nado, and so it's not off cooldown now.
or a
Instead,
way
just going
to
for speed
full
and
burst with
longevity.
Tilt, this is
But
quite
the
a
Captain
strong
can do this
combo.
all day. Coming in from the other side, Healess actually moving through on the Human Torch, being able to do this all day.
Well, gets a nice pick up there on Maluki. And look at Kaya just being so sneaky on the point. Nearly took it, but the rest of the team had gone, and it looks like FYR have done a really good point two to bring this to a 1-1.
Kaya runs off the edge. They know
Good
they're not
stuff
going to be able
from
to hold this
FYR.
again. Don't give any ult charge over. They go down, and that is going to be 1-1.
Here's the
in this
question.
game, number
What do
one.
you change?
We're starting to see Fire Strays creep
What
on
do
back
you
in.
change
We saw Alcadzia,
to
though.
deal
They
with this
swapped over to
combo?
the Torch, as you mentioned. They've got the Captain America. Do they stick with this or go back to what they were running before?
It's
Looks
tough.
Like, at least the Doctor Strange will be making
Healers
a return.
going onto the
Okay, so
Human
now it's
Torch
decision time
or
right
the
now for
Storm. What are you
Alcadzia.
playing, Healers? What are you
Tilt and
thinking?
Lindstrom, they're synced up on their ultimates, but they've been desynced.
I would prefer the
from
Human
Vale
Torch,
and
I think.
Binary. The Final Judgment and the Invisible Boundary is a consistent.
I don't
and
think they're
strong
going to ban
counter.
Storm.
Probably
I
the
think
only
there's
one
too
available
many
at the
different.
moment
I mean,
in
they
these
might do.
compositions. to the
They would have to
Jeff Nado.
sacrifice some support
And
bands
if you
though.
don't save those, they've lost every fight against the Jeff Nado that they've not
Yeah,
been able to
until they get
counter.
back- yeah.
Do you decide to take
I think
like,
they
the
recognize
first
that
fight
though,
with
and I really
a
like that
fairly
adaptation from
difficult to
FYR,
beat
right?
high output
That
punch
first
rolls
Storm
and
where they
try
got
and
slapped down by Tilt.
outgenerate
I think
fire strays
Storm
when
has
it
gone,
comes to these
I need to
ultimates
go on
just
Tilt
by
first, right?
leveraging
We
the
need to
defensive
burn
position,
that Punisher
or do you hold
before
on
we
to his
pop it.
ultimates?
And
Well,
it was a really nice
aggressive
adaptation
opening, at
and
least trying to
strategy,
get
I think.
onto the point, claim the position. This may
Healy's sticking with the
show that
Storm
if they're
rather
going
than the
to wait
Torch.
4 or 5 frames to push up, they may burn that final judgment to keep hold of this here. As we see
Storm
Alcacia
ults
make
on their
way
own
to
have
that
felt
point,
really
holding it,
lackluster
and
this
Fire Sprays
tournament
will
without
take
the
up to
Jeff
high
team
ground
up, so
to try and break it that
maybe
way
they're
without
using it as a
hypercommitting.
bait out.
Oh, Helis has played a little bit of everything in this already so far.
Just
Vale
bait
and
out
Binary
those support ults with
being
it.
sort of
There goes the
Damocles
Invis over the
hangs
top.
over
Get
it. There's
Deppy
a
already
Venn
gets the kill on
diagram.
Kaya.
Comes
Here
on
comes
up.
Tilt
Helis
though.
manages
Tilt
to
needs
get
to
a
do some
right
big
click
work on this.
somebody. Oh, the
And it
damage
looks like they get
amplification.
quite a
So much to
few.
try and deal with. Tilt is
Nice
just
find on the
pushing out.
Jeff, and that's going to be a good
Frag
early
after
take
frag
for
from the final
Alq.
judgment. And while Kyoshi's
Good
will come
early
up close
take.
and punches lights out, there's little more that can be done.
But they did exactly what you said. They burnt the invisible boundary. They burnt that final judgment. And we
Any
are currently at
triple
94%
I
for
don't
Vale
think they
on that
do.
Omega
I think-
Hurricane. Binary, 82%.
I mean, triple
but it's
support is
Jeff,
not
and
going to
they
help
will
them
have
with
a
the
soul
combo, right? And I think
rejuvenation, which is at least
that's
some
their
kind
big
of
selling point
extra
here on
protection if they
FYR.
decide to commit to this.
They're trying to
Fire
play
Sprays
for
could
this
try
big
and bite
ult
the ball here, but
combo
there's at least
with a
one
guaranteed
counter
team
Omega
fight win,
Hurricane
right?
to try and deal with those backliners.
I don't think triple support helps that because they'll all just get swallowed
Play
anyway.
aggressively and roll the initiative, but this
Here we
time
go,
Svelte
Stommel on
goes
either
first.
side.
Will you try and do a Mega Hurricane?
Maluki
From
does
Mega
have an
Hurricane,
ult to
it's
counter it, but the
an interesting
Jeff
way to try and
over
do
the
it.
other Stormul,
Out comes
and
the
they've
Eye of
just got the
Agamotto.
stronger one,
Mill
and
pulls
look
back
at that.
some
It's
work
an
in the back.
absolute
Finally, they
wash.
found the counter.
It's not even
Omega
close, by the
Hurricane
way.
versus Omega Hurricane, just
And
getting that
Maluki,
overkill
let's
from
talk
Maluki
about this
was more
Mantis.
than enough for Vale to win out
Maluki
the
just went
Battle of the
fucking
Wings.
bananas. What?
Nicely done.
Hi,
with
Kiro.
that extra bonus health, with that extra
How are you?
damage, they focus onto it. Omega Hurricane, some insane single target damage. If you can get directly on top of someone, you know
It's tough to know what to do with
where
here,
that Omega
to
Hurricane
do
Jeff Nado
here.
is going, and you can't.
Oh,
be pulled
sorry,
up
I
while in it.
completely
It's a
just
great
misread
idea, a
that
great
team
counter.
fight.
It's
Fuck
allowing
me, I'm
Alcacia
tired.
to hit
Sorry.
60% as they
Alq
push, as they try to hold
just
the
fucking
point.
ran over
Fire
that
Sprays,
fight.
Deppy leading the charge.
Despite
with
the
this Might
combo.
Aegis.
My God, Nick,
They
wake
are
the fuck
starting
up.
to run low on time, but they do have
Get
the
your
silence
shit together.
deductions. They want to try and commit for another engage.
Oh, they're in real trouble here. Tetris needs to be huge from
Deppy
Their
just
trump
kind
card
of
is gone and they do
holding
not
them
have control.
off.
Millboy matches when it
Delta
comes to
split from
Sonic
everyone.
seduction, and Kai just flicks that shield up
There
and
goes
down whenever
Woo.
It's down to Whoops to try and make it work into the
Nice
invisible
invis ult over the
boundary,
top,
but
though,
it's
makes it
brought
really
up by
difficult.
Lindstrom,
Kai gets the
and
kill
they
on
just don't
Deppy.
see any targets before them. Not
And
willing to go
Alq
inside the
showing
bounds of
a lot of
invisibility to
resilience.
cut them off from their strategists.
And I think
Fire
this is part of the
strays,
problem
it
with this
would appear that
combo,
their
right?
cheese has
You're
been
so
accounted
reliant
for
on
now.
this
Alcacia found the answer,
team up
and the teleporter's
to
coming in.
win you the fight.
With overtime ticking down,
That surrounding that, you're just getting rolled over. There's the ult from Kiyoshi, and they're not close to any other ults. So I don't know if they can fight this. Vale does get a nice kill on Tilt though, but Helis goes with their Storm ult. Maluki just getting bullied. Kaya getting a nice double. I think it's done. Yeah. Really nice from Alq.
Taking round number 3 and
I'm very tired, Kira, but I'm doing well, thank you.
Brutality
I'm
of
doing
Kaya
well.
getting both the Storm and for Jeff with a single
I
release
promise
of
you,
the
I will
Maelstrom
wake
of
up.
Madness as well. They're about 20% short of being able to get that ultimate combo and maybe clutch out.
Nice
the
first
fight,
game from
but
Alq.
What adaptation midway through this series by Alcacia to use that
I
target
wonder
focus
if
of the Omega
FYR
Hurricane,
feel
which
like
is
they need
not
to default to a
CCable,
res
cannot be
comp.
absorbed by the Jeff Nado to
In
take
game
out their
2.
greatest nemesis.
We've
which up
seen a
until
res
then
comp be pretty
has been
successful
Fire Strays' greatest weapon.
yesterday.
But also a big focus onto Tilt here. You called it. They've been saving their ultimates. They did
Yeah,
time it
Tilt
quite
played really well on that
Easily
Punisher.
topping the damage chart there with 20,000.
This is why we've seen so much Punisher prio in the EMEA, right?
Sorry, 3K more than anyone else in the game. And just
That you can
melted
build up
every
that
time
ult
they're able to time
so
it effectively,
fast.
But it was all about
Like,
syncing
so
it up with
fast.
that Jeff Nado until Alcacia was
Because
able
you
to
can
find
sit in the turret,
another
right?
solution.
If you,
Yeah, so
whether it's,
the mechanics of
especially,
how
let's
you
say,
use
like, you're on a
Invisible Woman
defense for
and
convoy,
Punisher versus the Jeff
you
Nader
can
is
just
that,
sit
yes,
on this
the
Punisher
Invisible Woman
turret
will be dragged
and
up
just
into the
build
Jeff
that
Nader,
ult
but
up.
Punisher is
You're
CCing
pretty much
you
guaranteed to have an
during the
ult
final
nearly
judgment. So
every
if he can
fight,
stay
and it's
inside the
just
invisible boundary, which will
like
stay up
the
while
news,
Invisible Woman
the
has been
movement
eaten,
speed
he
change
will
they
be able
gave
to deal
him
with the ticks of damage
makes
that
it so
come
that
from the
it's
Jeff
so
Nader
hard
and be
to
able
run
burst
from
it
it.
down with its meager
Because he can
HP
fucking
pool.
run you down.
Because while Storm gets
And
a
I
little
think
bit of
that's
overhealth,
the
she's a
main
very
reason
easy
we're
target
seeing
while inside that
seeing
Nader,
Punisher be
and
so
it's just
good.
easy to burst
That
him down
movement
using
speed
the
change on
Punisher.
his
So
ult
that's
has just
why
made him
we
like
constantly had
insanely
to
difficult
bang
to deal
on
with.
about you need
And
X
he's also
Y
one of the
ultimate together
only
to try and counter
counters
the Jeff
for
Nader.
these support ults,
Just
right?
saw in that replay just how strong it is. Veil
Iron Man,
absolutely cleaning
Mag,
up everyone in their way here. There's the final push from Alcatia in that round number 2.
Iron Man, Mag,
Firestra's
Punisher.
able to time it more effectively that game. Alcatia,
like the big
we
full
talked
burst
about
ults,
how
right?
Firestra's can adjust as time goes on.
Yeah, I'm
showing
doing
that they are
okay.
able
Thank you,
to
Kira. I'm doing
as
okay.
Well, and Tilt really earning
Yeah,
some
rad, and it was a
big
hell of a
kudos here from
series. I mean, that one's
everyone
going to be
who
on the
was watching
YouTube
just
tomorrow
out of how effective they
as
were
well.
at
That was a
the
great
target
series.
choosing. Anytime they were needed, they were there.
Crazy impressive, honestly. And I think that Firestra's actually overplayed
The
my
biggest
estimations
upset in the
as well.
tournament so
They're
far.
doing incredibly well here against Alcancia. I love how many heroes healers brought out, by the way.
Yeah.
Great,
As
massive
you rather
hero
play
pool. Like, we kind of know healers as being a bit of a
VP?
Magic and Wolverine enthusiast, like those
Peps.
melee heroes, but also brought out the Winter Soldier, played some Human Torch, played some Storm as well.
I mean,
and actually reacted to the call from
yeah,
the team
it's
that,
difficult
listen,
to
we
know,
need our
isn't
own
it, Yanni,
Storm
right?
out to fight their
'Cause
Storm out.
it depends on
that's
their
how we're
mental,
doing this,
right?
because we're out of sync on our primary counter. And going up against Veil, who's
It depends on our VP. Is their mental strong enough to to like come back from that pretty difficult loss from Rad and like reset themselves and get them back on top? Because I think that is something that sometimes happens quite often when a team is dominating so hard. And I mean, VP were 23-0 before that series yesterday. And they're not used to losing. So they're almost not prepared mentally to deal with it, right? Because they haven't had to deal with it yet. They just fucking walked over everyone. So I think that's going to be the mark. That's going to be really, really telling and super interesting to see. Can VP reset their mental and like and come back from what was a pretty rough loss for them? You know? That was such a huge play. I just put that one on my TikTok. Yeah, I mean, that's why I said Peps. I think VP, as you say, they have a lot of ex-Overwatch and pros and stuff, right? So this isn't they're not like a new team. This isn't their first rodeo. So I would expect them to come back pretty well. Yeah. No issues. But nice first game from Quad. Good stuff. How are you doing, Savage? If you're still chilling, I hope you're well, bud. Give me one sec. I'm just checking on. Un momento, por favore. Okay. Yeah. So. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Okay. So yeah, today is lower bracket. Let me just explain how this is going to work over the next few weeks, just quickly for you. So we're doing all lower brackets today to get to the lower bracket quarters. Then next week, starting from Thursday, so we're going to be doing this from Thursday next week as well, all the way through Sunday. We'll do the lower bracket quarters and semis. Well, it's basically all of this next weekend, ending obviously in the grand finals on Sunday, which is going to be mega. Then all 4 teams from the grand finals, so 2 from Group A that are in the grand finals, 2 from Group B, then go on to playoffs for each region, which then is another double elim, but we're doing the full double elim on the following weekend, on the weekend of like the 26th. And then obviously this is the winner right here from the playoffs. So there's quite a lot of games to go from this. So we're going to be doing this for the next 3 weeks. So any of you, I think there's a large amount of my community that don't necessarily like Rivals, so and don't give a shit about any of this esports stuff, so that's totally okay. But I hope you're enjoying it. I'm having a good time doing it, so. I love watching Young Carter. Yeah, I mean, they've got a tough run, though. If they win today, they've then got to face VP in the next lower bracket. It's a tough ask. It's a tough ask. Vincey's played professionally for 10 years now. What do you guys think? Let me ask you. What do you guys think about... Do you think Rivals will be able to maintain a healthy esports scene? It's like super early days, obviously. This is like the first proper tournament, right? But I'm just quite interested to know. I mean, healthy might be the wrong word. Hi, by the way, Gun. Healthy might be the wrong word. Can they maintain a popular esports? At least until maybe
going to be where
esports changes a little bit, you know?
They got to choose
because you are right. I think esports in general is finding it very difficult to figure out how to get sponsors and the money.
So far,
you know?
though, everything is looking pretty familiar here. Magneto bans, Amer protects, Loki bans. And we will likely see Fire Sprays protect the Amer themselves unless they do.
Yeah, we talked about the old Overwatch League.
They're not worried about
we'll talk about it in a minute.
Pick up one of these strategists before they just get sniped, but no.
Oh, we'll talk about playership as well. Let's just have a quick look at the draft first.
For EMEA.
Pre-standard. Mag, Emma, Loki, Prio, probably some Luna Prio coming up here, unless they want to ban the Punisher. But I would imagine the Luna ban on both with a Punisher protect.
Which one's better? That's down to your personal
unless they want to
preferences.
protect like a Wolverine or something on FYR, but I would imagine it's a Punisher protect coming up.
But now we get into the
maybe Torch.
personal touch of the pick and
there we
ban
go, Punisher.
And of course, here in our advanced bans,
do they ban the Wolverine or do they ban another support? Maybe the Invis, Cloak and Dagger.
So we're going to make sure that we can't have Luna
so
either.
this is interesting because we've seen this quite a bit in the draft. So what they're doing,
so we're likely going to see a
using that extra last ban,
at the moment the meta seems to be as of about
what
20 hours
Alcu
ago,
are doing here is they're forcing them
and just
well, both sides have done it now. They're forcing them into like off-meta healers, right? So that's why we're seeing so much of Mantis right now. Luna, Loki, and Cloak are pretty standard bans. So you've got an Invis left for the traditional healer ultimate. And I think that's why we're seeing Mantis or Mantis Ultron in these triple comps.
Loki bans. It is the rise of Cloak and Dagger in these drafts.
We've seen Cloak be so dominant though, so like almost to the point where I would be tempted to look at Cloak Prio over Luna as a problem. Even though Luna is SSS tier, Cloaks have been dominating these lobbies.
Having to buy that space for you by trading their health pool or their utility for all of that.
Just quickly before the game starts, we talked about this yesterday. The big mistake Overwatch League made was to Americanize it. I think if Rivals did something similar, like I think if Rivals do some kind of league, which I think they should, if you want to maintain like a year-round healthy scene, don't do the Americanized bullshit of like the way that, like, I don't know, the fucking Seattle Bears or any of that shit, because no one outside of America likes that.
Exo's playing the Ultron. Interesting. And it's Whoops who's going to be on the Mantis. Okay.
Also,
Emma,
I think they should do as many lands as possible.
Harassing the backline.
Because I think people don't mind the league stuff, but they want the ambiance, right? You want similar to like a standard football match. You want, and I know that's hard to build because esports is not as popular to have that audience, but people want that spectacle spectacle. They want the atmosphere, you know?
Against Fire Strays after trying to force them to fight
And slightly
off the
biased
border
because as
itself.
someone who wants to
Veil
be a
is
caster,
sieging
it
in
would
from the
present a
back line,
hell of a
though,
lot
after
more
going for a
opportunity for me to
wraparound.
do that.
Yeah, just slowly eroding all of that space by making it
Ahead.
inhospitable to have
We
your
got
feet
Veil
there.
going
So, of course,
onto
it's gonna
this
be a
Human
very
Torch.
big problem to deal with for all of
We've
these
seen this
guys.
quite a
Hit
bit
scan
with the Ultron
of the
combo.
assault
It
rifle,
is
not to be underestimated,
disgustingly
especially when
deadly.
Helis is sitting here, given that
So
pocket
let's see if
damage,
Helis
sort
can
of
get the
throwing
better
out
of them
damage in their
on
own
this
right.
storm.
For now, Binary continues to make sure that this high ground is inhospitable.
And a cap as
Same
well
with the
from
attackers
Binkery to
grabbing
really
onto
put some
it.
pressure
And
on.
it seems like for now, our Kansas are actually in a less than ideal position. They've kind of been
And they're doing a pretty good job. Strays have kind of put them in the corner a little bit.
Forward. And so forward will be how they march.
Kaya manages to get in though, push them out. So this is the back and forth. They do have ults. I think they should try and pop an ult to contest. Oh, he goes down though. Milk with a really nice pickoff. Here comes the Ultron ult. Invis to match. Helis gets Kyo as well. This is looking really good for RQ. Until gets a nice double. Oh, and he gets Veil as well. Dude, let's talk about Maluki, by the way. Maluki on
Nasty
this
tracking
Mantis
coming through
is
there from Tilt, really showing
absolutely
off what an Amer can
disgusting.
do.
What?
On the new and improved Punisher as of season 2.5,
The
he got
amount
10
of
more
times that
bullets
they're just
in his
getting these
magazine,
picks is
and each of the individual
crazy.
bullets has gone up
The
in damage
DPS
considerably,
output
becoming
from
a team-up banker and getting
Maluki
a
is
raw
good.
damage
And with
boost.
the
So,
Helis
that's why you're seeing
DPS
so
on
much
top.
Punisher recently.
Extremely effective.
I think we're
like
going to
you've
see
already
a
mentioned.
pretty
Just doing
significant
so well
rise of
against Fire, so well
Mantis,
against
honestly.
Groot, who was extremely popular
It's looking
until
really
quite
solid.
recently. It still does see a lot of play. You can see Maluki.
As long
making
as you've
sure
got a
that
burst
Punisher
healer
is
behind it
always
as well.
damage-proof. Here comes Binary.
I mean, they're doing this as a dual
Immediately
healer as
and
well. I
absolutely
mean, they're doing this
counted
as
out
just
by
a straight
Milk
up
Final judgment for Tilt, capitalizing on the fact that they have
Mantis
the bonus,
Invis.
pushing on in to
Oh,
try and
Tilt.
take out the defenders, to
Oh,
try and push up
Tilt.
even further. Three
Tilt just
bodies on the
smurfed it.
point and several bodies in the spawn.
So Alcazia, despite playing a similar comp, have actually changed up how they play their ultimates here because they're no longer
we'll talk about the
their invisible boundary
layer
for the Jeff
count
Meta, which means
run
Lindstrom
after
can
the
kind of
game.
use it as
That's
it is
right, 'cause I
needed.
do have some
Often
thoughts
going to
on
be
that.
used to try and match Kyoshi's, but Kyoshi's actually has a significant advantage on the invisible boundary here. So Alcazia are going to be under-resourced for this one. Helis hangs out in the stratosphere for a moment before descending with a storm of a century.
Yeah, maybe.
Nagamoto for the setup sends them all, but it's too much healing. Binary healing.
Helis tried.
With that freedom charge.
That's a nice timing on those ults, though.
That's enough
And
to
a good
keep Fire
pushback.
Strays up through that Omega Hurricane.
Hi,
And
Kel.
that's a Veil
I did
to
not.
Supernova,
I did
push
not,
on forward
unfortunately.
and wipe out the attacking Alcazia. Fire Strays.
I don't know how
finally put a
close I
stop to this.
was to
Interesting
getting the
shot there
gig.
by Kaya to go for the Eye of Agamotto, because I believe the Omega Hurricane can
I
hit
know
both
I
the
made it
body
to the
and
final
soul at the
stage. I
same
had an
time for
interview with
overwhelming
them. I
damage.
did some casting
But,
for them,
Binary and Kyoshi's
which I thought went really well.
utility to be able to sit through
but I
that.
think
Kaya opens up a
I've
portal.
tried to ask them
It's
for
gonna allow
feedback,
a little
but I
bit
haven't
of a
gotten
wraparound,
it
as well
yet
as that
as to
makeshift shield as well that can't
anything
be
that I can like
fired through,
improve
meaning
on to be
only one
successful
of these angles
later
has
down
to
the
be
line.
babysat
But I think it was
by
probably
Kaya
just
for now.
comes down to
The
lack
Rage
of
Ultron
experience.
drawn on through. If anyone gets
Based on
mind
who they
control,
actually
they will
chose
surely be
to cast.
decimated by Exo.
They do lose their Amer
So I
Frost,
think
who
it was
trying to
probably
set
just
up
lack of
with
like
that great extra
lack
sonic
of
seduction,
portfolio, lack
meleeing with
of
Ultron there
experience.
to try and deal with
But
the
they were
forward
they were
frontline
kind
on
enough to
Alcazia.
allow
The
me
Fire Strays
to
will get zoned away a little bit. They're getting
co-stream
split up quite a lot as Alcazia
and
are taking
like
the center room.
alt cast if I want.
Yeah, it's
So
a
I've got
messy
access to a
3v3
clean
and
feed if I
attempting
wanted
attacks with this
to
engagement is Binary
do my
finding
own casting,
Maluki
which we're
on
going to
her
do next
exit.
week.
She's going to be returning to the spawner, and now Binary
Me
just make sure
and
there's
my
no space
co-caster,
to
we're
be
gonna
found. Maybe
do
a
some
slightly
full casts of the games together next week, which should be super fun.
There, but still,
And then
Veil's
just
gonna be able
watch
to clean
party
out.
chill vibes for the rest of it.
Fire Strays are finally locked in and have held this point extremely effectively.
Where,
Alcazia, no portal. They're just going to have
yeah,
to
there's a lot of
march back in
casting
with this standard
planned in the
composition of
pipeline
2-2-2.
to kind of help build that gap, right? Build up my portfolio. Get my name out there, show people that I'm good enough.
Lock down their opponents and overwhelm them.
So it's going to be a lot of hard work, but
isn't
it always?
They will lose that high ground, but they're still making sure
Nice hold from Strays. They're kind of running down the time. If they can win this fight, look at Veil. Look at Veil's positioning. It's actually
in a singular
ridiculous.
place, trying to deal with a healing coming through from the Mantis. Whoops barely stood a chance. Instantly
Oh, here goes Tilt, though. Oh my God, they kept him alive. They kept him alive. Oh, it's done. They've got to point two. That's huge. Dude, this is why there's so much prio on the Punisher. That was looking
up to the
so
high ground
lost.
tilt, making
And
sure
then
that
just
they could push
one
on in for that
ult
final
from
point.
tilt.
Potential for a culling turret if anyone could make it to the point, but no, this will be second point for
Just
Alcancia.
absolutely destroyed
Firestrays
it.
Down to
I
the
thought
last
Vale had a really
defensive
solid
setup here,
position
Rage
there,
of
but
Ultron fully charged. They've been able to hold so effectively for Alcancia final judgment.
I hope you're doing well, though,
where
Cam.
they are breaking down these siege lines.
Okay, Damage Calcas, time to let me know. Can a single invisible boundary deal with the combined damage of the Eye of Agamotto with Helis's ultimate?
I appreciate it, thank you. All is not lost, though. Who knows? Maybe they'll change their mind and maybe they'll give me a tryout in season 2 or for the mid-season finals. Who knows?
That is Mantis. They have quite fast movement speed. So
I was pretty good about it,
extremely quickly. Not as quickly as Firestrays, though, as we are obviously right next
all
to
I can do is work hard.
Oh yeah,
try and get better.
Attrition's definitely in favor of Firestrays right now. If you can equal out
Yoshi,
your frags,
Exo,
find the
both with
knockouts,
ults.
1-for-1. You should be in a great position. Binary.
I think, yeah, you want to try and bait out both. There goes the Ultron. Helis does have one, but I don't know if you want to use it yet. You want to try and bait out the ults, right? Nice pick off though from Kaya.
That Omega Hurricane, they could once again go for this Eye of Agamotto Omega Hurricane. Once more bodies are out of the spawn point, this could be the final push.
Oh, this is so easy. They're going to port block him.
Down the reinforcements by blocking off some entrances.
Big.
Okay, there are still 4 entrances though. It's not a hard lock like it would be on Yggdrasil Path. Kaya just going to be able to move in.
It's so easy though to hold him out here. He's got an Agamotto as well.
Still good to go. Out comes the
he's just going to pop it. Nice push. They still do get quite a few actually. Helis trying to go over the top, forcing out the ult though. Oh, they're just popping everything. They don't give a shit. They're like, this is the last fight. They've just run them over. Ult economy. That's an ult economy win.
And Alcancia burn bright.
The Omega Hurricane into the Eye of
Mexican
Agamotto. Did get
casters,
forced
they
physics, but was
need, like,
still able to catch
alignment, they
2
always
people
say.
into that storm damage, into a final judgment. There is very little,
oh, you mean like a
nothing in the
signature?
game that can withstand
Maybe.
that much overwhelming firepower. And as such, Alcancia
To be honest,
triple points out to Firestrays to try and
how do I
to
say
send us
this?
to an overtime. Otherwise, their journey ends here.
I think
Worth noting as well, of course, that Sonic Seduction.
my identity as a caster, and I think one thing I do better than anyone
who, even if they aren't seduced, are
for a
within
game
the
like
cone of
Rivals
effect and taking
specifically
that tick damage,
is
which can really mess with
my
the fight
ability to
planning of
read
an
the
enemy
game
team.
at
And,
speed
we want to combine
and
these ultimates to
cast
try and
at speed
have,
during
like,
team
overwhelming
fights
firepower, but suddenly
while
you can't use them.
pointing
Really
out
does
the
change
most
up
important
your calculus for
information
how a fight
in
works.
such a
The
chaotic
Firestrays, though,
paced
this is
game.
far from over. They may be
In
facing
my opinion,
elimination.
is second to
They're
none.
looking
So
down the
that's
barrel,
that's
but
what
they
I
still
feel
have
like I
some fight in
bring.
them.
My ability
Yeah, it's
to
currently
read a
got
fight
14K
in
damage,
real
which is a
time
solid
and
3K
call it
more
out
than anyone else
is
in the game right now. Just
pretty
absolutely trying to
ridiculous,
target
but
it. Where
obviously
Tilt
I'm
and
biased,
Helis,
right?
They're spread out almost exactly even in terms of final hits, in terms of damage.
Vale going on
they
an
are
Iron
working it
Fist?
together
What?
beautifully right now. Firestrays on the attack. There is an Iron Fist being hovered.
Is he going to stick to that?
Okay.
No, surely not.
I do not
okay, there we
approve.
go.
And,
I do
Vale will not be
quite like
disappointing me
this
today.
Psylocke switch, though.
Back out of the human
We've
torch,
seen
of course,
Psylocke
that's
be
been
pretty
very
good
damaging thus far. Helis actually
in
gonna
general.
potentially meet Vale up in the air, which
And I think it's also not bad into Punisher. You can burst the Punisher real fast, or the support, and there's no Loki as like a hard counter. Maluki might be a big problem with the sleep, so they are going to have to be really careful if they decide to go into Mantis, but
trying to go for the burst onto Helis, who will immediately use that
nearly got
fantastic
Helis with
to
that.
heal back up.
I think
We'll
Kaya's
see
a
the
big
push
problem
for
here on the
Firestrays
Strange.
has been slowed
We
down
haven't
to
talked much about the
crawl,
tanks,
making
and we
sure
haven't
they
talked much about
regroup
Kaya.
before they try and commit
But
again.
Kaya on this Strange is putting up so much work. Getting these random picks, holding the space really well with Milk Boy. And then some really well-timed Agamotto ults to set Tilt up.
Essentially invisible below the lip of that high ground. Saw whoops coming, and so there's a good reaction coming.
That
through from
Alki looking
Alcancia to make sure
good.
They are caught by surprise by that Psylocke.
Vale trying to hide up top in the corner. Nice
Nice
slam though from Deppy to finish off Kaya.
Extremely aggressively here, but
Oh, that was close.
Back up, and Woods is really trying to
But you can see the value of this Psylocke, right? Psylocke can actually put a lot of pressure on Helis. And you can see Helis goes down because he's trying to 1v1 Vale on this mirror match. But then you've also got the Psylocke on top, just adding that extra damage that he's not ready for, you know? Nice sleep on the cat. And there goes Till again. What do you do about this guy? They do finally get him. And Woo over the top actually gets a couple. They might have saved this. Oh, I don't think it's enough. It's not enough. It was close though. If we can like hold Helis here, maybe.
Magic for the reinforcement to follow up on that portal for the counter.
The magic is a fun switch.
Sure they could contest this
No, we've seen no other magics, by the way. No one else has played magic this tournament.
King Psylocke. That is a huge stagger away from Fire Strays. They even brought out
Kaya
the Venom.
going
They
on the
brought
Venom?
everything to make sure they could reinforce quickly here.
I'm guessing that's just to get back on point, right?
Nice
kill from Helis though.
From Alcazia, but Exo seems to have not been too amused by the more eclectic
FYR are struggling.
Kaya still going forth.
They've got maybe one full fight because I don't think they've got a portal anymore, do they?
Oh,
they do. I'll
That's the thing about how they're going to make this entry with the supernova. Isn't too much to try and
maybe
shut it down.
they've got
Maluki,
2
20%
fights in
away
them,
from
but they're
Assault
going to have to go
Resurgence, but
fast
she
if they
could
want
easily be
to
overwhelmed if Vale full commits.
2
So that's
slices of the
fantastic for them.
pie.
They have that supernova. They have.
And I
free
doubt
charge for
with the way that they're going to
extra
stall out, right?
bonus
They've
health.
got Capel. It's
Deppy
probably going to
with
extend the
the
fight
Psylocke
quite long.
seduction. This will be the main
Maybe
engaged
if
tool here.
here they go.
Counter
They needed to
ordering
pull the
in.
trigger.
Is going to be burned early to try and make sure that they prevent a supernova from coming in.
Look at where they're positioning though. They're sitting on this high ground, making it so difficult.
Not even get pulled in. It was attacked through supernova to try and melt through Venom. But the
Supernova
Helis
over the
just
top
too
is
much
good
soul
from
surface
Vale.
as Helis with the dark charge
Oh, he
trying to
wants
Exo
it.
in the
He wants
backline,
it.
But they're holding the line, but they're out of.
Oh,
ultimate.
Maluki!
It's a 1 for 3.
Oh,
Vale
Maluki
Alcazia
just
with
kept
30
up
seconds
and
left. Double
absolutely
butterfly to
railed
try and
him.
get the counters
Oh,
will
it's done.
find one,
It's
but
done.
Once again, Whoops is left alone.
Dude,
They just don't have a
Maluki
sustained
on
yet,
this
but as I live and
Mantis
breathe,
is a
I saw
fucking
competitive Marvel
demon.
Rivals Ignite Darkchild.
Is an
Of course, it instantly got
absolute
slapped and just left
demon.
alone, so he doesn't get too much done in that
There
one.
goes the
A
pole.
brand new
Weird
portal,
that you
a
put it
brand
up
new
there.
fight.
You're gonna have to
Flash
get
shot
on
saloon
point.
for Fire Strays. They could be the first team
Oh, I
eliminated
like
from
this
the
angle
NBA
from
if
Vale,
they
though.
do not pop off in this fight, Tetcher.
I really like this
Vale
angle
on the
from
flank,
Vale.
trying to get rid of the backline, making some room.
Just
As
pushing
we're
them
seeing
out.
Just the maximum delay out of
There goes the
Binary
Invisal.
Exo. Soul rejuvenation for any kind of extra protection. As Lindstrom,
Magic is trying. They're trying to jump on Maluki. They get Kaya though. That's big. Helis is low. Still up. Look at how far back they're having to play. They've got to touch it if they want to stop it. Milk gets a nice kill though. Bink gets slept immediately. Oh no, here goes Till. Oh no. Oh no. The timing on the ult is crazy. OT's gone. And Bink cannot get on site quick enough. I'll queue with a straight 2-0. Till on this Punisher with a clutch timing.
I asked Till what he feels when
Whoa.
he guns down and eliminates Fire Strays. He told me, recoil.
Yeah, that's normally why you see the Amer ban though, right? I think Amer is very, very strong at the moment. Normally we see an Amer ban first or a mag ban into an Amer save. We've seen that in pretty much every series. In fact, I don't think there's a single series in the last 3 days that we haven't seen that first 1-2 ban pick combo. So it comes down to who do you want to face? You want to face an Amer or a mag? Because both of them are pretty fucking ridiculous.
And improving exponentially on a per scrim basis.
And that's
Vale
exactly
tried.
what we saw here.
I respect it.
They faced a composition.
But
Struggled,
FYR
and
is
just
out.
started winning.
They are the
Faced
first
competition,
team
and
out
just
of this
started
competition
winning, and
now.
then finally they were locked into the point
And
that they
Al
barely
Q
got
getting
any
another
percentage, only
chance.
getting up to 90 on that final
But we
point
say
here,
bye
as
to
Tilt
FYR.
is just once again showing how viable and how valuable the Punisher is this season.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of Punisher target bans for pro.
They had a couple of really tough games, FYR.
Protectors, so you try and get a bit of a Punisher differential onto the enemy team. However, the meta does seem to have been shifting towards that cloak and dagger recently. It does mean that
but good show from Arcu. They haven't really had to show too many diverse strats yet. So I secretly think you know, they've got some little back pocket strats. I think Arcu. They haven't really had to reveal too much.
Shout out Lindstrom there. We saw a quick shot.
And I think they're getting quite comfortable into this meta right now. You know, we pointed it out a couple of times, but Maluki being able to play such a demonic Mantis means that they're quite happy to play. They're quite happy if the draft is this triple support ban, right?
That's kind of wild.
If you ban the Luna Loki cloak and you get this Invis Mantis as a result, it also frees up your DPS because your DPS are not getting banned out, right? So it completely frees up Tilt to go on this Punisher. It completely frees up Helis to play the Wolverine if they want, or any of these dive champs that we've seen Helis be so good at, or the Torch. So it's kind of this like pull, you know, and if you don't ban it, the question is, does Maluki just sit on this anyway as a triple support, and they just add in a cloak on top of it or something, you know what I mean? No worries, Broughton. Let me know when you're back, and I'll answer your question, and we'll talk about the player count.
There is always stage
because I have some opinions on that too.
And make your way to that global final, but for the mid-season,
good stuff, Arcu. First series of the day.
It is now all about if Alcancia can continue their journey versus Team Pets. It's their next matchup coming next week.
Oh, that is not going to be
I can tell you why Mag's meta. Hi, Liz. How are you?
And we're going to have to populate the rest of our
I can tell
bracket
you
today as
why
well.
Mag is so good right now. There's a few reasons. The Mag buff was very minimal by giving him a quicker recharge. There's a couple of things with Mag. He has a really nasty one-shot combo. If you time the pin, so if you target his pin and then the left click, you can burst supports and low health DPS really fast, So what we're seeing a lot of Mags doing is not actually sitting in the front line. They're letting their other tank do that. They're letting like a Groot or an Amer soak the front, and Mag is just walking past their tanks and just fucking one-shotting and getting these pickoffs on the back line. And it's so effective. So that's one really good aspect. His shield, his bubble is crazy for pretty much any comp you want to run. If you're running a dive or a res comp, you can just shield the Starlord in a res, or you can shield the diver. You can shield a cloak if they're getting Felon Mag-ulted. There's so much utility around the shield. Is a lot of soak for something like a Punisher ult. So obviously Punisher's so popular right now. They pop a Punisher ult, you can drop up that wall and know that you've got a few seconds of you know, save. And then his ult
we have to ask
is
for
crazy.
Starters,
Let's just
the
listen to it.
I think Leg Day wanted this brought up in particular.
What are your choices,
adjustment
Liz?
into the Storm versus the Jeff NATO for that extra protection. Who made the in-game call for that?
Yeah, that was okay,
me.
yeah.
I mean, actually, like, it was an issue because I didn't know what to play. Like, I was like, I'm playing Volve. They have like one tank. I was like, it's a bit weird. I was just like, I think I'm just gonna go Storm, and when she ult, I will just ult, and I will win it anyway because I don't think it gives damage. The Storm Jeff Nado combo, so I was just gonna Storm ult when she Storm ult, and that's what happened. So we regained
I actually didn't know
momentum,
that interaction. That's cool.
We saw a bit of magic from you today, Healers, which is kind of a signature hero of yours, but we don't see much in competitive in general. What's the use case for the magic? What makes you think, okay, they'll trust me here, I can bring it out?
I think it's a lot of like little things. Let's say is like when you strange TP, you kind of want like a brawl character, and I'm good on magic, so I just want to play magic in that type of situation. Also, I think divers are really good against people when it's a very stressful situation, and I feel like magic burst damage is like really good in that type of situation where you're like you TP, everyone is like, oh, they're TPing, and then you're not like, oh, he's gonna play magic, he's gonna divers or whatever. So I can like just go and like one type of support, or like
because you can force mistakes a lot more in stressful situations by the pressure of a diver.
And
That's
I think
a
it
cool
was really
idea. I
strong
like
in
it.
their team comp also overall. I could do a lot. So yeah, that's what.
So you guys found yourselves in the lower bracket thanks to Rad Esports. What lessons did you learn from that? How have you adjusted heading into this series and now going into your next one versus Team Peps in a week's time?
Like what we're gonna train on, you mean?
Yes, please.
Or like, okay, so I think overall we will keep playing our style, which is like something around Wolverine, and like it's a bit basic. Like everyone is doing that right now. Is like Punisher, Wolverine, just like casual stuff. We have like some secret stuff cooked up, obviously, but I'm not gonna talk about that. But yeah,
Did I call it or did I call it? I
sure.
said they might have
I
some
think,
secret
we
stuff.
can do a lot. It was a good
I
story.
want some insight into how your team was generated in terms of your roster. Was there like a backroom person who was doing some scouting? Was it like you or someone else who got the team together? How did Alcadzia happen?
Okay, so basically, I got like a DM from my manager. That is my manager now. He told me that they are looking for a coach actually at the beginning for a team. So I wanted to join
I'll
as a
catch
coach,
up with you,
and
chat,
then
after
the
the
team didn't
interview.
want
Give me a
to
sec.
join the team. So he asked me, "Do you want to do like a team? You can play and etc." So I was like, "Okay, I'm just gonna find people to play with," and I just like took like the good teams, like good people to play in the team. Like I just like picked up them one by one. Like Lindstrom was a bit like Lindstrom, for example, and Tilt were a bit a no-brainer for me because Tilt is like a guy I played with like since a while ago and he's really good, and Lindstrom was a sub in VP with me, so I just like, you know, like just come, like we want to beat VP, so just let's do it together and let's go. And then yeah, I just picked up the other teammates on the way.
So you guys are now, in theory, one series away from qualifying for the playoffs. Are there any teams you are really looking forward to play against? You mentioned you have some people who used to sub for VP. Would you like a rematch versus a matchup versus them, or is there anyone in particular you would really like to play against?
I don't think that's right.
So yes, like VP is like a team I really wanna beat because it's like Nevix, CP are like my friends. So like we played a lot of other games together and stuff like that. And
I don't know if I've misunderstood the format, but I don't think that's right.
In the other season, so yeah, for
I think
sure.
it's
I
only
beat
the
them. I was a bit
finalists that
sad
go
that they
through the
lost
playoffs,
yesterday.
no?
Actually, when I was watching, I was kind of sad. But yeah, it's fine. We'll take the second one, I hope.
Word on the street is that you guys learn a huge amount from scrims every time you do them. But some teams are a little bit like, I don't know if I want to scrim Alcadzia because they're going to get so much better from it. In terms of like a percentage of power, like to 100% power of Alcadzia to like you're currently seeing it like 50%. How far along like the potential of Alcadzia do you think you guys are?
Okay. That's a good question actually, because like most of us, at least
I love
me,
a paella, by the way.
I think most of us actually don't have like a competitive like experience in any of the game. Like I was just like, for me personally, I'm just like, okay, I'm like good at games. I just play them and that's it. Like this is the first game I go pro on, so I get like a lot of concept and stuff that I'm being taught about by my coach Myrick, that is doing a great job by the way. That is just like teaching me stuff that I just weren't thinking about, but just makes so much sense, that just unlock us. Like actually when we started, like I'm gonna say something, but like doing turns, it's stupid, but it's like it's so good. I don't know, just like this basic concept. After that we were like rolling a lot of teams for some reason, so I don't know, it's just that kind of stuff. I think we have a lot of like potential, honestly.
So with that reputation and that potential, we've already talked about it, you're going up against Team Peps next. Do you have anything to say to the audience, or in particular to Team Peps, or to your previous opponents, Fire Strays? The floor is yours.
Okay, I mean for Fire Strays, I think they played good. I kind of like that Jeff comp, but I don't know if it works really. But I think they were like,
We haven't seen
they
it
are playing
work.
good honestly, because
Right.
they had an issue when they wanted to qualify for Ignite. They had to like reform the roster a little bit, so it was a bit weird for them. I think they didn't have a lot of like time to do stuff. I think for Team Peps, well, like there's a lot of French people in that team, and I'm French too, and it's like they're a bit my friends too, you know. So I mean, I think we will beat them. I know they're watching right now.
It's gonna be a good game. I think Alki
Derpy,
Peps is gonna
don't
be a
forget,
good
bro.
series.
I'm watching you.
Amazing.
Alright, we'll let
Thank
them,
you,
let
Healers.
them finish there. Right, let me catch up with you all. What nerf do you think they need to give Mag? Burst damage. Yeah, exactly what Yanni said. I think either like lower the damage slightly or lower the stun time after the right click. Because he just, I mean, he does everything is the problem. He can get picks. He's an insane tank soaker, an insane frontline tank. Can maneuver around to get these random pickoffs. has an ult that just is one of the very few ults that can deal with a lot of what is being put at you. So support ultimate, stuff like that as well. So I think he just does too much of everything. So they need to lower one aspect of it. So probably the burst damage is the way to do that. Yeah, I don't agree with what he said. He said that they go through if they win this game. That's not true. It's only the finalists that go through to the playoffs. Wait, it says top 4 teams from each group. Top 4 teams? So the 2 finalists and then... So Insomnia and Rad are guaranteed to go playoffs. Is that what I'm understanding? Then... So whoever's in the lower bracket and upper bracket finals, these are all guaranteed to go through. Oh, I see. Yeah, because it's... Sorry, I misunderstood. Yeah, so because it's 8 teams, 4 from Group A, 4 from Group B. So it'll be both upper bracket and lower bracket finalists go through. Okay, got it. Sorry. Hi, Jamie. So yeah, he was wrong. Not to call him out at all. He was wrong. They need to beat Peps and beat whoever's in the lower bracket semis, which, if it's Virtus Pro, is a tough ask. But good start. Yeah, my mum makes a lot of paella. But she makes it with prawns, so she usually makes me like a separate batch without fish in. Because she's very kind like that. Managed to get back to Sally 3. Nice, Kel, nice. I'll be honest, my games have been much, much worse. So I think I am back in Diamond 1 right now. Because I lost like 13 out of the last 15 games. And we're probably not going to be playing for a little while. Unless, if the games go really long today and I don't have much time in between, like if we finish quite late here, I might stay on and play some games rather than take a break, but we'll see how I feel. How you doing, Jamie? What are your thoughts on today's games? We've only had 1 series, but yeah, LQ look good. FYR out. I think we're seeing this Jeff Storm combo not really doing very well and quite easy to kind of play around. So I think teams are probably going to move away from that. Because also just like strategically, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. Strategically, a res comp works really well into that. So unless you're willing to ban out the res comp to do it, I think there is a pretty ready-made... There's a pretty ready-made strat that just perfectly deals with it, you know? Yes, for money in draft. No worries, Liz. Yeah, so top 4. So it's top 4 that go through. So BBP and Zero are guaranteed to make playoffs. And Rad and Insomnia are guaranteed to make playoffs as well. Already. Yeah, I should have just looked at this, Nick. You should have just looked at this, you donkey. Yeah. Loading up a few quick play games to try a few new heroes. Yeah, I think we're gonna do some like trying some new heroes when we get back to playing Rivals. We are doing this for 3 weeks. But don't worry, I am still throwing in a Claire Obscure stream. Because I know a lot of people either don't like Rivals or don't like the esports side of it. So I am throwing in 1 Claire Obscure stream a week on a Wednesday. For the next 3 weeks, and then we'll be doing tourney stuff for the rest of it, for the time being. So the timing works out pretty well for me, to be honest, because I haven't really been enjoying 2.5 that much. And I was going to take a break from playing Rivals anyway. So this kind of just does that. I've been playing a lot less Bucky. I've converted into just playing Amer. Yeah, Emma's my go-to tank at the moment. Because Mag is just really boring. I know Mag's really good. He's just super boring. You should do open lobbies. Yeah, we do. I mean, we do community games. We usually do them once a week or once every 2 weeks. We're just not going to be able to do them for a few weeks because obviously I'm pretty tied up with this. This is Thursday to Sunday for like 12 to 14 hours each day. So it is like, it is a lot for me to do. So it's hard for me to find any time to keep up with everything else on top of it while this is happening. But I hope you guys are enjoying it. I am enjoying doing the watch parties. I'm enjoying learning quite a lot, learning about the teams, learning about the pro scene, learning about the high echelons of play. It's been a good experience. And I get to flex my casting muscles as well, you know? I get to practice and flex a little bit, so I've been enjoying it. I do love esports, but I've been quite busy, distracted. Oh, you've been playing Astroneer. Cool. Isn't Pro League today? Lena was saying that Pro League, is it starting today or something? Or it's just on today? I assume you're going to be watching that, Luz? I like the flexibility with the play styles. You can play with Emma. Yeah, she's I think for me she is yeah, she can just offer you a lot. She can do pretty okay into the flyers. Her ultimate it tends to be more zoning than anything else. But can be used really well in combination with others. And she's just a good kind of oppressive frontliner. That can also output a pretty crazy amount of pressure and damage. Do the loser of Peps and Alquad play against losers of VP? Dusty. So this is how it looks right now. So depending on what happens, so the winner of Dusty or Yoink plays VP. This is full elimination. So anything lower bracket is elimination. So FYR are out. The loser of this game, Dusty Yoink, goes out. The loser of Virtus Pro and whoever goes out, etc., etc. It's only upper bracket that then get a second shot, which is why double elim is way better if you're in the upper bracket, right? Hi, Dingleberry. All jokes aside, I went to the Red Sox versus Yankees drunk all day in Boston, and in my years of being an adult, I've never wet the bed until this morning. I feel like roadkill and smell like
I'm here.
And baby
You
shit.
can all calm
Thank you
down
very
now.
much for subscribing. Wait, what the fuck is that? I'd really appreciate it. Okay, bye.
I do have a sister, but she just got engaged. And is about to be married next year, so I think that's probably a no-go. Yeah. I hope you had fun at the game yesterday, though. Hello. Thank you for the 49 months, dude. How you getting on? I don't want to watch, but make plans to play games. That's all good. How you doing, buddy? I'm alive. Me too. Me too. I don't know if you can see this behind me. Boga's chatting a lot. There's a lot of the pros in this Twitch chat right now. I'm saying there's probably zero chance, but Especially if that's your lead-in story. Hey, I just wet myself. Ladies. Thank you for the 49 months, dude. I appreciate it a lot. Cool. Next game, OG Seed versus 0%. OG Seed did not look great in game 1 in their first series. So I'm going to imagine, I feel like 0% could absolutely walk this. But we'll see. We'll see. Finzy Bogan Line Pro been chatting. Oh, in the chat. I'm not talking about the tile story. We're not doing it. Give me 1 sec. I'm just checking on something. Yeah, I think the tournament has been super smooth so far. But I really wish they'd fix the quality of the games. Like, because the quality of the video right now is great, right? It's perfect. But however they're doing the observing, the in-game quality is pretty poor. And I don't know if anyone else is getting that as well. But it makes it a little bit irritating to watch. I don't know if it's something they can fix or it's just the method in which they're doing it. But I don't want to overstep, you know what I mean? You know, tell story when we're trying to be professional base stream casters. I mean, I'm not like being uber professional, to be honest, at the moment. That'll be more next week when Robbie jumps on stream with me and we do some like proper casting. At the moment, it's just more like chill watch party vibes and like a bit of commentating, you know, over the top. But unless it's like a crazy sweat game, which we've had a couple of like just really epic series that have just been insane to watch. But for the most part, I think it's also just nicer, right? Just for like more chill vibes for the most part. And my voice will not last if I have to do 8 BO3s in a day, solo casting. That's potentially 24 full games in a day. That ain't happening. So it's also just for my own sanity, you know. But yeah, Robbie, hopefully Robbie will be joining us for some of the games, some of the finals and stuff next week. And I can show you what we do. We're just because we're starting a new channel together with the casting. We're just deciding on names and stuff at the moment, and our brand and
that is so
how we want to come across with it.
There's still Magneto and other options.
Strange save. Oh my god, we're getting spicy already. I love it.
Okay, then I guess goodbye Magneto. Take that off the board, and they could even protect.
That's great. We have not seen that in a single series so far, by the way.
Pro gamer move. Pro gamer move.
It's interesting. It spices it up a little. If we get a Thor, I swear to God, I will do nothing but cheer for 0% because we've not had a single Thor this tournament. And if they are willing to bring this out and not bait me, I will support them to the ends of the earth.
These other Vanguards are being banned away. 0% just with a little bit of a different targeting here, and Wolverine taken out as well.
Makes sense. If you're prioing Strange, it makes sense to take out the Wolf. Did they ban the Cloak here maybe, or do they prio the Punisher?
Well,
I'm not going to say I don't trust Line Pro.
I'm guessing they're going to save Luna here then.
It's a bit weird, fella.
Well, and then do you ban the Punisher on the other side, or do you ban like a torch? What are you scared of?
I guess if you can make them use a ban on both Amer and Magneto, then you get.
Oh, yeah, okay. It's a C-door, so it does make sense to ban Cap.
There's going to be a lot of
We
weight
did
on
see
Legacy
in their
shoulders here.
games that a
Protector
C-door
Doctor Strange, who rarely
just
catches a ban,
fucking
is a
smurfed
big
on Cap.
investment.
He very
Legacy
nearly
needs
solo
to
won
make
it just
good
by
on
playing
being
Cap,
a
so
Captain America
it does
carry.
make sense to ban that Cap
With the
away.
Captain America being banned away by 0% against OGC.
Do not get baited by
Tactical
these
is looking
picks right
for Doctor
now.
Strange of their own, which
Do
they
not
did
get baited by
have
these
to
picks
protect.
right now.
It was just available to them, as it's not usually a target ban. So this is definitely some kind of preference-based
You just need to
situation.
practice
0%
lead them
are looking
windpipes. I've been
at a
drinking so much
triple
juice, it's
strategic
ridiculous to
composition.
try and
Adam
stay
is at least being
hydrated.
hovered here on Krakoa.
And Krakoa,
Yeah, it's a
we
new
always
ban
start off on
system, Kel,
domination.
that
This
they've
time it's going to
introduced
be
for this
Krakoa,
tournament, so it's
where our
not like
teams will
ranked.
wet their whistles for combat.
Hi, Tommy.
Question is,
What happens is
the
it is
Doctor Strange
different
gonna
for
be
each team.
hyper-valuable? Like,
So what
I
you
haven't seen
ban
Doctor
is
Strange
not
protected
banned
forever.
for you.
He's a
It's not
strong
like
hero.
ranked. It doesn't
Don't
ban
get
it
me
for
wrong,
both.
often gonna
You
be-
only
he's-
ban
he's
for
kind of
the
the
other
strongest of
team,
those who are
and then
left
you
over,
protect
you
for
know,
yourself.
after-
So that's why you will see like a
after the Magneto
double.
and the Emma
That's why you
get
see like an
banned
Emma
out.
ban into an Emma protect,
Makes sense
right?
that you would prioritize banning the Emma though, and
because
not
then
the
you ban it
Magneto,
for them,
given
but
that
you
Emma
save
can
it for
just grab
yourself.
Doctor Strange through his shield and
So it
really
creates
put
some
him in a
really
more
unique.
vulnerable
I like it a
position.
lot. It's really cool.
Is this
It
is
creates
this
these
Arcane
like really
Order? Arcane
interesting
Barrage
dynamics
is-
between the
hold
teams.
up. Okay, well, this is gonna get weird.
Because
And
maybe you
0%,
ban
they might be
something
channeling the
for them, but
spirit
then
of
you keep it
Schmungus
for
here to
yourself,
just
you
make
know?
OGC confused
And
and
it creates
panicked.
this really cool variation.
And
So.
remember, it's Schmuckers who did take OGC down to the lower bracket.
Yo,
Early
let's
forces
talk
to take
about
more aggressive positioning, but it's
the
high
strange
ground for OGC
Scarlet
as they
Witch
control
here.
over Hawkeye,
We
making
do
the
see
most
a
of that
Hawkeye,
Luna
so they're
Stone
going for
team up, gonna
full
be forced on
poke,
lockdown,
which is
which
kind
can
of weird
prevent
on this
portals
map, I
later in
think.
the game if you
There
give
is a
it
lot of
target.
high ground, so I kind of understand why they're
against
going
the
for it.
portal, very valuable. Abu, who
Huge from the
already
Wolby, though.
grabs, however,
Kind of
that
loses him,
extended pass with the rocket jump does mean it's easy to
but
try and
still
grab
enough
away. The
damage.
Wolverine still
But
in position where
KQ
there's
could be
nothing to be
really
done. Will fall
dangerous
down
on
to
this
Myra's
Hawkeye.
chaos control thereafter.
Oh my
Still,
god, yeah, here we go,
is just
smurfing
freely
it.
spamming away with these
This could be
arrows. The
huge.
strongest Avenger
We have not really
continues their
seen,
reign
we've
of
seen
terror.
Hawkeye maybe twice in this tournament
Best
so
win
far.
rate in the MCU is
It
the
looked pretty
Hawkeye.
shit
They
in
are
one game, and it
locked
looked pretty good in
here,
another.
able to take
But there's
control,
not
clean
really much
out the
prio
attackers, and 0% are forced to
Hawkeye
regroup
at
and
all.
prepare for their
People have been
second
taking the hella over
assault
the
here.
Hawkeye. But you do have
Inspired
this
by
Luna
Craggy.
combo.
And
So
you managed to get one
if
of
you
the
can
only
pull it off,
frags
we've seen some
of
nasty
0% in
plays
that fight.
using the
Still,
ice
if you
arrow
do
into
not
an
account for
instant
KQ's
headshot.
position, he will destroy you. The hunter sight is
So I
almost ready as
wonder
well, by the
if
way.
this
One of the
is
fastest
Oni's
ultimates
job to try and
generated
get
in the
on them
lobby.
and disrupt
Six also matching
that
here.
Hawkeye.
Very season zero
Or whether they're
looking,
just going to try and tank
looking
burst and
composition
then
from
roll over the
OGC.
fight.
Seems to be working out
Which looks
pretty
like
well so
they're
far.
going to try and
Dodging
tank
the
burst and
incoming
roll over the
Wolverine
fight with
news.
this
Abu
Wolverine.
will survive a while
They
longer,
do
but
get
Hachiko
Hachi. Frost
not
gets
so
the
lucky.
mag as well, which is nice, but
Sixers on the
KQ is
flank, trying
popping.
to turn around, going in for
Here goes the
Giannis.
ult. They do have a Hawkeye ult as well.
Takedown
Nice block from the Strange, but I don't think it's going to be enough. They get lineup. Name does have the ult, but I think you just call it and reset here. This poke up is actually looking real good. KQ's going fucking bananas. Shit, KQ's making this Hawkeye look good.
You're just on such a timer.
How can you wear a cardigan
Oh my
in hot
goodness,
weather?
KQ 8-0 right now. 6 final.
Because I'm fat and I don't want to wear
Oh boy.
just my
When
vest.
you're going up against a Hawkeye this good,
But also
you
I've got
are on
aircon and a fan
such
on
a timer during your
to help.
fights, because if you wait long enough,
It's a very
KQ
thin
is
cardigan,
gonna
which is why I'm
find one of
wearing
those
it.
headshots and deliver a frag.
They're going to try and take this room.
Lots
Lots of ults. Full 6 ults on 0, though. They're going to need to use it. Tries to go in the back, Hachi. Gets snapped, though. Terrible from Abu. Man, it hits the wall on that one. This might be what Zero needs to get in the fight. Abu goes down. KQ, though. This could be huge. He's got the ult. Luna is protecting him. Can he burst through her, though?
Quick freeze coming through from that Luna Snow team. KQ falling
There
low.
goes the invis on the other side. I know what. Oh, it does actually get the Luna with that. KQ's going bananas, though. Oh, this Hawkeye is a problem.
Cosplay, but I guess it's more of a Hawkeye.
Oh,
cosplay
not Legolas. Fuck me.
OGC leverage the Hawkeye to
Hawkeye's a
value.
problem, dude.
Frost was able to touch the point that will give
As
him the
he does
latest
switch
hit,
to the
or
hold,
use the
probably
hold
to try and hit
jump
point, but I
in
don't think he's
for
going to
the
get there.
quick rollout. There's a Frost
Damn,
shot to try and
OG
pose them
Seed
in
making a
slow down the
statement game in
approach,
game
and that
one
will
in
be
point
OG
one.
Seed
Holy.
taking round number 1 1 on Krakoa.
Okay.
Okay, I wasn't a KQ head. I might be being converted.
We didn't see really anything from OG Seed in the first series, so I'm ready to be surprised.
Yeah, I'm starting to be a believer.
14 and 0.
You know, 14 and 0.
Holy shit.
Boohoo, unfortunately, it is a bit of a boohoo moment as they are tanking a
managed to
huge
convince
amount of
myself
the
that wearing a
aggression
hoodie was a
coming
good idea
through
today.
from the Wolverine. But you know what? That's a dutiful Vanguard right there. Don't
Oh,
worry.
if it's like
shall
20,
lay
I will
down on the
sometimes wear
puddle
like
so that you
a
can
jacket or
cross
something.
Unmarred.
And Hachiko has just been filling out everything else. We already talked about how
What do you
Wolverine is so
change?
good against the Doctor Strange, but Abu has been the one eating.
I mean,
a
do you
lot
go
of these
full
shots.
dive and
Looks
just
like
try and
they
get
are
onto these
potentially
pokers,
starting
leave
on
the tanks
Hulk
alone
this
and
time,
just full
sticking
dive
with
them?
those last
Which is
second
what I
hits
think they
for a
might try and
potential
do here
launch
with
that,
Frost and
that
Seador.
Wolverine
I think the
onto
Hulk
point
and the
early,
Wolvie are
goes
just
for
going
that
to double
quick pickup.
dive, maybe.
I mean,
But then surely you want to use the Wolverine to pin off the tanks. Part of the problem is as soon as Wolverine snaps on these tanks,
maybe there's a world where you can be thrown on top of the
KQ
Hawkeye
is doing a really good job
and
of
just
just
grip him into your
nailing
team. You
Frost
Reality
every
Erasure
time, so you
is
can't
available.
actually finish
no,
the
they're
kill.
playing for the Unbreakable Guard on the Reality Erasure.
As an early Hela roll,
So blind, Tetcher.
It's a big ability, but it needs to be protected.
I think that was too
on the
early
side.
to
Any
pop it.
extra
They've still got
shielding
time
is
to
going be
contest
huge,
this
but with
point
that
if they
Nico
want
ban
it.
out, it is the Hulk
There we
they
go.
use.
I
They
think
now have
Hela
the
got a
ability
little
to
bit
throw the
trigger happy
Wolverine,
on that one.
protect that Scarlet Witch because they've held onto this ultimate for the entirety
Look
of
at
last
KQ's
round,
positioning,
and now
though.
the beginning of this one. Here it comes, and there it goes.
Oh. Yeah.
I love what they're doing. I don't know
Flash
if
in
you
the
noticed
pan.
what they
Rarest
did
of
there.
stakes. Some might call it raw.
KQ is sat with
0%,
both supports on that
both
back line.
cooking and cooked.
So around that back side
I
of the
imagine we'll maybe
point
see
near the
a little
pillars,
swap here.
KQ is
I
just
think you're
sat both
probably right.
both
No,
Nils
Onero
and
is gonna
Laps
be
are
moving over
both
to the
sat with
Psylocke,
KQ,
deciding that the Scarlet Witch
with the
is
understanding that if they get dove on, KQ can just sword them
damage to try and
away
take out the
temporarily.
Question mark emojis
And if
right
they
now, Tetra,
try
I'm not
and
gonna lie to
burst
you.
KQ down, the supports are going to pocket him.
But I do agree
because
that
he's
having
going to be the one
something
doing all the
else
work.
to combo for
And
that
just like
extra
an
burst
immediate,
damage
this
to
Hawkeye is
KQ.
looking
Wolverine
really solid.
tries to get onto Hachiko, but they will back away.
Zero have no answer for this whatsoever.
I need a screenshot of the hilarity of Wolverine.
Oh my
requesting a
god, they're
throw,
getting
looking at
absolutely
the puny
run
bit.
over. Frost needs to swap off this Wolverine. It's not working. There we go. They swapped
what
to
if
the
they use
Bucky.
grenade bounce
And I like
in
the
future
Psylocke
seasons?
switch as well. They need a way to get on this back line. And it looks like this is going to be Oni's job. Get on this Hawkeye and try and burst him the fuck down.
Now you're thinking with Gamma. All right, they're gonna be
5
setting up
ults,
right now,
though, for
0%.
OGC.
Looking for the opening. Frost Mountain has brought out the
This is a
Winter
really
Soldier
tough fight to
try
take.
and go for some
Only the
quick
cloak
pickups
ults to
as
keep them
well.
up.
boy,
Oh, and a
instantly
lovely
dropping on
attempt with the
down.
Agamotto.
The
6
unbreakable
already
guard
gets
from Hulk is
Oni,
at
though.
just the perfect time, but Oniro's been caught elsewhere, coming through. with
He's
the
already
meteor
down.
trying to shut down this cloak and
Damn,
dagger ultimate.
OG
He does
Seed
actually
are
keep
looking
moving
really
onto the
solid.
point with it. So 0% just do not have the sustainability on the objective where they need it the most. And guess what? Both 6 and KQ still
Wow,
have
they have come
everything
to
they need
play
try and roll this
today.
one back. Missed their teleport at extra occasion, so it's just going to be a back pedal for now. A
Dude,
well-placed shot onto
KQ
Oniro
is
means KQ
absolutely
continues to
dominating this lobby.
dominate. And a turnaround
Lovely
lady coming
push.
through with
Lovely
Veloso.
push.
Greedy Nils overwhelmed by the
LG
Kraken
gets
impact,
no
reaching
value from that
cutting
ult.
threshold,
6 is
puts
on the
them down
backside.
below the Rubicon. 6 from the back, though, has a
Frost
nice angle.
jumps
Oh,
off the
never
map.
mind, it's actually a nice angle.
Then we're gonna
Just
die
Frost
to Hela
watch as
anyway.
the remainder of the team fight elsewhere. Name forced
Linebrook
into
does
cover
finally
by
get the
those
Hawkeye,
Nest
though. That
Storm
might be what they
waters
need.
raining down from above, but Legacy
Line
means
is
that they
too
are
far
out of
away, though,
range
to
of
heal
the
these tanks
strategist, so
up.
that there's no support to be given.
Oh, Name gets 6, though.
Wins out against 6.
Oh, that's
a little bit
big.
embarrassing, thanks to our observers for getting a frag of their own in the midst of all this. And 0%,
Not enough.
they're nowhere
Yo,
near the point. Do
OG
not let them
Seed
That is
just
going to be
stomped game
number
1.
going to OG Seed, 0%
Like,
swap
that
to
wasn't even
Spider-Man
fucking
even
close.
to just get people
Hi,
onto
Picasso.
that objective, but they weren't able to stay there. weren't
That
able to
was not
hold
even
as
fucking
OG
close.
Seed take the lead in this lower bracket.
They
are
just
one
made
game away
Hawkeye
from
look
moving on
ridiculous.
to those lower bracket quarterfinals.
Here you see that Galactic fan. You can get that right now. From a
21
616
and
roll.
1
Nice.
in an exceptionally fast.
Buy our stuff.
Who could be like
Game.
KQ and get that MVP 21.
I mean, look at
and
6s, though. I mean,
140
let's talk about the
by
Hela
Max.
as well, though,
2.8K
right?
damage
These
taken.
two
Yeah, I think
DPS
KQ's
just
getting kicked from the
rolled
team,
it.
honestly. That's
Rolled
feeding.
it. 19-0 on the invis.
Exactly. Report for feed. But just look at these.
It's so much damage.
Tested in the backline, doing huge damage, and still in the massive throngs of people finding the
It's quite
isolations,
an interesting
finding the
answer
pickups,
to a
and able
Groot,
to
isn't
pick their
it?
targets when
We've
they
seen
need
Groot
to.
be a
Frost
massive
Mountain had a
problem
lovely
in
time trying to
this
focus
tournament
onto
so
a
far for
Boo-Boo,
teams to
but they
handle.
just could not get past
The
them.
Hawkeye's quite an interesting answer into it because
Yeah,
I feel
but
like
who just tanked all of the damage, unfortunately.
you
Like,
can just, I mean, yeah, the walls can be super annoying
there's a
for you
little
to
bit
get
of
the
comedy to the
angles,
sadness,
but you
unfortunately. We're
can
like,
just
well,
burst
he's
them
doing his
really
iron
fast.
giant, you know?
If you hit. It's quite easy to hit as well. He's a big target, right?
Who did manage to shut down a Nairo's ultimate as well for the ultimate sadness of the Scarlet Witch, even with the recently added
Yeah, I mean,
overhealth to
Zero
try and
just
stop
had
up
no
reality.
showing
Rage was
at
not
all.
enough to try and stand up to the combined
So the
force
question
of
is for
OGC.
game
You know what,
2,
OG?
do you ban the
I might have
Hawkeye
been a
or do you
hater,
just
but,
ban the
I'm
Luna and
starting
hope
to
that they're
believe.
not going to want to take the Hawkeye?
They're
Do you
starting
even
to
ban the
believe
Hela?
themselves. They take that
Like,
game. They are now one game away from moving
I think they're
on
in a.
in
I
the
think Zero in a
bracket
little bit of a
against
dire
team with
straits
such
here.
pedigree as 0% who need to
Because
find
if
an
you
adjustment. We had
use
a
bans on the
more
Hawkeye
creative
Hela,
ban
then you're
phase,
leaving the
with
supports
these
open.
advanced draft formats
So
with
they
that
might
Doctor
just
Strange
play
so
Loki.
they could have that magic
And I
team
feel
up.
like
But just
Loki
trying
is
to
a
force
massive
the
problem
ban
if you leave it
onto the
open,
Scarlet Witch, perhaps
which is why
that
it's
was the
been pretty
direction they
consistently
chose to
banned.
go.
It was a weird
Or
direction.
do
It was
you
an
sack the
experimental
tanks? Do
direction.
you let
know
them
what?
have
I'm
Mag
never gonna
Emma
begrudge a
maybe?
team for trying to play the game in a new and different way because that's how metas are discovered. But
And
we're gonna
use those
discover
bans
if
for the
0% have
DPS
a
instead.
backup plan right after this break.
Yeah, that was a fucking fast game. Yo, this might be a real fast day today in these lower brackets. It's looking a little stompy so far. How you doing, Picasso? What are you getting up to today, Hollow? I feel like they stayed on Wolvie too long as well. I think they should have. I feel like they should have given up on that a little earlier. We have seen Wolverine be super dominant though. Yeah, it was a good cat ban. I wonder if they want to set like maybe maybe that's a good thought, Yanni. Maybe the solution is to just instead of saving the strange first, you save the cap in the first two because then you can just kind of run at this Hawkeye, right? And that's the solution. Just pressure the Hawkeye by just bullying him the whole time. Rather than, because I feel like Hulk is too much of a target to just sit there and take it. Whereas Cap, you can go in and out. You can use the shield to deflect as well. You can pretty consistently get on top of the Hawkeye, even if he uses his deflect. So that might be a really good solution, to be honest. And I feel like Isidore felt really uncomfortable off the Cap. Just playing some games. What games are you on at the moment? Venom can do okay. I feel like the Venom, you don't have as consistent ways to get on top of him. Because, you know, if you jump in as Venom, for example, you use the dive, you get on top of him. Hawkeye deflects you, then jumps backwards. He then just pummels you for like, what, 10 seconds until 5 seconds until your cooldown comes back on, and he gets a good few headshots. You may be able to survive through it, but he's also being pocketed by the healers. Whereas a Cap, you jump on him, he uses the deflect, you can just immediately jump back on him, right? Because there's no cooldown on that. But you could maybe deal with the supports instead. It depends. They might not even play the Hawkeye again. This is the point. I mean, I think this is why Zero in a bit of a bad spot. Because even if you direct counter the Hawkeye, assuming that they're going to go into that because it was so strong, they could just easily switch up comps if they feel like doing something different, right? They might switch and bait you with a res comp because you've been so focused on trying to deal with the Hela Hawkeye poke. They might throw in a fucking Human Torch, which you're not prepared for. You know? I think this is a draft problem that you come into when you've been kind of rolled that badly in the first game in a BO3. It makes the second game really difficult to figure out what you should do in it, you know? But let's see. I mean, this is the mark of a good team. Can you adapt? Can you figure out a strat to come back? Sorry, Lise. I kind of read that comment and then I just didn't register it. OGC got planted. Good work. Great work. Sorry. Maybe this is what Law meant yesterday when she said that I don't read chat properly. Do you guys think I read chat well, or am I really bad at reading chat these days? I've always felt like I'm really good at reading messages and responding to you guys, but maybe I've just got really, like, significantly worse recently. Because I always thought I did really well, but I get, like, I don't know. Maybe I end up skipping a lot accidentally. Because sometimes you guys will, like, be talking amongst yourselves, right? So I won't respond to those messages because it's you guys just talking to yourself, right? Shit. Maybe that's something I need to work on then. I always thought I was really good at responding to chat. Or maybe I'm not. Something I'll work on. Yeah, I mean, if you change your color, that's your own fault, Jazz. Depends how locked in you are. Oh, yeah, but I mean, like, during the game, that's understandable,
OGC,
right? If I'm in the middle of a rivals
and
game.
They are, in fact, so far not going to protect
Or,
it.
like,
They're going to protect
casting, for
Magneto.
example.
And 0% say, absolutely not. No, not again.
But I just mean, like, in general.
Yeah, they're going to pull the pro game.
Oh, I know I don't
Magneto
get
for
context.
themselves. You're going to have a Magneto mirror match. Very rare here in EMEA. Usually it's for Emma Mirror.
I'm useless at reading
for
messages in
OGC,
the right context.
Now what do you do?
That I know.
Do we get rid of Legacy's Doctor Strange?
Okay, so they're going back to the standard.
Magneto player as well.
Saving the mag, banning Emma.
Down the classic route of
Luna,
rid of
Loki bans.
and Luna, I imagine.
Do they ban a DPS
This
here?
would be the assumption.
Do they ban the
Especially
Hawkeye?
with
This is the question. Do they ban
having
it?
Onero
Do they
being
ban
the
the cap
Captain
on the flip
America
side?
player, which is so far slipping through the ban phase.
They're
That
going for the
counter
Loki.
Luna
They're going to let
will
them
be
have the
taken
Hawkeye if
away.
they want
no
it.
Lokis, no Luna, sticking with the
Save
fact
the
that
cap?
they are statistically the most banned characters.
Or do you save, like, a
Loki,
cloak?
before today's games was banned 45
Because if you don't save the cloak, you might be forced into a res
times,
comp.
every single game, and Luna 42 times.
They're
just
gonna
a
save
little
the
bit
cap.
behind. And there is that
I
Captain
like
America
it.
Protect.
I like it. I like
Alright,
it. I
both
like it.
protects used
I like
on
it.
Vanguards here. 0% making
Yeah,
sure
I like
their
it.
options
It feels like you
open,
don't
and
then
making
have
sure
to,
that there
like,
is gonna be
direct
no
ban
compatriots
KQ.
for Captain America
You
in the
can
back
maybe
line.
just
Previously
try
it
and
was
deal with
Jeff.
it with the cap.
Now it's Psylocke, who's usually going to be stomping around in the back with the captain themselves. And
Do they
we're just going to make
save-
sure the captain feels a little bit more lonely.
Do they
back
save
there.
the Hawkeye? Because they could still ban the
Final
Hawkeye if they
protection
want.
Here, not going to protect their own Captain America by the looks of it. Looking at that Punisher that has slipped out. It was
Hi,
banned quite
Alexia.
early last time, by 0%.
The
This
ban
time,
system is a
OGC
little
will
bit
just make
different. I'll
sure it's
explain
not
it in a
gonna
moment
slip
for you.
through At the end, it will be
even though it's me
Storm,
rambling.
who is the final target.
Okay. That's good to know,
Okay,
Jimmy.
maybe
Thank
trying
you.
to deal with
So,
a
the ban
preemptive
system for this
either Jeff
tournament is a little bit different. It's
or
not like
storm
ranked.
boosted Punisher,
You
given
ban
the
for
protector
the
that came through
opposite
from
team, but not for
OGC.
yourself.
6 is,
So, for
is a
example,
noted
if you
aimer,
ban
so
Emma
no
Frost,
concerns about the
you
Punisher
can still
coming
play
through
Emma Frost,
here.
you just
Both
ban it
teams
for the
have
opposite
themselves
team.
their Magnetos.
And then the
Hopefully
shield
this time
ones
Abu, who's
that you
going to be able to
see
play the game.
here are like the
We'll
protect.
see if 0% allow
So you can
for
protect
that
a hero
after
so that they
Frost
can't ban
Mountain
it from
is
you.
kind of a bit of a
So you get 4 bans, 2
Human Torch
protects.
version, as far as I'm aware, was kind of
So it's like a
Human Torch
dynamic
player
way
before
to
Human
like
Torch
save
got
the
his
heroes
buff
you really
before it
want
became
and ban out the
permabanned.
heroes that you know
And
they
there's
want to
also
play.
been branching out into the Wolverine, so a lot of fear for the Vanguards.
We are heading to
I think we've also been
Midtown.
talking
This is the
amongst
map
each
where we
other
started
more,
to
so
see
it's harder to
these
find stuff to
massive
react to.
containments, and we did see 0%
Yeah, maybe
at
that.
the early parts of this hover. This may just be for armor, but they
It's quite
were
humbling, though.
hovering
I always
onto
thought I
the
was really
Penny
good at responding
and
to you guys. I thought that
Rocket.
was
They
one of
might be
my,
trying to go for this
that
big
was one of my big
containment at
strengths,
point
but,
number
maybe not.
1. Will OGC be able to deal with that, as it's not something they've had to go up against yet?
Hopefully OG.
All right,
been,
Midtown.
watching the
We've
VODs of
seen
other
some
teams dealing with it.
spicy
Moon Knight
games
and
on this
Squirrel
map.
Girl often seem to be common.
No worries,
swaps
Lexi. Welcome in.
For this first point hold. Just putting over
All right, let's
damage into
see
these small
if
and contained areas.
If
That
they
is
can
a
come back
heck
in
of a
this
lockdown
and make
here.
a fight,
They've gone for the triple
Zero.
Vanguard, triple strategist with the rocket.
So if you guys are
propelling.
wondering what the
They
fuck is
even
happening right
brought
now with the
Adam
picks,
in
this
case
is
they
really
do get
common
out
on
of
Midtown.
energy. They do swap
So
out. Squirrel Girls
this is a
coming
really
out.
common
The
strat that
Moon
we've
Knight is
seen
coming out
the
to
past few
try and
days.
just punish
So you play
anyone
Moon
in
Knight and
this
Squirrel
room
Girl
by
on
feeding
offense
into
to
the
just
maximum
fucking
damage
pound
output.
and pound and pound.
Checking on
You
your
try and
local hero
build up
sheet
the
of play,
Moon
maybe
Knight
having a
ult
little
really
bit of a
fast
flashback.
to get an early
Looking at
Moon Knight
3
ult and get the early
strategists
push
and 3
with the
vanguards
Squirrel
here.
Girl as well,
KQ
and you
wraps
just
around
double
these
ult
doors.
and
Still
try and
so
get the early
difficult to
picks
try
to
and
push
dislodge
forward.
players from this.
On the
Sits
defense, you
already
play
almost
triple
has the hand
tank
of Conjurer to
with this
roll
Penny
on down.
rocket
Nice
to hold this
cyber
first
snaring
corner
wave
for
coming
as
through
long as
onto
possible.
that. Maybe trying to take out the Squirrel
And if
Girl.
you can
Oh,
hold it,
accuracy's not
obviously
there
you
for
just
Legacy.
stall them
A
out
little
and
bit
you
of a
just fucking
fumble, not
auto
gonna
win,
lie,
right?
but Hachiko still
So
falls
it's
after
the battle of who
Cosmic
can
is deployed.
either burst.
Several minutes,
So
though,
you see
already
now
holding
both
the
those
first
popped
minute
immediately.
takes down. Here
Moon
comes
Knight
the
with the Squirrel Girl over the
Tsunami
top.
and that
They
fist
get
of
one
Conjure.
pick, but
Amer
it's
will fall,
not
but
good
it's
enough. They
Moon
need
Knight
more.
couldn't use. They'll
They
be
get
right
Frost.
back.
This might
Not
be
so
enough.
lucky for
You're gonna.
Frost Mountain, though,
He's
who
gonna
will
go
get
back
taken
and he's gonna
back
swap
and will
off
have to
Moon
use
Knight right
portal
now.
or use their legs like a
There goes
blade.
the Punisher. They don't need it. They've got the initial picks, but they do come back with a Sea Dog. Gets a nice penny kill. So they might be struggling a little bit here to actually push off it. They got some big ults though. KQ has a big ult with this torch. Hachi with an Agamotto. But this Penny is still fucking around in this little house, making it really difficult to get in there.
Trying to cut off this center area so that they can keep the hold of it, so that they can regroup once everyone is.
And you can see how much time is being shaved off by doing this, right? They've already shaved off 2 minutes on the clock. But it looks like Hachi is going to make it work. Nice Agamotto. And it looks like they're actually going to get the push. So it's close. The revival could have been big.
The name of a game for 0% is not to win, but just to lose slowly. Kill me all you want, I've already won.
Nice kill though from LG. Gets close. Oh, he gets 6 as well. Oh my god, Zero might have held it. Oh shit, they've held it. Okay, Zero. Okay. And they're going to go back and just keep going. They're going to keep going. Look at how ridiculous this is. They've got to find a way around this, OG, or they might get full health.
KQ has been getting some great sieges. We have Meteor
much better than the average.
ready, but other ultimates
I'll take it for now. I'll take it for now.
65% now for KQ on that Supernova, whereas 0%, they're almost at their own Eye of Agamotto.
I'll work on it, chat. I'll work on it.
Abuhu ready to shut something down with a Meteor M, but at a moment's notice could use it to try and
This could be big from Abu. He needs to get one at least. Huge strange block though. Huge strange block. Just got in his face. They're going to try and burn down the rocket ult. There it goes. Nice Agamotto though from Frost. He doesn't get a kill. Really nice heal save. Invis over the top.
You shall not claim our Punisher. And here we go, another big penny ultimate. The value is immense.
Oniro is going to get focused down here, wants to try and stay up, and they do have that cocoon. Isidore was taken out, but it's brought back at the BRB. Oniro is taken out,
quality of the
brought back
stream
with
is
their own
like,
cocoon. 0%
it's fucking awful, dude.
just so sticky, hard to take down. Finally, Line Pro falls. Name's taken out, and it's the final judgment that may prove to be the opening factor, the opening door. It's all about delays now.
No,
Cross Mountain, the person who could have got them back to the point fast, was the latest to fall, meaning 0%. They are going to lose this point number 1 unless someone can rush on in.
Don't think it's going to
nice
be
comeback from
Seems
OG
like
though to take that first point.
Here. But you know what? So much time was burned. I believe that was an overtime take. 2.5 minutes on the clock for second, and second's even harder to take than first. These get progressively more difficult to try and break through. You can see that Hachiko is raising up the shield here to try and make sure those Vanguards who are deeper in cannot receive any heals from the strategist laying behind. Into the back goes Greedy Nils. That's a huge terror cape, by the way. Unreal value. Oniro ready to move on forward with the resurrections. Plenty of players stunned. Name's going to be the primary target. Isidore's going to come on through later. Oh yeah. yes, another penny. Spider Time is ready to go. And now everyone quakes in fear as Spider Time is declared.
This clock is clearly broken. These are too many Spider Times as Isidore rushing through the supernova.
Sorry, guys. I'm letting you just watch it for a sec.
Boundary is holding the line. Oniro is taken down once again. No
while I
Cocoon
just do this,
time.
1 sec.
That invisible boundary keeping OG Seed in this fight. Abu takes out Name, and once again, 0% are ticking down bit by bit. But with 1.5 minutes left, they're portaling back in for hold number, what is this, 6?
Fight number 6, baby. Going into a secret house here with the portal. Wake up, babe. New bunker just dropped. Gonna roll out and try and touch that card to stop it moving. The mission area is once again stalled, and 6 is gonna try and get it moving again. The legacy. Oh, the double onto both labs. This and greedy Nils decided not to try and shut down the Punisher. Instead, utilize the damage coming through from that duelist to punish for strategists who were cowering elsewhere. Heads up, play by legacy.
And that is going to be 0%, cleaning out OG Seed. And that means, guess what? It's setup time. Time to place more mines. Time to place more bionic spider nests. Time to send out cyberweb snares to slow this push. With 40 seconds remaining, 0% are creating attrition for OG Seed to try and push through. But with Wolverine, they're going to try and break it.
Disengaging, slowly giving away that space, trading resources for time on cart. In comes the
sorry, chat. All right, how are we looking? Big Agamotto.
The follow-up is so immense, and now Isidor's gonna
Zero
try to
stuck on this
make
triple
very
tank?
little
What?
healing available. Line Pro sitting at the top, sending out those repair mode balls, but just does
Why is Zero sitting on this triple tank?
Vanguards up.
They are all taken
I
down
think
at
they
the
need a
same
swap.
time, though. We're only
Penny is not going to work on this
halfway through
convoy.
point number 2 as they're making
They
their
saved
way
a cap.
through
What is the
overtime.
Seedor doing?
Meaning that once again, 0% are
Why
gonna
is the
have
Seedor
options
not
to
playing
hold,
this
but
cap?
Great play by Hachiko has decided to try and buy a
What?
little bit more time by closing out 2 of the entrances for the objective, forcing 0% to wrap around, meaning they can't set up here. They're trying to rush in, but the culling turret, the zoning from the Vanguards, and it will be a dive with the Iron Agamotto to
That's okay,
try
thank
and
you.
hold the point. As the card is stopped, it's less than a meter away, but it's gonna be 0% getting pushed out. But the Comic Revival is bringing them all back with the last
Huge
stand
from
to
Abu.
clean them out though, and it's starting to become a numbers game for OG Seed as they push on
Dude,
through.
Zero
One
look bad,
final
man.
judgment,
Zero do not
cleaning
look
them
on
out
point
here.
today at all. I don't know what they're doing. They feel so lost. There's like no coordination at all.
And you pointed out the culling turret in conjunction with that teleport gave over
I don't
so much
know if
space,
it's like
but then
maybe just
we saw
OG
0% having
look
to
really good.
scramble to get onto the
But I don't
objective when
know what
really
0%
their
are
weakest
doing.
with
They
their
look so
commuting. They want to be
lost.
sitting in one place and just saying, no, can't frag us.
0% have finally swapped off of this 3-and-3 lineup. They've brought out the Punisher, they've brought out the Wolverine. They have gone for a classic Captain America Magneto setup.
No worries,
They're gonna
Savage.
try
Much
and
love.
take this
How you
fight a
doing,
little
Law?
bit more standard
He's still
there.
feeling pretty
Iron
shit.
Bulwark to protect against the
Have you heard back
Wolverine,
from the
trying
docs
to
or
go for an
anything?
isolation.
Frost Mountain eating a bunch of poke here, but they need to try and fight early.
I mean, Isidore
This
finally
also
goes
some
onto this
competition,
cap, but it's too
all
little
about
too
just
late. They're
losing
already
slowly in
rooted.
many cases. Isidore already falling, but trades out onto
Frost
Haskell,
does get a nice
bound
pick,
from
but I don't know if
Frost
it's gonna be
Mountain.
enough.
Comes the Meteor M, down onto the strategist,
Nice
perhaps.
fade.
A quick fade away with the cloak, and
The fade was
unfortunately,
really
only
nice
meaty
timing.
targets remain, upon whom you cannot find a one-hit
I mean, they have got them down in timing. Like, you know, it is only 30 seconds left, so they have used a lot of time in the defense. Oh, is Line still alive? Oh my god, gets him just before the health pack. Okay, Abu went kind of crazy.
0% are ticking down one by
Okay, they do
one,
get them
but
down
they
to the
still
bottom
have cap.
time.
They can still delay for at least a little bit to allow the team to respawn, but OG
So it's not the worst, it's still, like, playable.
Triple final judgment for Oniro to give them any chance at a wipe here to hold this point as once again for the 3rd time overtime is ticking
1 for 1.
down, and once again OG Seed are holding as they trade 1 for
Wait,
1.
LG's popping off though.
Last-ditch effort to
LG's
find
getting some really
any
nice picks on this mag.
The shotgun's out, so too is the eye.
Oh, what a fucking shield. What a fucking shield. What?
by courtesy of 6 at the end of this. Onirova next to go on down.
Hey, they're making a fucking fight of it.
To the back line by Frost Mountain and delivered into the Eternal Bond as well. And bonded to the car, bonded to
KQ
the
steps up though.
OG Seed
Hey, they've done a pretty okay job delaying, actually.
They're the oasis in the desert.
I respect
OG
it.
Seed claim the triple in overtime, meaning 0% have to push.
Yeah, we can move on.
The
It's all right.
way. They have maximized their time.
I've just, it's something I'm aware of.
Can they maximize their distance now that they are on attack?
A breath.
Yeah.
A time to recollect. 0% facing elimination
How you getting on,
at the
Law?
hands of OG Seed here.
Apart from feeling shitty.
Line Pro's competitive history made it surprising that he was in this position to even begin with, but to be here against OG Seed is
Maybe,
even
although
more
maybe we could do
uncanny.
something like
But if there's anyone who can rally the troops,
because I think there's a
keep the
way that I
mental
can
on the straight
create
and the
like
narrow, and
or a soundbite or like a
inspire a team to victory.
TTS that only I
Some
hear.
Line Pro.
They've got the experience.
So it could even
Now they
just be
need
like
to
a
get
mod
the
prompt
wins
that
under
you guys could
their
put in,
belt.
and then it will
0%
say something like
are
Nick
already
Rechat in
prepared
my
for a
ears, but
potential
not for
lock-in.
a
They
stream
know
or
that
something like
they
that.
have to get all three.
If
so they're
I'm
expecting OGC
hyper-focusing a
to
little
go
bit too
for
much.
a similar strategy to go for the spawn trap
might be an idea.
essentially. But there is just a standard composition waiting outside for them here. Doctor Strange, Magneto, the classic Season 0 pioneered by Asia frontline.
Okay.
We have the Punisher.
Okay, we
we
swaggle.
have the
Okay.
triple strategist to support the Punisher. They're just going for all in on absorbing damage.
All right,
and
let's see if they can do it.
dropping
Sorry,
some
I
of
was
their
not
own.
really locked in for that game. I apologize, y'all. Let's lock into
It's
this
an
one.
absolutely overwhelming level of damage. 0%
I was just
likely
letting
to
them know
soon
about
see
the,
that they are
about
actually
the stream
playing into
quality.
a 3-2-1, so probably won't stay on 5 strategists for too long. They are actually moving this car. However,
Damn,
KQ
early pick from
easily can track
KQ.
down Isidore. You can't really keep up with the amount of damage that will get pumped out by a single duelist.
So we see
Punisher,
that we
by
see the
way,
Moon Knight strat
with
again,
only
right?
a Mantis
Already
and
got the
Mantis
ult.
players playing
Gets a
literally
pick.
inside the spawn.
Actually gets a pick on
Already
Oni,
out
though.
comes Legacy's ultimate. The hand of Khonshu doesn't grab that much. We would see
Okay,
Abuku just
Isidore and
rolling
LG
through it without a care in the
just
world.
rolled it.
Don't care, didn't ask. Elgod very weak.
Really nice from
And
Zero.
0% now
Really
start
nice.
to move back. They will
And
begin
now
to
they swap it.
onto Line
Where
Pro's
the
still
fuck is
going.
Line Pro going?
I think he
Where
went
the
to
fuck is
hero
Line-
swap, but he didn't deactivate his shift, meaning he
Is-
will actually start further back in the spawn.
That's so funny. He just kept fucking going.
Didn't
Oh my
fix the
God.
braking problem, unfortunately. It happens. But still without a Vanguard, by the way, so 0%.
I mean, they're staying
They
on this
might
Moon
have a
Knight
little bit of trouble
Squirrel.
holding
Maybe
the
because
space.
they've got
Just gonna
Squirrel
rely on
ult, so they don't want to change off it yet.
damage coming
And they
through
want to
from
use it to
Frost
try and win a
Mountain
fight.
here with the Storm.
Frost
Alpha
going with the
Sentry.
Storm.
Lapsus is, of course,
Laps
going to
does
raise
have
up
the
Invisible
invis
Boundary to
ult,
try
but
and deal with
it's
this. Maybe
not
try and isolate 6.
it's not where it
Birds on
needed to
into the
be.
Invisible Boundary to
Frost
staying
gets
power. Frost
gets
Mountain is
nils.
punished for the audacity to
It was a
ultimate
bit too
into
far
OG
forward.
Seed.
But Six is
though,
back
there
on
is
their Hella
no
and popping the
Vanguard,
fuck
there is
off.
No beefiness. While they were able to snipe onto the backline, it is 0% who
Yeah,
are just
LG
too
is
squishy
playing,
to hold. They
very,
burn their
very
ultimates,
well.
And now it's back to a standard composition. Back to the Strange, back to the Magneto. They're even getting Wolverine for some isolation. They have down
I
to
feel like
2
I
minutes and
feel like
20
Isidore is
seconds
just so
as they
lost
have
though.
already reached ambulance.
Like
This
there's
is
no idea
absolutely
how they want
doable.
to play it.
A big feral leap could be everything, but it's going to be the final judgment to begin with right here. Maybe you could try and take
Oh,
down this
nice
Lance.
snipe on
Strange
Hachi.
has
That
got
was
Peeling
clutch. They
coming
needed
through
that.
for the opposing Punisher.
They're gonna hide
Gets
around
a
this
curtain
ambulance.
Again and again is risen on up. KQ has to back out of the invisible boundary and can no longer see their targets.
Lab
So
gets
the damage
Frost,
can't
though.
be delivered, but Frost Mountain elsewhere was noted. Look at this, trying to block
Six
off
getting the
healing
pick. Six
coming
is just
through
gonna roll over
onto
this fight, I
Abuhu.
think.
But it seems like Abuhu's just
Yeah,
playing
Six
their
is just
own
gonna
bubbles
roll
to
it.
try and survive. Legacy shield won't last against these mortars.
Nice
But the
defense
strong
again
crows tear on
from
through it,
OG.
and then Six can just float magnanimously over their territory.
1.5 minutes remaining.
OG are looking
0%.
pretty
They do
good,
have the
actually.
Strange, so they have the potential to
quite
transport it
surprised.
if needed, and with Aya Nakamoto
they've shown us a
already
couple of,
charged up,
a
Legacy
couple
is
of,
leading the
flexible
charge.
strats as
they
well.
are running low on time though, as they're trying to creep into this
Hachi's
last
looking.
point.
Hachi's
Have to
looking.
go on the flank with their own Aya Nakamoto. They have Media M, they have a physical boundary. Their defensive abilities are much more available. Media M.
Did they get Hachi? Oh, he's kept up. That's crazy heals.
Good peeling coming through from Abuhu, but that's one less tool in
LG
the box
does
to
have
try
an
and deal with
Agamotto,
something
but I
like
don't
the
know if you can
Eternal
get this
Bond.
off with the
Nice
Invis
push coming
alive.
through. The Eye
Hachi goes the other way. Oh, he just smurfed it. Oh my god, they just roll over the fight. Look how fast they all get rolled.
Simple guy like Frank Castle, he just likes AR-15s.
He's just trying his best,
and they got both supporters. They didn't even need to use anything for that.
Against a goddess of death, he has to face against a woman with invisibility powers and two people who are eternally bound, and it's already charged up, ready for the next push.
Okay, 6 falling low. Should be able to get to safety fairly quickly. Eternal moving on forward. Out comes the Eye of Agamotto, and the peel is coming out.
Did he just go too high up with the Agamotto and just whiffed everybody?
Against the Punisher ultimates. It's not ideal, and Oniro's already fallen in their own
I want to see that from LG's perspective. I feel like he just he hit the Agamotto too early on the updraft, and then was just too high up for it to hit anybody on the way down. Or did he get pushed out? The observer switched off, so I didn't see what happened.
And 0% ignites their tournament lives once more.
0% with 0.
Big push from Zero though. They actually managed to push forward, which is huge.
Does get taken down as they try to push up to claim the stairs. As Abu is
they might be getting a little greedy here though. There goes the Hella.
Drop that goddess of death. Even though their team is down, focus pulled out of the ultimate.
Oh, lovely, lovely snipe by LG. Oh, is it Legacy? Oh, that makes so much more sense. The name is Legacy. That makes way more sense.
Fighting retreat this rear guard. If he loses Hachiko, it could be disastrous.
I'm just doing the Nick thing and I'm abbreviating everything I see to make it way easier for me to say the name. I'm just fucking guessing at people's names, honestly.
Vanguards, and Line Pro falls down to the overwhelming damage of Franklin Castle. OGC with the bait and switch.
Yeah, 6 looks pretty demonic on this Hella.
One more time with 1 minute and 30 seconds left. They do not have a similar comp to 0%, so they're not going to try and set up a load of traps here. It is all about holding the doorway and keeping 0% away from this cart. Invisible boundary, Eye of Agamotto,
Luce, you know that idea that you sent me?
0% though, final
it's so funny you say that because I was talking about that yesterday.
That iron bulwark to protect from Abu, who with that
and a really lovely person came in late last night to help me out with it because I already had that idea for a while to do the interviews and stuff. Nice from Hachi. Oh my god. Every time OG get a single pick, they're working so well together to roll over the fight so fast.
Less than a minute to go. They lost that final judgment here. They are in serious trouble.
So fast.
On the bright side, though, OG Seed are ultless here. 60% on final judgment. It's all they have.
This is gonna have to be big from Frost, I think. I think Frost needs a massive ult to roll over this fight. 6 has already got Oni. Nice. They do get mag. They can roll over. Oh, he doesn't get a kill though. The C-Dot is following up, but I don't know if it's enough. They still need to get it all the way down this ramp. Line does get 6, which is big.
You're constantly wary of the Eye of Agamotto in the back pocket of Legacy. They could also make some portal shenanigans, but I don't know if they got the time to try.
I think they might have it. KQ though, this is big. KQ has the ult. They can win it right here. Big invis ult. They're playing the corner really nicely, actually. Huge from Legacy. Huge from Legacy. Gigantic from those tanks. Hachi on the back, though. Wait. 6 is still up. Frost is going after them. Wait, 6 just smurfed it. There's a Jeff here for some reason. Oh my god, did OG just hold it? Oh my god, what a fucking hold from OG. Dude, that counter ult from Strange was crazy. What? Yo, OG Seed look real good. No lie.
All business. What an incredible performance. That's an MVP Jeff.
Real. Hey, Lapsus. Earns the Jeff MVP with a swap at the end, just speed boosting everybody back. Good heads up play. Great micro understanding of how to play that fight from Lapsus. Big credit to them. OG Seed. I mean, I didn't know they had this in them. This is crazy from them. 6 and KQ, by the way, had
Yeah,
absolute
OGC
lights
looked
out
good.
performances. 51k damage from KQ.
20
all that
final
about?
hits
This
for six, 24
DPS
for
duo is
KQ.
kind of
KQ
scary on
easily gonna be
OGC,
one of
right?
the standout
60 kills on
players that
KQ
gonna
is
come onto
absurd.
everyone's radar
What?
after what is a
What?
fantastic performance. But 6 on the Punisher, on the Hela, was just finding every target they needed.
Unreal stuff. Legacy, look at that. That was a massive ultimate. Unfortunately, in the
Yeah,
end, it
I don't
felt
know.
like, we
Zero
weren't
just looked
getting
so
quite as
lost
much out of the
today.
meteorams from 0% across,
Legacy
like, maybe
played
3
pretty
or 4
well.
players who
Cedar looked
played it
completely
as
out
we
of
got
their
from that
element.
Initial 2K.
I don't know
The
if it was just
shutdowns
like
on the Punisher final judgments.
I don't know
weren't quite there.
them
Admittedly,
well enough
that
to
was
know
because
if they
there was
just
great
feel really
homework
uncomfortable
being done
on
by OGC. The
anyone
phalanx
else that
of
isn't
shields that
Cap,
would always
because
be
they looked really good
generated
on
around
Cap
Frank
before.
Castle when it was at its most vulnerable and at its most dangerous.
I also
something
think
that could constantly be
Frost
relied on
struggled
for
quite
KQ
a
to
lot.
make
Frost
audacious
looked like they were
plays
having a
happen.
really difficult time.
This has got to be a record for the most amount of overtimes we have seen in a single game as well. If 0% had made it to that last point, I have no doubt we would have hit overtime once again. But the fact is,
I think Legacy
somehow
played really,
OGC
really well for
faced
Zero.
that bulwark of a composition on points
Like,
1 and
Legacy
2,
was, like,
and
keeping
were
them in
able
this
to
game, to be
break it
honest.
get to these
But
3
yeah, I
points,
feel like
to give
Aceto
themselves
was
this
a little
opportunity
lost.
to hold in their own way.
I think the
to
supports
break
played
through
well, but
0%
like,
with
I mean,
perfect IRL
Hachi,
bonus from Hachiko,
like
they
Hachi
set
was just
themselves
getting
up
in their
and they
face so much,
deserve this
and then
win.
there's so many problems
Oh,
to
it's an
deal with,
absolute
right? You've got
heartbreaker
Hachi jumping
for
on your
Line
face
Pro
the
and
whole time.
boys. Look at that.
You're trying to stay up during
Yeah,
these
the bubble
punish
coming
rolls from
out
KQ.
onto KQ
You've
from
got
the
6
direction they were
sniping
protected
you
from
with
the
this Hela
incoming
constantly.
damage of the
You know, just
Meteor
like
M.
double tapping you as
Just
well. It's a
so
really
well
hard game
protected and
to survive in.
For KQ to really
I just
leverage
think
their
OG
mechanical
were
skill
way
and drop
more
a 60
coordinated,
and
no?
5 scoreline. Unreal.
Absolutely incredible. We will be saying, in that case, goodbye to 0% for this stage, as they will be taken down. OG Seed, their next opponents will be
Okay,
all
2 games down.
business. No pressure. All business.
Sorry,
One of
I've been
the
super
invited
fucking distracted
teams for
this morning,
tournament
chat.
Have had some great
I'm gonna lock
tournament
in for these last
performances.
2
They were
series.
knocked down to the lower bracket
super
here
fucking
by
distracted.
Zero Tenacity in those upper bracket semi-finals, who have been on a tear so far.
I think it's because I'm like, this is the
Yeah,
last
like,
day,
it's
and I'm
been,
so tired
there have been
that
some
I think
tears
my
happening
brain is
in
just
that upper
like my brain
bracket,
is
and it's
mush at
been,
this
It's
point.
been wonderful to
We've
watch
watched
how
so
some
much
of
Rivals over the last
our
3
talent
days.
is marinating, you know, here in EMEA. We used to be a one-team region. We used to be a VP on top of nothing.
We'll
Now
be
it's
fresh next week.
anybody's game. EMEA might be the most watchable region right now. I'm just saying, like, it's anybody could come away.
Alrighty.
with a number 1 here. There's no
Pretty
other clear favorite.
pretty quick games today so far. That takes OGC to play all business in the lower bracket. That could be a banger. That could be a banger. All business have looked a little bit they looked really shaky yesterday. Zero Tenacity kind of fucking rolled them. But they looked pretty good against L9, so this could be a really interesting one. Schmungus. I don't know. We'll wait to see what L9 and Blood look like today, because L9 were competitive. Blood got completely rolled, so we haven't really seen anything from them yet. Like any positive signs from them yet, so we don't really know about that game. And then, yeah, obviously Dusty and Yoink. So I think the next one is Dusty and Yoink, actually, if I'm right. Let me just check my schedule that I've been given. Yeah, next one is Dusty versus Yoink, and then the last one is Blood L9. Yeah. Cool. So fresh and so clean. Slay. Wait, what am I looking at the wrong thing? Oh no, they're still chatting away. Cool. Yeah, the Hela was interesting because we've seen a little bit of Hela when people have played Johnny Storm, particularly on Idrisil. We've seen a couple of Helas try and deal with Johnny Storms. But I mean, that's just a fucking Johnny playground, isn't it? So they haven't really been that successful. So it was nice to see. It was nice to see one actually do really well. Yeah, OGC look okay, huh? We got some interesting games. Yeah. Alrighty. Do we play a game or do we just chill? How long have we got? Like 5 minutes or so? Oh, I tell you what I did want to try out. We're actually going to open Rivals for a minute. We watched a video very briefly yesterday showing a Thor tech. Like an animation cancel, which was so fucking fast, it was unreal. So I want to see if I can do it. Because it's way faster than the one that I've been doing. Yeah, Torch has been... I mean, you've been here for most of it, Yanni, right? You've seen nearly as many games as I have. Torch has been pretty ridiculous. I want to quickly test this out while we got a few minutes. This is gonna feel really weird because I've not played any games for like all week. We'll just hop into a practice range quickly. Dude, it's so fucking hot in here. Oh my god. I am sweating so badly. Practiso. So it was like, it was just like instant, right? So the one that I've been doing is like kind of that, right? Oh, I don't have my hammer. Let me turn cooldowns off, you donkey. But do you click at the same time? Let me get Groot. Groot's bigger. Where are you? Come here. Wait! How much damage is that? That's 2 ticks. Yo, you can do it so fast! I'm trying to figure out if I'm doing it or if I'm just pressing one button. It's really hard to know if I'm... Because I'm trying to see if I press them both at the same time. This is a good way to check. If I turn cooldowns off, does it go on cooldown? No. Wait, it does. The enemy is here. So if I just click them both at the same time... But is that only using the hammer? Hang on. So that does 2 bars of damage, which is 50. That is 2 and a bit. No, you kind of have to do it, like, immediate. Like, you have to do it, like, one after the other, but it's got to be real fast. It's real fast. Dude! Mjolnir strikes a heavy blow. That's so fast. No, I don't think there's a DPS numbers thing. The enemy is here. I don't think so. As audio, keyboard, controller, social, other. Oh, you can change the colors. This is cool. I'm too used to it now, though. Like, I feel like I would mess it up if I go for anything else. So I'm just going to leave it as is. Yeah, that's a cool bit of tech. It's way faster than what I've been doing. Oh, in the target range? No, these are the 2 settings you can do. Friendly fire or ability cooldown. That would be a nice addition though, Luce. I think that'd be a really nice addition just to like see stuff like this. Yeah, I'm actually gonna write that down. That's a super good idea. Like damage numbers in the range. Toggleable damage numbers. That's a good idea. You could just make it a setting, right? Because that would be really good. I mean, you're practicing, so that'd be really good to know, like, you know, you can do it a little bit by the health bars. So each one of these little bars is 25. So you can, like, roughly guess, but it'd just be easy to have numbers. Yeah, this fucking hammer throw combo is kind of wild. I did not know you could do it that fast. So, hey, we fucking learned today, y'all. We fucking learned. Let's go. Oh, shit, we missed the interview. Sorry, everyone. I was so busy thinking about Thor, we completely missed the interview.
Give it all this week. Figure out what we actually want to do against them.
Wow, I am not doing well today, y'all. I'm not doing well today. I'm
again,
not okay.
We just have to watch the games back, see what they like to play, and figure out from there. So, yeah.
I'll give you an opportunity to get some brownie points with your own friends right here as well. Do you have a particular MVP from your roster for their performance today against 0%?
I mean, I got to call out a Boo, right? Giving me the bubbles when I went for the strange odds, right? Surely that has to go from him. So I could, so I wasn't booped away by Invis every single time. So probably a Boo, but I mean, everyone played amazing. I think obviously a team effort. KQ had some big ults as well as 6, and support ults also perfectly timed. So I think everyone was just on top of the game today.
You mentioned who you have not been scrimming against. Would you be able to reveal to us who you have been scrimming against? Who's been helping you up to this level?
I mean, we've been scrimming actually against Insomnia quite a lot. We've been scrimming against them. Also, Yon Kanda, Saracen ST, and a bunch of other teams. But yeah, those are at least some of the teams I'd say we've scrimmed against the most.
Awesome. Well, it was fantastic seeing OGC really hit their stride with you at the helm, Hachiko. Thank you for joining us for an interview. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
The one and only Hachiko from OG Seed, one of our big
we caught the end of it.
MEA and Tetra.
Sorry, guys.
Proven why they were the pickup that
Maybe. I was just about to ask about something, and it's gone out of my brain. Oh, yeah. What you're talking about, Luce, doing the interviews and stuff. Yeah, I was talking about that last night. I've had that idea for a while to go back and basically do a second A to Z challenge, but not really a challenge, more of an A to Z learning. So go back, start with like Adam and go back through with all the new heroes and stuff. Find a top level player from that hero. And instead of doing like the normal content creator shit that everyone does, which is I spectated the #1 blah de blah. I thought it'd be way better to actually get an interview with them and have them like, if they were willing, or find someone who is willing, to come onto the stream with me and like talk about the hero live and like, you know, show it instead of just me making assumptions based on gameplay, you know? I thought that'd be a way better way to do it. The fuck is this rave music? Hello? Why are we raving right now? That's better. So yeah, I thought that'd be cool. And works quite well with what I'm doing now, which is a lot of like educational stuff anyway with Rivals. Whether I'm qualified or not is a different matter, but yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Right, Dusty Yoink Carter, up and coming. Winner of this then plays Virtus Pro. Which is a scary, scary prospect. Scary prospect. But I mean, hey, VP have been beaten once. Maybe they can do it again. Who knows? Also, I swear to God, tomorrow I might just end up shaving this fucking beard off. Because the amount of times this shit is just tickling my nose is really irritating. And I don't know if it's just because I'm talking loads at the moment. Like, way more. Because of what we're doing. I just have a constantly fucking itchy nose. It's really irritating. Cool. What is this? Classic Wolverine kidnap. Oh, is Dusty Icelandic? Okay, this is actually pretty funny. That's actually pretty funny. I've seen Mags do this in my game as well. They will be willing to use the ult to survive. It's pretty fucking funny. So are we going hard on Dusty right now, Kel? This is the best Lord icon. Hard agree. Hard agree. Oh, it's a controller lobby. I was wondering why it's so janky. It's a controller lobby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a feels good right there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a feels good. I'm new to the game, so I started playing this season, and in competitive, I always see flyers against me, and they always steamroll me. I admit that I suck at this game, so I need advice. Who do I pick? Honestly, it's difficult, but it depends what role, right? Did they say what role? Yeah, for tanks, it's pretty fucking sad. My go-to right now is Amer to try and deal with flyers, or Strange. Made a cheat sheet with everything that will either heal you or grant temporary bonus HP. Cap's Freedom Fart. C&D Goo. This is pretty good. Gathering around Tiny Leaf Lady. Oh, this is just because you get healed if you're by the point. Yeah, yeah. Jeff's Balls. That's pretty good. Do you guys have the voice lines on, or do you have the voice lines off? Because I thought about having them on. I put them on my alt account. Because, like, obviously it can give you quite a lot of info, right?
Keep fighting.
But it's kind of annoying, no?
Push hard. Trust me.
He's just fucking rolling it, right?
Even
That's
if you die,
so
keep
funny.
fighting. Hard.
Did he say this is a Celestial lobby? Dude, that's so funny.
A guy like me, it's too fucking.
That was a Celestial lobby? Yeah, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. I don't know if you guys have seen the leaks, by the way. Not to spoil it for y'all. We think that Jean Grey is going to be the next hero. I think they've just abandoned BP, to be honest. Not BP. Blade. It kind of feels like they've just abandoned Blade for now. And decided on different fucking heroes. Because they put a lot of effort into, like, you know, thematically, you know, all this vampire shit. And then just didn't do anything with him. At all.
Points. Keep up the stellar work. You need to eliminate 2 more players.
Do you know what? I find this with Mantis as well. I feel like my aim on Mantis is so fucking whack. But I know my aim is good.
Keep up the stellar work. You need to eliminate 2 more players.
Is it because the projectile is just so thin that it like it depends on the arm that's throwing it way more than others? Because I feel like this as well. This is not me. Don't come at me. No worries, Liz. I never accuse anybody, ever.
Okay, Jeff, I got a plan, but it's gonna take expert timing and perfect precision. No, I'm just messing with you. All you gotta do is swallow everybody whole. Got it?
Oh, man. They should add more cute characters in. Jeff is just like... Yeah, Jeff's their little poster child. They should add more stuff like that. This is rare. I so rarely see Lord Pennies.
I got a Black Panther on you.
There you are. No escaping us now.
Got a Magneto in my face.
BP.
Oh, Magneto's about to die.
Magneto got chopped down. Chop.
This is such a classic fucking BP fight.
Are you good, Adam?
Adam looks like
What is this going on?
Oh.
For so
That nigga
long.
Adam,
Whoever needs fighting, bro.
He won, bro. Holy shit.
Hi, Remers. How are you? Welcome in. That's so funny. We've all been there, though, right? We've all been in the just a fucking such a long 1v1 that you start to question whether you should just delete this fucking game, you know? Yeah, the raccoon skin is sick, yeah. I like the summer vibes. The summer vibes are super cute. I like the Jeff one, too. How long have we got? Okay. We're not quite in game yet. They're just talking. Please let Loki's like... Wait, do they not count towards his healing? Wait, what? Loki Lamp doesn't count towards your healing stat? As it's damage blocked. Oh. Because it's damage blocked with the runes, and then it converts incoming damage to heals. So it counts as damage block. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that's how it worked. Or maybe it just doesn't count as either. But welcome in, Remers. I hope you're okay. All right, should we clock back in here? Gates,
Ultimate
Series 3.
Ryan has not shied away from moving over to that strategist role to really get value out of the
This isn't the game
Ultron.
yet, by the way.
I'm excited to see a few more aerial
They're just setting
shenanigans
it up.
potentially from Dusty
So-
and Insomnia. They should have been able to deal with that fairly easily. Given
Dusty,
the
we
prowess of
didn't
Amos
see a
on their
lot
team.
from, really.
But Monk Mona might be a whole
Yoink
other can
looked
of worms
okay.
when it comes to trying to get one over on a hit scan.
Let's see who's going to
Pradash
come out on
tier
top of
list
this
for
one.
EMEA is long and extremely
Dracula map? I know
close.
Dracula.
Monkborder is definitely
Yeah, they did this
in
whole
there.
like
Question is
crazy
how high.
vampire
If they could potentially rise
thematic
higher,
season,
if they can prove themselves
and then
by
just
making
didn't
it
add
into
Blade in.
that
I'm guessing it was
pre-qualifying
like,
game. Virtus Pro will wait for the winners of this matchup, but it's
I'm guessing
against
it was
each
because
other,
maybe
but they will
it
have
was
to
like
cut their
it wasn't
teeth. Remember, the loser
thematically it
is
fit, but it
eliminated
didn't
from
fit
stage one and will have to try
compositionally.
again later.
Because I think Blade is like
Yeah, I believe
another
that our
melee
pricing
duelist,
will,
right?
Reflect that as
And
well.
I
those
think
who go
everyone
out
would have been
today
really
will be
pissed if they
receiving
added
some
him at that
pricing,
time.
but not a huge
We
amount
wanted
of
more
the
supports, we wanted more tanks
$250,000
to like
or
balance it
whatever we've
out.
got for EMEA. And it gets progressively higher and higher. The DPS
So I'm
keeps
guessing that was the
themselves,
thought
so it's still
process, and maybe they're
everything
just
to play
delaying
for
it
here
until it's
for
right for a
these teams.
DPS to be
Dusty
added.
versus Yoinkana gonna get started
Maybe.
real soon, and as always, we'll be opening up on a domination map. The question
I think is Jean
will our
Grey
advanced
DPS though?
Picks and
I don't
bans
know.
look any
Maybe she's
different?
Vanguard.
Looks like we're
Anyway.
actually potentially seeing a Magneto protect here.
Here we go.
Straight away
Game 1.
from Yoinkana. That's going to be a great asset for someone like Snaze.
Standard,
or potentially for
standard.
Blacks.
Emma mag, Loki
Does
ban, probably
mean
into a mag
that
save.
Emma is available. And it's not going to be bad.
Oh,
out
Emma
so
save
far by
maybe.
your Kander, as
Emma
you already
save, big.
mentioned. There will be the
Luna
protection
ban
from Dusty,
or Loki
moving
ban,
that
one of the
over
two
to
here,
themselves.
most likely.
So it's going to be the
From
classic
Yoink.
Emma versus Magneto pick and ban phase.
There's the Luna, probably Luna ban
to give
on the
Frankie
side
the
of Dusty
opportunity
here
to,
into
pop off. I think that
Loki
Frankie's
and
a
Luna
very
ban respectively.
High-tier
Penny?
Vanguard player, was previously the Vanguard duo of Fincy, who's now over on Virtus.
Have they got a really good Penny player or some shit? What is that ban?
Like, okay, so free Loki, cool.
They just get the Loki. What?
What have you seen, Yoinkanda? What scrims
This has to be a very
has now
targeted
been
ban.
Terrorized in by
This
the
has to be a
penniest of
target ban.
Parkers.
Insomnia did the same.
Did they take
thing,
out
banning
the
out
cloak here?
against Dusty, removing the
I mean, they
penny.
don't
There is
need
clearly
to.
something they know, but like you said,
okay, they
it
go for the
gives
invis.
away such huge options
Did
here.
they save the
With
Punisher?
Loki protected now. Invisible Woman
He's
will be
probably
banned
better
out
into
to
Loki than
prevent one
most.
of those big copies.
Yeah.
That God
Because the ult, you can
copy
burst the
any of those
runes
strategies
quickly
ultimates or any
enough
ultimate
that you
choose.
still
It's
have a
almost
lot of
always the
DPS left
strategist.
over
Fate of both worlds,
to
Invisible
deal with the
Boundary. It
Loki.
may be limited in this case to the
And they banned the
Eternal
Groot as
Bomb.
well. Sorry,
Cloak
is
and
it
Dagger were most likely
Dusty
companions to
banned the
the
Groot?
Loki, with the bans would have been arrayed here against Dusty. Remember,
Wait,
these teams were banning for the other
We're on Burning
opposing team
T'Challa.
only. Meaning that
okay, I can see the Squirrel Girl on this
Yoinkanda,
map.
they can play
If
Penny
they
like,
stick with it, I can see the thought
it's only
process.
banned for Dusty.
I
assume
hate
that
this
Dusty and their
Psylocke pick
scrims have been
on
doing some
Yoinkada. I think
devious
this is
things
a
with
very
Penny
bad choice.
Parker, that they got target banned both times.
You've very specifically let the Loki through, and Loki, unless like you outplay him very hard, this Loki is it like he's just a direct counter to what you want to do in all respects as a Psylocke. So I don't like this choice. If you know you were going to take the Psylocke, they should have taken out the Loki.
Why these teams do drop the Rocket Battle Rebirth Beacon at the start of games.
Good health economy starts in the spawner and Tetcher.
Oh, I don't really read the comics, Johnny, so
at home.
that's good to know.
Burning T'Challa will be where we really cut our teeth for this one. And there it is. Blackstone coming out with the Penny Parker for the extra armor. The good economy. You love to see
they're
it.
going to stay on the
Heading
Penny,
into
though.
our
Why
eco
save it then?
gonna roll a few deagles, you know?
Why save the Penny if you're not going to play it?
Speed boosted by the Jeff.
What?
Dusty have decided it's time
I
to
also
just
don't really
maximize
like
damage
this
output.
Squirrel
They're not
Girl on
going for
Dusty
someone who can just burst
necessarily.
backliners like that Psylocke of Etsu. They're not going for a big high
Like this, I just feel like Monk is going to be so free on this Human Torch for
Just see
Yoink.
what happens.
Yeah, no Ultron this time around.
I mean, the Punisher can
The greater
pressure.
damage of a Squirrel Girl could have some issues up against Monk Murder. Hitting those aerial targets of a Squirrel Girl is not the easiest thing in the world, but
I mean, he's got invis to sit on him, you know, on this torch. I don't see, if they play it properly, I don't see him being pressured at all. Nice pick on the Psylocke.
Superstar of this roster's already got that's a huge amount of fragging power now missing for Yoinkanda. How do you get rid of a Groot on this
I think you got to
point?
back it up.
Magneto just went into orbit here. Monk Murder will
Nice
get the
trade though.
counter
Monk
pick
does
up,
get a
finally able to find
rebuttal
Cloak
kill.
And Dagger making this a 1-for-1 so far. No one's been able to pick up this first point at this stage. Nice Squirrel Guard.
Is the Squirrel just to like try and
There's
pound
a
this
lot of
front line?
focus onto Frankie, who has the diamond form and get out, giving at
And,
least
like,
some
deal
of
with
the
this mag,
positioning
maybe?
over to the side of Yoinkanda.
With Blacks down.
It might
contesting
actually
this
be
objective,
like
getting
just
more
too
and
much
more
overwhelming
risky.
damage
Supernova already
for a
generated by
tank to
Mudder.
sit
We
up.
talked about how
So
quickly he gains
we'll
these
see.
ultimates. And when
Etsu
you're
gets a
looking
nice
to
kill on the
players
Groot
with
though.
the fire cyclones to heal them, that's when people
Oh
start
my
to
god,
fall
this
through the gaps
Supernova
that
went
were left
crazy.
elsewhere. Blacks with the vibranium
Yeah,
managed to
dude,
still
this,
pick up a couple
dude,
of others.
like,
And Dusty, they are unable to convert
I
on
don't
their
like what
5
Dusty are
versus
doing here.
6.
I think this Johnny Storm is just so fucking free. It's so free.
Multiple minutes into the game, but they've been able to pick it up. But what you usually see here on this map is teams do try to contain in this little hallway, and that's going to be a lot harder when Orion wins.
Nice pick though. Frosty actually gets him.
It's
That's
going to
big.
make it harder to stay in one spot, as you'll just be constantly being sieged
So
by
like,
Acorns.
you know, you're going to see Etsu here, who is playing really well. They're getting pickoffs. If the Loki is ready, they're going to get zero value from that ult. They got a lot of ults though. This is going to be a bit of an ult dump.
They're constantly taking damage from these group walls.
5 ults for Dusty. They're going to need to get something done with this.
By the incoming Amer.
Cloaks on both sides.
Frosty, speaking of which, is iced
Etsu does
over
get
by
Frosty.
Etsu. Just
Big.
cannot stand up to all of the incoming damage. Join kind of doing the best, just brawl out on the point and keep this one contested. The unbeatable Skrull Tsunami is levied now by Orion, but it should not be surviving for long. Etsu begins with Dance of the Butterflies.
Not bad timing on the Psylocke, actually. I thought that was going to be pretty useless, but pretty good timing towards the back end of those support
They have freed up the point as
my God,
Dusty
Etsu
are
wants
once
it. Look
again
at it.
sent back to
Etsu
spawn.
wants it.
Frosty even tracks their drop.
Kind of
just
feeling
under
themselves on the
half
Psylocke a little
HP
bit.
As Etsu wants to keep the pressure on.
I
Does not
respect
want
it.
to give time for Dusty to regroup.
You got to continuously worry about all these little nooks and crannies. You know, the Etsu and Blacks, they'll be sneaking behind.
Yeah, the
like
squirrel,
a
the
boogle
squirrel
of
is like
weasels.
really
If you give them a
questionable to me.
moment.
That's what I don't really
4-2-4 though.
understand.
Where to put this strangling prison is the question. Well, it might be too late to find the follow-up. Orion has already been caught in the back. The weasels, they shoot through the power lines.
That's what I'm not
Still,
really
there's enough
understanding.
power behind this. Oh, where'd Frosty go? Flattened absolutely by Snaze's
It might
Meteor
just
M.
be
If
to
you let
pressure,
the Meteor M
like,
get
it might be to
through
try
the
and
van
pressure
and
this
pick
this
phase,
mag,
well,
but
you're
like,
in deep trouble when your opponents
that's
are
not.
ulting.
Portal 98.
I mean, there are way
99,
better ways to do that,
barely
like a
touched at the last
Psylocke.
possible second, but now it's a hold at the portal as the damage output is coming in. No ultimate
They've switched off it.
but every step out of this, body blocks coming onto the point. They will be able
Etsu
to
does have an ult. They're going to wait out the cloak ult. No invis ult after. This could be a mega timing for Etsu. This could be a mega timing. Watch this. Watch out for it.
Dusty will hold on 99.
There it is. There it is. Runes are down, but they're all away from it. How the fuck did they get another cloak ult? What? Oh, I was looking at the wrong team. My bad.
Orion almost with a fully charged Dark
I'm a
Maelstrom, but
dumbass.
can't really do enough damage.
Man,
to
I'm really
turn
fucking
to pick
tired
up any
today.
frags off the back of this one.
My
Dusty's still in
observational
control.
skills
They've
are
used most
fucking
of their
useless
resources.
at the
Orion
moment.
needs a couple more hits to have that Eye of Agamotto ready to go.
Etsu gets a nice kill on 424.
Vanguard. A lot of the spacing here taken away. CMD is desperately trying to summon doppelgangers to keep the numbers up for Dusty.
Maybe I
in the
don't do
output
the
as
stream
well, so
tonight
Yoink
and I just
kinda
give myself a little
scared of
break.
lot of mischief will be forced to disengage elsewhere.
And suddenly Dusty going from the flank, the little bit disorganized at the beginning of the game, Pukal of Weasels, as you said. And
Nice
into the
little
much
pressure
more
from Dusty.
organized business of Ferrets to hold that doorway. They are keeping control of the point, but it's only
They are
gonna take
getting a
one
good
recap
percentage.
from Yoink Hunter to take this round number one.
Keep going.
Absolute perfection.
Orion might try and
demanded
sneak
of
around the side
Dusty
here for
if
an
they
ult.
want to try and compete here
So many
on
ults
the
for Yoink,
Imperial
though.
Institute of
This should be a
Science. He
good,
just
solid
raised
push.
before the culling turrets in order to
Frosty
make sure
might
there's
get
all the
theirs
more
as well,
protection.
though.
Snaze is feeling a little bit overwhelmed.
Oh, here goes Orion.
Off the back, Orion. Big plans.
Oh,
It's
gets both of them,
strategist
actually.
And picks Sylvie as their victim of the day. That does mean the Cloak and Dagger will survive the onslaught that was Levy's here.
Having to walk
Yoink
around,
Hunter
though.
striking
It's gonna be a
back
while till they
in
can
the
get back.
It's going to be Blacks
Nice
moving
pick
forward
on
with
Frosty.
freedom charge, plenty of additional HP, and well, when you're in Kanda, press 3 Qs, it's difficult to survive it without a strike.
Loki used the lamp as well, though. They've got nothing left after that. They've used everything. Yoink should be so fucking free here. Yoink should be so free.
Tracking them down with the help of Etsu as the point is just
I'm not
being
really sure what
held, just
CMD
about
was
to hit
doing there.
overtime,
That
as
felt...
Dusty are still delaying,
Why
but
change
Frankie
back into
boxing
the
down.
Loki?
It is now gonna be Yoink Hunter
I
who's
mean,
flipping
maybe their
over
tank was in a lot of trouble, so they
97%.
needed to
Can
lamp.
Dusty get anyone onto
But
the
they used
point?
all of
Here
their
comes the
cooldowns
charisma
while the
and
cloak ult
dagger,
was
but
still
is
going.
picked off before the feet touch the floor.
You know what? Very lore accurate to have Frankie
Okay.
boxing on the thing now.
Pretty good from Yoink, though. I think
He managed
Yoink
to
looked
make
pretty
it back
good.
just in time. You know what? Dusty played Yoinkanda very close here. I'm already quite impressed by what I'm
Monk
seeing.
is just, I mean,
Frankie, though,
24-1.
it's been a toughie.
The
2
DPS
and 5,
duo here of
taking a
Monk and
bunch of
Etsu
damage,
are
unable to
kind of
dish out
rolling
that
over
much.
this.
Monk Mother and Etsu can consistently try and outkite Frankie, even with the constant dashes available to that Captain America. However,
Star-Lord,
when it comes to the
I mean-
Emma, she's a little bit slower. And if you find yourself in range of a carbon
Do you
from Emma
want to
when
do
you're
an
a
Adam
Psylocke
here and just...
or a Human Torch,
I
that's
don't
on
like
you,
this squirrel, man.
gamer.
I don't know what this is. I don't like it.
But
I mean,
that
squirrel
Human
is
Torch
great.
so
Don't get
far,
me
Monk
wrong.
has been staying extremely
But I mean, you
safe
know
on
that they're
this
doing this.
Human Torch. Monk Mother has
You
been
know that
staying
they're
in the
playing a
air,
torch.
avoiding carbon crushes,
Who's just
and
gonna
has
pound the
50
fuck out of
final
you.
hits already, starting to do extremely good turns of damage. The squirrel
don't
girl
like
will
it.
once
I
again
don't like
be
it.
returning no more back. What is that?
What the fuck is that crosshair?
Mods.
Hello?
That's their crosshair?
Mod sequences genome with CRISPR. I need the exact
What am I
genetic code
looking
you
at?
have so I can make sure that it never happens again.
Huh?
Invisible boundary.
What possible value could that crosshair have?
Just as it comes off charge, Media M to try and deal with Grizzy, who dropped the Eternal Bond as Frosty is pushing into that boundary.
Doesn't really get much value from this though, Frosty.
No one's going down. Finally, Ensu will be sniped by Orion.
Orion does actually get a kill though. That might be pretty big. Yeah, 424 is having a nightmare trying to stay alive into this Johnny. This Johnny is just pounding
I think
him.
that was a meaty 3-person Terror Cape going through as well. Oh, Monk Murder. Nasty damage coming out.
I
the
like
Human Torch already has himself yet another supernova
I'm
ready
all
to
for
go.
spicy
2 duelist ultimates, in fact, which cannot
Like,
be
I'm
answered
all
for
for
a
spicy
while until
picks,
CMD gets 25%
but this
more
just
chance for an
isn't it.
Eternal
This
Bond
isn't it.
in response.
I've already messaged
Blacks
him, Lord.
charged up with the freedom charge for the
Because like I don't want to like
Observer
sound really
as they
complainy
push
because
on it. They
I've mentioned a
have
couple of
an
things in the
Invisible
Discord.
Tsunami as they're trying to push in. Screw
I'm in like
Guard,
I'm in like a
locked down,
Discord for this
Regeneration
tournament
Domain
to get like the
shuts it
cream
down.
feed and
Ensu is
stuff
fleeing.
with like a bunch of the managers and the
Please remove
casters and
this from my
things.
screen. I feel like every time I see flashbangs,
And I already
it
feel
gives
like
the Eternal Bond
I've
from
you
the
know
back. CMD is going to drive their team
because I've mentioned a
onto
couple
the
of things in
point to claim
Discord
some
and
of this
I don't
space.
want to come
Terror
across
Cape
as just like,
coming out
hey,
and, well, okay,
fucking
the
sort your
observers,
shit out, you
they
know?
are committing violence against
So I'm
the
trying
Terror
not to
Cape.
spam, you know, things like the audio
Violence
desync and stuff.
also in the hands
So I've
of
just sent a
Tippito
DM
against the Magneto, against the
see if
mutant
someone
lord
can
of
look at it.
Magneto. The squirrels prove superior.
I
There's
think
no metal on
what
Tippito.
is like I don't know their setup, right? So I don't want to call anything out for sure. Everything's been everything else is super smooth though. I think that the pacing of it and like getting everyone in the right place at the right time, all of the back end stuff is super smooth. The overlays are clean.
Professionally annoying, you know.
It's super well done, but the game quality is bad.
Pretty easily. Out comes the Sonic Seduction to try and shut down Johnny when he said his most vulnerable. Great blockage coming through.
Because outside of that, like in the casting, in the interviews and stuff, from outside of game, the quality's fine. It's perfect. 1080, it's perfectly fine. But in game, this is some fucking 4080p shit. And the only thing I can think of is maybe they're running it through like a Discord or something, like the Observer is on Discord and streaming it to the mainstream, because that's how we did the charity tournament. And like Discord is just compressing it and making it really. Because like right now, when no action is happening, quality is good. It's a little bit pixelated, but it's good right now. When the action's happening, it's a fucking mess.
Compared to Dusty, who have 85%.
You can't even read the names of the kills and stuff. It makes it really difficult.
That unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami.
Here come the Boogle of
yeah, like
Weasels
look at
in
this.
the
As soon as the
back,
action
they're
starts,
and maybe looking to Google a Cape Roots for now. Etsu instead going to move on to Frankie Boxing. All of the pressure going the way of the M of a damage reduction of a diamond form. It's just about enough to grip onto life for a moment longer. And once more, the Eternal Bond drives Dusty forward onto a point they need to convert on the damage done already. Etsu's just playing around the margins, playing at the back. An unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami threatens to
I think
overwhelm
the Squirrel Girl was a
They're
fucking
just some
throw pick,
mammals, but they're so difficult to deal with. A nice cloak
it's
moving
such
away.
a fucking throw pick.
Becoming incorporeal for a second to avoid the Meteor M.
Frosty is taken out by Blacks on the flank to even it up here, but it's a little more staggered in favor of Yoikanda in the overtime. Dusty are inches away from capping the point here to start building themselves back up towards their own 100. It comes to Sonic
If this was like symbiotic, I would totally understand the squirrel pick. Exactly that, Yanni. Exactly what I was just about to say. This isn't even a good map for it.
Orion sniping Blacks' revenge before
oh my god, they get two though? Okay, they're about to prove me wrong apparently. Okay, fuck me, I guess.
3K for Orion. Hold up, is it the Squo over here?
Okay, fuck me, I guess. Orion just got a triple kill. Somehow. Okay.
But I don't think it's going to be entirely necessary.
Ignore everything I just said. Apparently they know what they're doing.
In prime position to set up a culling turret for later.
They're just making sure that they can zone this out, try and hold for
There's
every extra
no way
inch.
that
Once
should
again,
work.
likely going to be up to Black to flank and touch that point to give their team overtime.
Maybe
and then
they're a squirrel
rush on
OTP, I
in
don't know.
To try and delay Monk Mudder
I don't know
sieging
Orion
onto the
well
point
enough.
for a Pyro Prison to set up and damage anyone who
that's
tries
huge
to
on
hold this.
site.
The health bars are disintegrating very quickly from Dusty. CMD is holding on to try and get it as they will
Blax has got it.
activate that God of Mischief.
Oh,
As the
they
media
get him with the
is
mag.
not enough, but Monk Mudder picks up Frosty.
Huge finish from Monk.
It's so difficult to deal
The
with.
mag
Squad
didn't finish him
down,
off,
I'm
so Monk
afraid.
needed to get that
Black's
hit in.
kicked into a wall, but using that freedom charge was more than enough HP to go around. Etsu's damage when it comes to the dance of other places shared out amongst Dusty, so no one falls in the midst of all of this. Orion's coming back with an unbeatable scroll soon.
Yeah.
McMurdo makes a fiery landing, a hot
Looks
drop,
like Yoink
some
are gonna
might
take
say,
it.
into the midst of Dusty and makes his presence known. Finally gets
Do you know
grabbed
what,
up here
though?
by
Fair
Frankie
play.
Boxing. Do
They
not show
put
me
up a
that
fight.
crosshair right now. I'm casting Yoink.
Sorry, I'm really not
managing to
casting
grab
this
it,
at all.
and
I'm
that
like,
is going to be the
you know,
intergalactic
I'm kind of
space
mad
ball
chilling
claim
at the
for a
moment.
2-0 with two incredibly
I'm considering
close
not doing
rounds
the games
there, Joe.
tonight.
Dusty, they have
How do we
shown
feel about
that
that,
they
y'all, if I
have some
didn't do the
tricks
games
up
tonight?
their sleeve for both trying to
What
take
games are they?
down
Let me
their
just double
opponents,
check.
Yoinkanda, and
You
take
got any
us
fucking
down in
bangers?
the meantime. Monk
That would be
Mudder
dumb not
earning
to
a
watch.
very well-deserved MVP there, though, on that torch. Was just sieging away, punishing the backline, especially onto those Lokis. Loki, of course, has that regeneration domain, but if your entire area
Only
is
really
already
FlyQuest
on
Solaris,
fire
I
when
think,
it
will be a
ends,
banger.
It can be very difficult to capitalize and follow
don't know.
up, even if you're already
I'll see
being
how I
protected
feel.
against a diving cat.
Oh, a rough game for Frosty, 10 and 12, just so much damage taken.
Yeah, that
When you've
crosshair
got
is
the
ridiculous.
Cap and the Psylocke gunning for you, survivability is just such an issue for a big hitbox like the Punisher, even with
I mean,
plus
I
25
just, I
HP
feel like
that he
Monk
got from
just had a
becoming team at
completely
Banker.
free game,
He's
no?
still such a wide boy, you know. Bro was built in the wrong aspect ratio. He's in widescreen.
Frank, 90%.
That's what I mean,
shoulders,
Yanni. Like,
but
I
was
can feel
targeted
myself
down
being really, really
effectively here.
tired.
Psionic Seduction was
I
trying
pushed
to
myself
hold,
pretty
trying to
hard the last
delay,
few
as you can
days.
see there, and it bought some time. Frankie Boxing put in the work here, but with a huge lead onto Orion, especially.
And I feel like
who's swapping
I
onto
just need some
Strange
sleep.
At one point,
You
found
know?
targets, landed some pretty impressive
So I think we
Iron
might just not do
Nagamotos.
tonight's
they
games.
Were a huge factor for Dusty nearly taking a point there.
Yeah, I'm actually quite impressed with what I've seen from Dusty so far up against Yoinkanda, who actually points
It'll also
out
give
we're
me some time
kind
just
of
to,
an
like,
EMEA super
reset
team,
a little,
and
you
while
know?
they may not be performing the best at the moment, we know the talent on this roster is supreme, and Dusty are putting up a very spirited fight against them so far, and now Dusty also going to get to choose where we go, so we're going to have even
I
more
think I'm gonna
agency
give
in
myself a break
crafting a
tonight.
better matchup for themselves.
Will we see our first 2-1 of the day? As we've currently had
Get a
2-0
takeaway.
Katsuya versus Fire Strays, a 2-0 of OGC.
Try and get an
versus
earlier night.
0%. Can Yoinkanda continue the theme, or will we see Dusty start to bring it
Don't get me
back?
wrong.
Because
I'm
the fact
really
is,
loving doing the watch
that was
partying. This is
close.
not like a
No one
me
can
complaining
deny it.
vibe.
That was close.
Really
Brought to
enjoying it.
overtime
I can just feel
repeatedly.
myself being
Dusty
so
bringing
like
it back. They've got
lethargic
the
and
Squirrel Girl,
like
a
my
little
brain is
unexpected
just
pick
fucking
here,
mush
and
today.
they got repeated multiple eliminations with it. They were able to zone Yoinkanda off the point.
I mean,
for a
like
while.
zoning out of the
They are
games.
showing they
Just
deserve
it's
to
not
be
good for
here,
anyone. So
and
yeah,
that
I'm gonna take a break.
You can't go easy because they might be able to snipe those maps off you.
I want to see if Penny doesn't get banned. Is it real?
I want to see it.
Yeah, I want to
Is
know
there
about the
some
Penny ban.
devious things going on, like for Squirrel Girl, presumably
Who's their
Penny's
Penny
been popping
player?
off in scrim so far to be
Is it
getting
Orion?
the respect of a target ban. Like there are some dusty things happening that I need to know about. I'm going to go and investigate. So you need to give me a moment. We'll have it during this break.
Yeah, I don't know about that Squirrel Girl. I'm not a fan on that map. If they do it on, if they do it on something like Clintar, then I think Clintar is a fucking insane squirrel map. I'm actually quite surprised we haven't seen Squirrel on that map. I also think she can be pretty good on Midtown. What other maps? Some of the domination ones she can be really good at as well. With the like really enclosed spaces with the ult. Hell's Haven sometimes can be good. But you quite often just get dove on the back on Hell's Haven. Burn into T'Challa's pretty terrible. There are definitely Squirrel Girl maps for sure. Who banned Penny? I think it was Yoink banned it for Dusty. But I don't know who their Penny player is. Does Marvel Rivals GG have it? Do they have a section for like teams? Doesn't look like it, does it? I could search up the players, but that feels like a lot of effort right now. But yeah, the stream quality thing, like you can see it right now. It's totally fine. So yeah, it's obviously something they're doing in game that's a problem. And maybe that's something that they're just like, fuck it, we'll deal with it for now, and then we'll fix it for the finals and stuff next week. Because you've got to remember as well, I think that's why I'm going to take a bit of a break tonight. These are the early games, right? Next week, we've got some fucking dope-ass games. Because next week is going to be the upper brackets and the finals and the grand final for the groups. And then the week after are going to be even better bangers because that's the playoffs. So these are like weeding out the teams that are not up to standard at the moment. So as the tournament goes on and on, the games are only going to get better and better, right? And hopefully more and more competitive. The games are pretty stompy today, Ricky. The games are pretty stompy. I mean, that last point between Dusty and Yoink might have been the closest that we've had to a competitive game, really. OG Seed was an absolute wash. AlQ was pretty much a wash. So it's been, unfortunately, pretty stumpy. But it's okay. It's okay. How are you feeling today? What do I want for food, y'all? I'm starting to get hungry. What do I want for food? If any of you say pizza, I'm going to slap you. Something that's not like really bad. It won't make me feel really guilty for eating, you know? So no like cake or any shit like that. Oh shit, we're already in game. Fuck. My bad. Sorry, y'all.
To go against their previous opponent?
I can
of Nemesis?
That for you.
Wait, that mod's name is simply
for
Obtruse?
Insomnia for game number 2, and they did take 2
you guys can't see this, huh?
off of Insomnia during that.
Okay, well, that's nothing to sniff at.
Simply Obtruse?
Insomnia, I believe, are guaranteed playoffs now. They managed to defeat
the Penny save from Dusty.
It's real.
Okay, so is it just the 424s and OTP? Is that why? Because I don't know these players very well. So I'm assuming that like 424 is just like a massive Penny enjoyer.
Seeing it as a checklist as opposed to a warning.
I mean, Penny is not terrible on Idrisil for the first point, but not great after that, really.
As well.
I mean,
how did concept the band?
How
did the concept go, Ricky?
For
Hyperteen.
For CMD
the games have been pretty meh today.
Maybe.
They're being very stompy.
Okay.
So I'm actually going to take a break tonight and not do the America games later. And just try and get a good night's sleep. Because I'm feeling pretty exhausted.
With 2, maybe we see Cloak and Dagger banned on the other side here from Yoinkanda, so that there's still like a
slightly... No, the Invis.
Okay, they're going to ban Invisible.
Because I think they're going to assume...
That would mean that we're likely going to see 2 Eternal
So the thing about the Invis over the Cloak is the shield is so good for flyers. So if they're thinking like a torch, for example, or if they think that Dusty want to play a torch, the Invis is a way better ban because the shield, they don't get the shield protection.
And also buff up that Penny.
And they banned, Dusty actually banned the torch, which makes sense. Because Monk went fucking ridiculous on it, right?
Human Torch.
So I wouldn't be surprised for this ban.
Would not be surprising. I thought that maybe they'd go down
How you
the
doing,
like
Peter?
ban cloak and dagger route and try and make the
Chicken
weird
Caesar salad.
strategist comms happen. The Wolverine Protect here. It's just the cope answer to Penny.
Oh, no.
Just
Wow,
flashbanged
Orion just really loves this
by
squirrel,
Penny
huh?
Parker herself.
It's back. The squirrel girl is back. This is a...
Don't like it.
This looks like a nightmare, honestly.
Don't like it.
Like, just walking into this... looking at it is making
Although,
me
as I
stressed.
said, I
Walking
do
into
think
this was
Squirrel is
gonna
really
be
good on Idrisil,
incredibly
so
difficult. They're going...
I do
Blast
get
is
it.
also hovering Penny, but I think that's more for armor. Monkamoto realizing, yeah, okay, I, might
I
as well
do get
just
it.
go into the
And if you
skies
banned
so
out
I
the
don't have to
Johnny,
deal
it's
with
probably
this, just
way
trying
more
to
viable
avoid
in
the
this
pet
comp.
Squirrel girl shots.
So I get
True.
it. I get
The
it.
other option, of course, would be to go to Iron Man. Iron Man gets great angles on.
Yeah, I just want a
onto
bit
Penny Nash
of
just
a
by
break, Ricky.
virtue
I've
of
been
flight.
really
Turns out the
grinding
Y-axis
so
can be
hard the last few
somewhat
days.
overpowered in hero
Not
shooters.
just on stream, but
We'll
off
have
stream
to see
as
if
well.
that's
Like
actually
I've had
going to
no
be
breaks in
what is
between.
delivered here
I've been
by
editing and
Yoinkanda,
stuff whenever I've got
who,
spare minutes.
I'm
So
just gonna say,
I'm gonna give myself a little
probably
break
haven't
tonight.
scrummed against a
We'll
bunch
let
of
the Americas
Penny
games go
Squirrel
by
teams.
for the lower bracket
I
tonight.
mean, who else does this?
And
We have a couple
we'll
Penny
jump back
players,
in
of
on
course.
the
We
on
have, like,
Thursday.
non-OTPs who almost qualified. They
Next
have
week.
Pendulum.
True.
But
We've still got one more series after
scrimming
this.
against that? And do they
Hi,
want Squirrel
Milky.
Girl? This is such a
Hi,
unique
Mariam. How you guys
situation
doing?
to
Welcome
find
in.
yourself in. The
All right, remember
All right, get to it. Let's see if Dusty can put up a fight here.
Those nests by placing the wall under them, and they essentially get
So
treated
is-
as a
where
destructive
is
environment in
424?
that case and just get instantly evaporated.
Are they
So
playing
maybe
like a
Blacks can
flank
make their
Penny
way
or some
around this.
shit?
Of course, you got to worry about that hard
Where are the
stun
Penny
for
nests
about a
at?
second,
Oh, they're
coming
gonna
out
hold
for 4
further
seconds.
back?
It's a
Okay.
crazy uptime.
So they're gonna
That's
let them
Penny's
in here
main
and hold
value,
further
as well as
back.
being able to deny these
Which is quite a
close
lot of
range
leg
gankers.
room. You don't see
And
this
there
very
is
often.
The expected Iron Man as well, who's going to get some great angles, and Frosty demands the attention, causing them to turn around.
Yeah, I think the Psylocke
dropping a little
could
bit
be
low,
really
forced to
good. I mean, you
back
can already
out,
see
and
Frosty
Black's
putting
getting
on so much
targeted
pressure,
down. Wolverine
like
will
onto this
find
Iron Man in this
isolation onto
group.
Frankie Boxing, who is trying to pull back to the rest of their team, but it's just too much damage. This is looking like a season.
I feel like
one
Groot is gonna have a hard
from
time staying
Yoinkanda,
alive, though.
Sorry, season 0. as
if they do
are
it
just
well.
holding the line right now,
Orion does have
pushing
an ult.
forward slow and
With the
steady,
most
and
disgusting
finding targets
crosshair
where they
you've
need.
ever seen on a
4-2-4
Squirrel
on the
Girl.
flank with this Penny trying
Or
to
I would
stun,
argue maybe
will be
one of the most
forced to
disgusting
web
crosshairs I've
away
ever
as their
seen,
targets
period,
are
to be
down.
honest. I have no idea what value that crosshair has.
Team up as well, so no BRB coming on through. I thought maybe they run like a triple strategy or something. Go on, nuke the Penny. See if I can.
Dude, this Penny is doing nothing. Like,
out comes the armor.
they saved this Penny, by the way. If you guys missed the draft, Dusty saved this Penny instead of any other tank. So they put like crazy high prio on it. Big invis ult though. Big invis ult. Frosty nearly had it, but that invis ult was clutch. Nah, they're getting fucking rolled, dude.
They've got some fairly good time heading into second.
That is going to be Yoinkanda pushing on through, finding.
I love spicy picks. I just hate what Dusty are doing. It doesn't make sense. I don't know what the thought process is behind it.
I'm not seeing it yet, but there are plenty more opportunities, plenty more points on this map for them to show why this is so terrifying for teams.
Oh, the Penny haters are going to feel real silly when this spider time comes out. You're going to feel real foolish, don't you? There goes Frankie
That's
Boxing.
funny.
Grabbed in by the Wolverine. Very
They do get
strong
Frankie,
duelist,
though.
and that percentage-based damage just tears through the meaty targets. A quick stun, interrupting the usage of the Thorn.
They
Lash
feel
wall,
like
but
just
never
so
mind, Black's gonna
scattered
get
and
out
not on
anyway.
the same page at all, Dusty, right? There's like zero coordination.
Moving around, Frosty
Oh, Frosty's getting
focused
railed.
down. You can see Mugma
Frosty's getting
in
railed.
the sky, trying to just punish
Flank
anyone who goes
Penny?
on the flank, was able to take out Frosty.
Dude,
with
what
the
the
help
fuck
and the
is this
dive of
crosshair?
Orion with the Squirrel Tsunami, though, is starting to create an opening with that
I mean, Orion
Squirrel
got a
with the
couple there,
Spider
but there is
Time.
no one touching this Iron Man. Like, this Iron Man is so fucking free, dude.
Strike, a collection of squirrel.
It's like they've just totally decided to ignore the flyer DPS, who is just railing your entire team. They've got a flanked fucking Penny who can't keep a nest down for longer than 2 seconds. They've got a Squirrel Girl with a crosshair that covers 3/4 of their fucking screen. What is this? This has got to be a troll, dude. This has got to be a troll team. What is happening?
Any opening, trying to weaken so that anyone can get in. Frosty has brought out the Iron Man of their own.
All right, a battle in the air. And there'll be plenty of support coming through. Once again,
I mean, listen, like, I don't want to shit on them too much. Maybe they're just fucking vibing, right? Maybe they're just like, hell, we're probably not going to get very far. Let's just fucking play what we want and vibe out. So, like, I respect it. That's totally fine.
As Frosty on the other side is laying down huge suppressing fire, and now moving forward, they have
but I mean, they made it this far, so like,
get some good coverage off of this Eternal Bond.
I don't know. They must be okay.
Back away, but now with that Eternal Bond bought out.
Maybe they're just trying to get some fans with some shenanigans.
A little bit longer, but they will have an Eternal Bond.
Again, I respect it.
Just a few moments in CMD. Unbeatable Scroll Tsunami.
I mean, it's making it interesting, right? Rather than the same comps all the time.
Into the backline, finds nothing. But in the meantime, Yoinkanda are still
nah, Yoink just running them over.
Member of Dusty they can
like, Yoink just running them over right now.
Crazy after that Eternal Bond.
Look at this Iron Man. I genuinely don't think anyone has touched this Iron Man in like 4 minutes. Psylocke tried to burst him once, was unsuccessful, and then I think they just gave up.
Canopy, you know, nice lad, interesting architecture. 424.
Oh, Orion has finally swapped. Please switch to Orion right now. I want to see their Psylocke crosshair. Show us Orion right now.
Frosty dropping down to the floor in many ways.
Fuck!
No touch. Oh boy.
That's the triple. Yoinkanda looking to earn their spot in the next round to make their way through this lower bracket to play against Virtus Pro. If Dusty cannot find
Kel, I'm so sorry if you're still here. I know you're rooting for Dusty, and I feel real bad about shit talking them. I feel bad, but it's pretty wild.
Looks like Dusty may finally be sending the Squirrel Girl.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah,
I mean, 44 as well on his penny. Like, what are you actually doing?
Finds a little bit more impetus.
You spent a save to save this hero over a mag, over an Amer,
you know what?
over a Torch, over a Punisher, anything. And I just feel like this Betty has done literally nothing. Nothing.
13k damage, has the most damage in the game, has only been KO'd 3 times. They're performing well. The Squirrel Girl is working. It's just they're not able to find.
Working is a very strong word.
They're not able to find enough pickups to open
I guess
up
you're
and
talking about
stop
them. I mean, True Gun, that's very true. I will definitely be remembering them for sure.
Same comp,
it's
new
pretty
energy,
wild.
Baby. I wonder if we're going to see this rocket.
I mean, I kind of want to see it work just for shits and giggles, but like,
of course,
I don't know why they're committing to it. If they tried it once and it failed, I'd be like, okay, that's a vibe. They're just doing it for every fucking game, right? Orion's gone back on the Squirrel Girl. Like, I don't know what they're doing. I don't get it.
Squirrel Girl and that Iron Man to just make it absolute artillery fire. Just make the ground as difficult to stand on with maximum AoE.
I mean, maybe the idea is to just like burn the group, but I don't know.
Towards those invincible pulse cannons. However, there's going to be a lot more pressure going the way of Frosty.
I feel kind of bad for Frankie. He's trying to like, you know, trying to like hold this front line and just get railed.
By the way, during the Marvel Rivals Invitational, that's when we were kind of in the better Winter Soldier wins era of Marvel Rivals Esports. Frosty, though, great beaming off the back of the Armor Overdrive. They baited in Monk Mother and punished him as he tried to disengage.
Gonna get healed.
Guys, I got kill.
Being dropped to half HP,
oh my god, I can't look at it. I can't look at it. It looks like a really cheap mobile game as a sniper. You know those like sniper games on mobile? It's just this like, I don't know, massive scope. Oh, the Groot wall was big though. The Groot wall was big.
Just unable to hit the angle was a good thought there, but unfortunately Vertigo being able to survive means that it might well be over for Dusty. And I just remembered.
It's so done.
What the Squirrel Girl cosplay, what Crosshair awakens in me, it looks like the crosshair that you'd have in like a World War II bomber, like a Lancaster.
Yeah.
Like if you're about to drop some like 50-kilo dumb bombs. You're looking from it like 10,000 feet up through that.
I would love, I really want them to interview Orion instead of the winners after this, because I want to know more than any other part of this game. I want to know what the fuck that crosshair is for. Like, I want to know what, like, is it a troll or does it actually give you any advantage by running that? Because if it does, I'm willing to give it a go for shits and giggles, you know? I mean, the fact that you can even make that is fucking hilarious, isn't it?
They can't find the other eliminations. Etsu is a bit far out now.
Reminding me of the times when Etsu on OG was really bringing it very often to VP in the Winter Soldier versus Winter Soldier, and having it brought to him by Frosty. Great use of Repulsor Blast there. Brand new Invincible Pulse Cannon is now available.
I mean, Frosty is like kind of putting stuff. I like worse than Orion. 424 on this Penny, I feel has done literally nothing on this Penny. And as I say that, they get a kill. That might be the first thing I've seen this Penny do. Actually,
they have created an opening.
Where the fuck are the nests? I haven't seen a single nest.
To touch the point, zoning away the Winter Soldier, who soldiers fists into.
Anyway, I'll stop giving them shit.
Immediately picked up at that portal.
Oh, nice stun. Okay, that was actually pretty nice. That was actually pretty nice.
Oh my god!
Wait, what?
Jonathan Penny is just the one. I think that they were trying to do some counter portaling from Frankie Boxing in case 424 was unable to deliver on the a cyberweb snare.
I mean, they've got a point, right?
By my Penny player.
Excuse me. They got 1 point. Maybe this is doable.
Is getting some value.
I mean, if they win this game, I don't fucking know rivals anymore.
First point for Dusty.
I no longer have a read on this game in any way.
42 remaining. The Penny is flanking in the backline, causing problems as Frosty tries to duel into Monkmuna.
Black Penny is so crazy, dude.
Downtown,
like,
sieging in from the distance. Media M to try and zone them out. There was joint counter. Realized that
so funny.
Just runs so far towards the enemy team's base that it can't reach.
Snaze pulls a quick Uno reverse there on Frosty, eating up the Invincible Pulse Cannon with the Meteor Ram and dunking it down.
I mean, they've got a lot of ults. Maybe they can roll over. They got 5 ults. Maybe they can just roll over the fight with these ults.
It's a single weasel, not a boogle, but it's a weasel nevertheless. Tetcher in the back. Dusty have 5 ultimates to try and break through this one. They do not have a Mantis.
This Mantis is having a hard game.
Through the God of Mischief copy is going to be able to use their own Soul Resurgence, but it's almost over already, and there's no forward progress to be seen here for Dusty.
This Weasel's got far too many legs, but it is still causing issues in the backline. The spideriest Weasel I ever
Those
did
group walls
see
are fun.
is just trying to land those cyberweb snares.
I think this Iron Man is actually doing a lot of work, though. I think Frosty is like...
Punishing reinforcement. Monkmuna is also flanking. A bit of a tsunami comes on out, and Monkmuna takes the 1v1 versus Orion.
Here comes the Invincible Pulse Cannon trying to shut down the Mantis. Frankie
threw the squirrels out.
Sure Frank's damage is mitigated for the moment. Even more
Frosty gets that too. That's big.
Frosty just predicts that
the ultimate squirrel counter. 2 feet of height.
Look at all those mines doing 0 damage to the group.
That's funny. Okay. Okay, Penny. Okay, Penny. Okay, Penny.
It's getting to real value.
Value is a strong word. Shit, they actually gonna get. They're gonna do this.
Full wraparound here. Joint Kunda forced to regroup the pickup from Frosty. 424 cutting off any retreats. Goodbye, Vertigo. They drop the.
Oh my god, they're gonna do this. Shut the fuck up. They're doing it. Shut the fuck up. 424, like, their defense Penny was fucking useless. Their attack Penny is crazy. What is this? Hello? Hello?
An attempted cyberweb snare there onto the Iron Man. It's going to be
okay, listen, they're giving us a fucking show, though, if nothing else. They're giving us a great show, so I fucking respect it.
Lash walls, but plenty of healing should be able to come on through from the Cloak and Dagger in the aftermath as Frosty builds up a plan for their next ult.
Etsu has abandoned the Punisher back onto the Psylocke to try and snipe this Squirrel Girl. Already taking them down one. Just Dusty forced to regroup, forced
just
to
send,
back away. Frosty
just send the Iron Man.
Punishing the Penny, who is still on the flank.
This is so funny, dude.
Everybody gangster till we see Penny on their flank. That much is for certain. Wrapping around the back, 4-4
behind
new
them.
territory.
Oh my God.
These little spider mines around, and out come a couple of stuns here and there. The unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami.
Ryan got the kill as well. It actually worked.
At the end of the bond, gets caught by
Oh my God, they're doing it, guys. They're fucking doing it. They don't have the time on the clock, but they're actually gonna do this. I can't fucking believe it. What is Frankie doing?
Does not care about the this match.
4-2-4 is kind of smurfing on this Penny.
601 things Doctor Strange looked into. He did not see this.
That's so good.
They've set the trap. Finally, Venom is able to break the containment. They're fighting Mukmuna on the flank to prevent any invincible pulse cans, but it's not even charged yet. They're dropping low. It's Spider time, but is it Dusty time? They're centimeters away.
I think that might be it. Unless they can hold out here, that might be it. No subs.
They've got 6 seconds left. Frankie boxing is on the point, so we can't portal them back in. I'm Mukmuna to try and buy the extra time, but they are taken down. It's 4-2-4 on the
at least that was an entertaining game.
They are taken down.
That was an entertaining game.
Reinforcements aren't there. It is G as Yoinkanda
Oh,
keeps the
please,
sacred
for just
timeline
once,
and will
please,
take
can you
the map in a
interview
3-2.
Dusty?
Having to cull
I
the
want to know
divergent
what the fuck
branch
they were
where Paddy
doing.
was getting value. Typically, the last hurrah was Sylvie falling to a bunch of spider mines.
Because maybe, like, maybe they were just super vibing and like, hey, like, we're lower bracket, we're probably going out anyway. Let's go out with a fucking bang, right? Let's go out with some crazy picks, have a bit of fun.
As the Icelandic team who played the Penny and the Squirrel Girl kind of almost took Yoinkanda to their limit.
I mean, the stats are legit though. Like, the damage stats are legit.
Almost as much
I
as
just, I don't know.
31k damage on the Squirrel Girl. It's 8k more than
I
the
don't know,
Iron
man.
Man.
This
It's
team.
so much. Etsu also showing off their hero pool that game.
I need to know this
rotating
crosshair. I
between
need
at
to know
least
about
3,
it.
maybe 4 heroes.
So, question is, who on Yoinkanda
That's
inherits
so funny,
Orion's
though.
crosshair now? I've got to assume it works like a parasite, and
The only reason it would work that way.
when you eat Orion, you
So, another
inherit
stomp,
the
2-0.
crosshair, and you have to play with the
Another
bomb.
stomp. We got
Well,
one
they
more
may
series
not
left.
have moved on in the bracket, but Dusty will certainly be coming away with the attention of the Marvel Rivals
Oh, yeah, they
community and a significant.
I mean, maybe that's why they did it, right?
boost
Maybe they were
in
just like, hey,
fans
we know
for
we're not
the
going to win.
performance
Let's
in
just
this match. What
get some fans.
creative and, quite frankly, effective play. But Yoinkanda were just too much to overcome here. They move on. They have their toughest matchup coming against Virtus Pro to make their way
VP.
into the playoffs. But wow, People's Scroll Tsunami trying
I think
to
Strange miffed that portal block so that this place they could get out. I think it's a difficult portal block, isn't it? Because like it has to be super
That brings us
precise
to two
in the
teams
spawn.
that were so close to Ignite Superstardom, that were big penny merchants. We had Cringe Alarm on no TPs you brought up early, and of course 4-2-4 on
The
this
flag
roster.
penny's
Maybe
kind
the
of
time of
irritating
Penny
though.
is nearly here.
Like,
One more team update,
it's
just
kind
one
of
more team
hilariously
just one more team
irritating.
and then Penny, it's Penny hours, baby.
We've been seeing a couple teams bring out the Penny.
Like,
for
I don't think
containments.
Penny
This
is
the
bad,
first time
but,
we have seen
like,
a flank Penny.
Penny is
coming in
so
for 4-2-4,
situational.
getting onto the back line,
And if you're
causing
gonna bring it out in
damage output, and
any
we can see it
in any
perfectly
game,
on that point B,
like surely you do it on a
their team
domination,
got
right?
zoned
Not
out.
on
Penny was
a
in
not
the
on a
back line,
convoy.
landing stuns and punishing anyone who came for the reinforcement. And the second their team got momentum, it was Spider time.
I mean, they
you
got
want
it near to the end,
retreat
though. That was
against
great.
our advancing
That was a lot of
Scroll
fun.
Tsunami. Surprise,
enjoyed that.
there's mines. Surprise, there's a Bartic Spider there. Surprise, you're in the air now because Penny is knocking you off.
That's funny. We've had so much
was
serious stuff, right? It's nice to have a bit of
quite
a lighthearted,
Fiesta?
a lighthearted game.
That's a word for it, yeah.
But credit to Yoinkanda, they stayed true to their game plan. They played some salt of the earth, blue collar 9-to-5 Marvel Rivals, and in the end, the old reliable managed to win out over Dusty's avant-garde approach to professional play.
I love that description. Well, We'll have to see if Yoinkanda do pick up the surprise Squirrel Girl tech, or perhaps the surprise Squirrel Girl.
I want them to interview Orion.
To improve
please.
Their play. We'll be trying to get an interview with someone from Yoinkanda in just a moment, but we can talk about their upcoming match while we wait. It is against the surprise lower bracket arrival of Virtus Pro, who did go down to
that's
Rad
the third
in the
one
upper
done.
bracket. Finding themselves down here is already difficult, but Yoinkanda, they have a history against Virtus
We have.
Pro.
Who's
We're
the
going to have
last
a look
game?
at that bracket update. These teams have played against
L9
each other
Blood
in
is the last
past
game. L9
in
Blood.
MRC, and now it will be time for Yoinkanda to try and get revenge for that matchup.
That might be a good game.
That matchup is going to make it
Hopefully,
to
because
playoffs.
everything
There's
else
a
has
world
been
where
super stumpy.
BP don't make it. The thing is, for Yoinkanda, even going in potentially as the weaker team, they kind of have the cheat codes, because it seems like
Young
the
VP
triple strategist ban
be tough.
is a little bit of a
Young VP is going to be tough.
A Virtus Pro that could potentially be exploited by other teams. Obviously, we're going to spend the next week of scrims trying to find out their way around this triple strategist ban, whether that comes down to, I don't know, saving Luna first, or if they're just going to start working on some Ultron compositions. But for now, it seems like a weakness that can be exploited.
They have time to practice. They have time to work it out. Both these teams have time to go away and study all
Last
of the
game,
games that
yo.
have happened, even look at some of the other regions to see if there's something cooking over there to work out.
I don't
want
to switch off. I want to wait because I want to see
claim
the interview.
these last spots. As we already said, we've already have our top 4 spots. These are the final spots in the playoffs. These are the spots where you are safe. You have to go into that new bracket, and then of course,
Isn't
try
he
to
just
compete
wrong
for
on that? That's the
mid-season title.
second
But
time he
the
said
first
that.
step
Isn't he just
is
wrong?
Virtus Pro.
All right, let's
We already
get
talked about
Blackso
this,
in
no?
here so
Isn't
that
he
we can have
wrong?
a
It's
quick
just
chat
fault?
about how that match went down. Nice to see you, Blackso. Congratulations on the win. How are you feeling after that one? It was a bit of a weird end to the series.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it, but we were not really ready on the Penny Parker pick, because we thought that we would be able to ban it every games. But at the second game, they saved it in first, so we were not ready, so that's all. But we were still confident, to be honest.
So you were prepared going into, as you knew it was happening. Your plan was to ban it the entire time. Did you have any preparations to try and deal with it in the event that it could have, and in fact did, go through?
No, to be honest, we had no plan. We just wanted to ban Penny, and honestly, we don't really know these guys because we never see them scrim, or even in ranked, the only one that we see is Frankie Boxing. But we really didn't know the others guys, so we were just prepared.
I don't know about the
all.
scrim
That's
prep,
how
how long they scrimmed for and stuff.
So you guys were focusing more on yourselves after the match against Pep. How did you guys change up how you're approaching some of these games after the match against Peps? What went wrong there?
I mean, to be honest, it was close games, but it was really frustrating because, it was one of these bad days. We were just playing so bad, and there was legit nothing we could do. I mean, of course you can play better, but when it's not your day, it's not your day, and you can do nothing about that.
Have a bad day, right?
It's frustrating, but it's part of the game, you know.
It did end up being your day, though. You did end up taking the series in the 2-0. We talked about the Penny, though. Let's talk about the Squirrel. Was there any world where you were expecting that to come out?
I mean, no, we didn't know, but I mean, I just saw a screenshot at the end of the second game of his crosshair, and it was actually really surprising. But we didn't know at all that he was playing Squirrel Girl, but it's not a huge hero right now in the meta. It's not good at all. So
give us the crosshair info.
We don't really care about Squirrel Girl actually.
You said that you guys were surprised to see the first Protect go through onto Penny, but when it comes to the ban, the new advanced tournament bans in general for yourself and Yoinkanda, how are you guys feeling about the new ban system? Is it working out for you guys, or can it be a little bit of a weakness at the moment?
No, I mean, we are kind of good with it because we actually have a coach, and he's really helping us right now with the new ban system, and he's really cooking, you know, so we are really confident with him about the bans and the safe picks, so it's actually really nice to have a coach like him.
You say you're going in with some confidence on the ban system, and you are going up in your next round against the current European champions, Virtus Pro. What are your thoughts heading into that match?
I mean, like, my opinion personally is that I think they are still the best, to be honest. You know, it can happen to have a bad day. You know, it's been legit like 6 months that they are on the top. Like, of course, one day or another they would have lose, and it happened yesterday. But I really think that they will just come back stronger. Like, to be honest, I don't think it's going to be the start of the like downside of VP. You know, I really think they will just come back stronger and be at the top again. But honestly, I mean, personally, I'm confident because, you know, it gives
everyone in the chat is saying
confidence to see
girl.
that another team can beat them. You know, so like it opens the gate for the other team. Actually, like now we know that they are beatable. You know, so we will play on that part and just hope that we will beat them.
Nice. I want to know a little bit about the Black Sir lore after the MRI. You were playing for Fnatic at the time. I believe you were a newer pickup for that roster. Ended up with a couple of the OG guys here on your Encanto. How did you end up making the swap between these teams? Were you like approached by Etsu or?
I mean, after the last MRC, we placed top 8 with 0%, and so we played the Marvel Rivals Invitational with Fnatic. And like the problem is that we were not happy with the top 8. Like we wanted the top 3 at least. So everyone in the team was not happy. So what happened is that there was 3 persons that wanted to leave the team. And these 3 persons, it was me, Monk, and Sylvie. We kinda mixed with Etsu because he asked us. Because, you know, like Enzo, Tanuki, Ken, and Alex left. So we joined Snaze and Etsu. And we find the last one, so Vertigo. And he's actually really, like, we couldn't have better, I think, in last pick right now. He's actually a really good dealer. Like, honestly, I really like how he plays and everything, and yeah, that's how it went. It was really, really good actually.
And you mentioned your coach has been helping you with a lot of the draft. Do you want to give them a shout out here, and also a bit of a call out for VP as they're coming up? And any words for your opponents in this match, Dusty?
It's a long interview, isn't it?
I think the people that played Overwatch knows him. It was Obazil. He was a huge coach in NA, and right now he's helping us because we are EU. So he's helping us, and I really like how we cook the bans. Like, to be honest, it's one of the best coach out here. To be honest, like it's not to glaze him, you know, but. You know,
I think what we've seen be like most successful is like the
I know
quad support
I know he's a
like
good brain to have in that back line. When it comes to good brains as well, you guys have got quite a bit of competitive gaming experience. Did you feel any pressure being in the lower bracket today against Dusty, or is it just another match?
Man, they're really pushing this interview,
no,
huh?
personally, and I think the other one in the team too were not like, I mean, of course we were frustrated to know, like, we didn't want to be in the loser bracket this early, you know, like it was the first game and boom, you go in the loser bracket. So it's really frustrating, but you know, it's part of the game. Like you just have to go on. You can't just fix what you did in the past, you know. You have to keep going, and that's when you see the good players and the bad players, you know. That's all.
Yeah, just the resilience can be a huge part of it. And thank you for your resilience, Blacks, and coming to talk to us. It was great to get some insight into what's happening in Yoinkanda. That was wonderful, Black. So one of the best Groots in EMEA, wrapping up our 3rd matchup here at Marvel Rivals
Give
Ignite.
us Squirrel go.
And well, there's only one left, Tetch. We've got to say goodbye to yet another team here in the lower bracket.
All right,
but it's
one
going to be a
series
hotly contested
lefty
matchup.
Yes, it
left.
will
L9
be, and we'll be
Blood.
heading into our final matchup of
L9 Blood to finish off today. And then no, I'm not going to stream tonight. So no stream tonight either. Your boy is probably just going to try and rest. Play some games and try and rest a little bit, I think. Get an early night for once. See how successful that is. Oh, well, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I don't know why I'm looking at that. So Yoink move on to play Virtus Pro in the lower brackets next week. Which is that the first one on the 19th? Yeah, so that'll be, it looks like lower bracket games are on the 19th. Yeah, okay. So it looks like Thursday we're going to do all the 4 lower bracket quarters, which will be BO3s. So AB OG. Let me update this. AB OG. Schmungus with the winner of this last series that we're gonna watch now. Peps versus Alq and VP Yoink for the EMEA. On Friday, we get the semis, the lower bracket semis for each one. Oh, and the lower bracket final. Shit, we get both? Dope. No, wait. 20th, 21st. Okay, so Friday we get the 2 lower bracket semis. Saturday we get the 2 lower bracket finals with... Oh, sorry. I'm a dumbass. Friday, we get the upper bracket final and the lower bracket semi. Saturday, we get the 2 lower bracket finals. Just that. Okay. That feels like a weird way around, but okay. And then Sunday, we get the 2 grand finals for the group stages. And that's next weekend. Which we will also be doing for both EMEA and the Americas. If we have a quick look at the Americas right now, this is the state of the Americas. Tonight, which I'm not going to watch, but we will come in and check on this later on in the week or tomorrow. Tonight, they're playing Luminosity Shikigami, FlyQuest Solaris, all the lower brackets, basically. NTMR and Alani Wind, and Dark Zero Techie. So we will know then after tonight who is playing in the lower bracket quarters. Which is the same days, I believe. It'll just say the day after because of the timings. But pretty much the exact same format. I still don't know how good Yoink are because they got outmatched. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like I don't really know. Like, I feel like they're just going to get fucking rolled by VP, no? Just because it's VP. But you never know. Like, VP might be shaken after that loss. But we'll find out on Thursday. I suppose. Peps Alq should be a fucking banger, to be honest. I'm expecting that to be a fucking banger. I think AB OGC could be secretly a banger. And then let's see about L9 Blood, because I don't really know about these 2 teams either. Because I feel like we haven't really seen... L9 were pretty good in this series, actually, against AB. They were very competitive in this series, actually, so we know L9 are pretty good. But we haven't had a chance to really see Blood, right? Because they just got fucking rolled. Maybe they put up a fight. I suspect L9 are probably going to take this series. But we'll see. Maybe they can be a little bit competitive. And then, yeah, so that'll be next week. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, chat. My brain is just like so fried.
Hey, I'm just saying I'm an amazing third in a lot of ways. No.
That is very true.
I immediately regret that decision.
That's very true. How you doing, Jazz? Shall we? I'm just gonna distract myself for a minute. Where's my fucking mouse? That's a cool Psylocke skin. It's another Guna skin, isn't it? But we were talking about this before, right, with Blade. I don't know what they're planning to do with him. I don't know. Nope, we've just seen it. Okay, here's the thing. I actually think Squirrel Girl is pretty ridiculous, particularly in lower ranks. I think that was just a really awkward showing of it because of what they were playing into. And the map choices. What is this? I can't listen to that.
You are safe now, my friend.
Is he spawn camping?
Some assistance, please. Destiny was not kind.
Oh shit. I mean, you can't really call this dive necessarily. This is just flanking. This isn't dive.
Healing power.
The fact that he's staying alive is quite impressive, though. The damage is so crazy. I mean, if you take him on 1 by 1, he's actually not bad, right? Because you can always out-trade. So that's actually not bad. You just don't really do anything with the Soul Bond or the Res because you're so far away from your team. When are we getting the ability to ban Dom in comp? I have a hot take on this. It's not really a hot take, but I have my take on this, which is I think all games should do this. I think you should be able to choose the maps you want to play on. Like CSGO does. If you fucking suck at a map or you don't want to play a map, why not just have a selector in the lobby or in your matchmaking so that you select what maps you want to queue for? It's not like the queue times are fucking terrible. Maybe they're really bad in Celestial. I don't know. And like high end, like super top end lobbies. But give people the option. If your queue times are fucking awful, just switch it off and play whatever. But I think they should give us the option to choose what maps we want to play on. Because some of them just suck dick, man. Some of the maps are fucking terrible. That's my take on it. Okay. But you're not going to show us how side he fell off? Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is another example of Mantis, right? This is the crosshair I have for Mantis. But I feel this way as well. I cannot hit a fucking shot with her. What's this title? Lesson number 1. When you play attack side on vehicle maps, never choose to walk on the middle. Oh, yeah, of course. I think that's pretty standard.
Qualifiers and in MRC. They have been once again on a Star-Lord, showing that they have this duelist blood in their veins. They also did play a little bit of that Adam Warlock in that match as well.
I mean, my sources that it came to me in a dream.
We've seen, this is the other thing. We've seen quite a few roller players, like wildly,
in the console scene for EMEA.
But I'm assuming that they're playing controller on PC because I'm pretty sure it's not.
But slightly flashback message, Shinshibu, you're back on my screen right here.
I mean, I think it's essentially the same thing. I guess.
Long history of competing, even if not so much on mouse and keyboard for a while. We've had a couple of controller players make the transition from console, but I believe that Leo just completely swapped from console to PC.
Are they listening to my stream
as well over to the mouse and keyboard?
It legitimately did. I did an interview.
Are they
with
listening
them
to
for
my
channel
stream?
A little bit after those
Hey,
console champions, and
casters,
they
if you're
said
listening to
that
my
their
stream,
first
say
goal with the
spoons.
prize money is to try and buy a PC so that they can start moving on to keyboard and mouse. And it certainly seems to have paid off for them. Qualifying for Ignite, this was their qualifying match versus Schmungus, sending Schmungus down to the lower bracket and allowing them to capture that qualification.
Was that just a
very
weird
impressive
coincidence?
Stuff to go up against Schmungus, showing a lot of variability and versatility in their
That
roster,
seemed
as well
like
as
way
being
too
able
much
to
of a
very
coincidence
quickly
that I
adapt
talked
to
about
incoming
inputs,
stimuli, because
and
you
then
know
they
that Schmungus is
started
gonna throw
directly
some
talking
weird
about
stuff at you,
inputs.
and you're going to have to figure it out on the fly real quick.
Low Nine, on the other hand, we already talked about it. Saintamoto is
incredible. Jerky was. I remember Jerky went fucking
like
crazy though.
America. Crisis
Jerky was
a
a super good Psylocke. Crisis went really crazy on a Hulk as well.
And Jerky has been the one playing a little bit of the Ultron, one of the few Ultron players we have seen bring it in. And here is why this character got banned in the second game of this series.
No, not
just the
Hulk,
absolute
sorry.
mugging of a backline. That is the
he did play
Saintamoto
Hulk,
way.
though. Did he not switch into the Hulk at some point, or am I being dumb?
A little bit of an old head hero pool, honestly. Like Winter Soldier has kind of been in and out of
Nah,
vogue.
big dumb.
He's
Crisis
never
is
been
their
banned,
DPS.
you know, but
Ignore me.
Not quite the heady heights
Fuck,
of
my
being
brain
the
is so
absolute
done today.
esports defining hero he was during the season 1 runs.
We'll see if they can change that, though, as we are heading in. I know Leo also plays a little bit of that Winter Soldier as well, so they've got some flexibility on the team, especially
looks like we
if
got
they've been
audio
taking
delay.
some time after their...
Quick refresh. Yeah, Saint was crazy on the cap.
You're wrong. You will never, ever be alone. For the sake
We'll
of
do
the
this now
future,
before we get into game.
we must all come together.
Yeah, it's
full serious mode, 110% effort.
We've seen
They
a couple
did
of
not take a
controller
single map in
like
their matchup
Magneto
versus
players,
Zero Tenacity.
and like
Yeah,
really
not the
really
easiest
great
one.
controller
Okay,
players.
you know,
But I
think
would
that
have
they
thought
do
playing
have
on
it in
a
them
on a controller is
to really
such a
make something happen
disadvantage.
here
But
with the Jeff, especially because okay, well, straight away Blood Carrier are going to be banning out Saintamoto's.
wow, they banned Cap Insta.
Makes sense.
Dude,
to
they
me.
banned the Cap
He
Insta
can't
is
do this all
crazy.
day if he doesn't get to play.
They don't
Sent
want to fucking deal with that
immediately into
shit.
the ban phase, but this is going to allow a one-sided.
I mean,
Emma,
surely you
if
just
that's
saved
what
the
Blood
saved the
Carrier
Emma, no?
desire as they ban
That's a fucking
out the
freebie
Emma,
right there.
pick it up for themselves, and we'll once again be seeing
Luna ban,
Emma
Loki ban.
versus Magneto setup.
Loki.
All right, question for Low 9 here.
Probably Loki.
Are they willing to invest in
Loki
the
with a
Luna
Luna
ban?
save, maybe?
I mean, seemingly you've got to. But the thing is, Blood Carrier don't have like an Emma like a Luna crutch.
Oh,
You know,
Luna with a
because
Luna
they play
save.
the unironic Jeff, which makes them a lot harder to
But then
ban
they don't
into.
have another
But
ban.
it also means that if they save the Loki, you probably don't get as much value out of copying its Jeff, which isn't the greatest strategist ultimate in the game.
It
They
has
saved the
so much
Punisher.
potential. There are just so many characters that have ways to
Do
counter
they
it,
just
especially
like
the
Uber ban
rising
supports now,
star
take out
of
the
this
cloak?
season 2.5 Marvel
Or
Rivals Ignite, Cloak and Dagger being able to just take
yeah,
everyone
do you want to
of
just
phase
take out the cloak or
and
the
prevent them from
invis?
getting picked up.
And then you really limit their pool, no?
All right.
I mean, they're going to get one or the
Here,
other.
Blood Carrier going to be relying on a huge amount of
They take out
damage
the
likely coming
invis.
out of Leolaz. Invisible
We've
Woman
seen a
ban,
lot more
potentially. Okay,
invis ban
this is gonna
over the
be
cloak, which is
forcing
kind of
towards
weird.
that cloak and dagger, which makes a lot of sense
Obviously, depending
considering
on what they're
that they
thinking
have
they're
been
going to
able
play, right?
protect the Magneto. The
And they save
Meteor
the
Aim is, of
Loki.
course, the standard ranked counter to Eternal Bond.
Makes sense.
Loki also
And they
protected
ban the
by
cloak
Low
insta.
9 due to the fact that Blood Carrier put a bit. Sorry, Low 9 put a bit.
So I'm
going to
assume this is an
Captain
invis
America,
Loki, yeah.
And Blood Carrier
Jerky on the
kept their focus
Psylocke,
on
no
to the
surprise.
Standard rotation
Jerky
here.
was going crazy on that Psylocke.
Oh, am I going to see?
In the other
for Rocket's
games.
probably just for in Spawn. They're probably going to play double Invisible Woman on the side of
Do they commit to
Lone
this
9, so
BP?
double Invisible Boundary, which could
Res
be
comp
a great
question
way
mark?
to try and play against something like a Jeff Nado. Well, that's
Or
a
is
good
it just a
insurance policy,
Mantis?
realizing that,
Mantis because
hey,
they're kind of low
you're
on
playing against
low on
Blood Carrier,
options.
There's always a chance. There's always a slim chance.
Looks like they're a little
that
low
they
on
are gonna play a
options.
Jeff, and if they play a Jeff, maybe they'll play a Storm. They didn't do it previously. It's hell's heaven. But we're going to begin on domination. And I love
Is
when
there
I
a
go
cap
into
on how
ban
many you
phase,
can
Tetra,
save
and
or
I'm like,
ban?
I actually have no idea
Yeah,
what this
yeah,
team
yeah.
is going to play.
Both these teams are so
Thank you, Yanni. Yeah,
flexible.
4 and
We were
2.
talking about
And it's
Jeff
different depending
earlier.
on what
While
side
it
you're on.
was
So
the
you can see
previous
that they're
patch version
slightly
of Jeff back when he
different.
was more of a
So if you're on the
flanking,
top
just
side, you ban 2
flanking
first
assassin,
before
really,
a
trying to take
save,
out backliners.
and then
Jerky was
2
legendary.
after.
Constantly
No,
target
and then
banned
1
throughout
and
the
1.
ranked
So
games,
everyone
but
gets the same
since
amount of
the
bans, but
changes,
it's in a
they
different
have
order.
also picked up
The
stuff
bottom,
like that human
ban
torch. They
1,
have picked up
then
stuff like
save
the
1,
Psylocke,
then
and
ban
of course the
3
Winter Soldier, as we see
before the
them
next
hovering
save.
in
So
here.
it can
Here's the
also
Jeff. Is it
create
for
some like
bubbles or is it for
interesting
roulette?
strats
It was
depending
for
on
bubbles.
at what point
Bubbles
you can
only.
save.
Not a real
You know?
Jeff. Wolver might be going for a little bit of a mugging portal here. Could try and grab someone. Of course, there is a,
Looks like they're
is a
just gonna
pull
take the high
available
ground.
from the Force Physics. Instead, just going to rely on that high ground, setting up Crisis.
So we got a
position where
mirror
he can
match
pepper
with
away
the
with
Psylocke,
assault
which
rifle.
I feel like Psylocke
like
is
that they
really
use
good
the
for
portals
this
to scout
map.
out their opponents
There's a
first to
lot
see
of
whether
like
it's worth
ways
going
to
for a
get
big
in and
dive
around.
or to set up a defensive position. And we did see Low 9 decide that it's easier to just pick a position.
Interesting that
away
Blood
from
take the
where
cap
Lucario
themselves, though, after
decides to
banning it out.
initially engage it. Gator bringing out
I
their
feel like
own
Loki
Captain America
is a
option to
pretty
dive
good
it away
answer
from
into
Low 9.
dive in general, and
Yeah,
pretty
going
good
to
answer
be
to
able to
cap.
harass those backliners, and of course is already doing some real bits. Saint Moto
But Crazy getting a nice early pick, though.
Might be a powerful hero in some hands, but Saint Moto has had
We
some
didn't talk about
specialization
Crazy
towards the
Kitty on this
Captain
Human
America
Torch.
recently, and Low
This
9
Human
there,
Torch
their
could be a
backline distracted
mega
by the
problem.
Gainer marauding.
As we've seen in a lot of different
Sieging in,
games,
trying
right?
to create a zoning position as Blood Karyudo have claimed the first point, but Jerky is constantly flanking and looking for anyone who they can get a quick blow up. Will get spotted by Iron Monkey this time, so will not
Oh!
be able to get any fact, but will find
Damn,
the pickup
Jerky railed
onto
him.
Crazy Kitty. What a blow up
That
by
was a
Jerky.
nice combo.
Now Leia Laz was lurking, hoping that someone would come through by themselves on the other side. Now it's the Weasels. It's the... They're going
Yeah, I'm
in
not really
towards
sure what
back.
the idea was there.
Readily answered by the
You've used
invisible
both your
boundary. It's going to
dashes.
extend slightly onto the point.
Farming,
and have the
maybe?
vertical hitbox. It needs to not be too worried about the moving of the point itself. Sandy in the
Huge
back.
from Jerky.
That's gonna be-
Huge from
oh,
Jerky.
a single target. Dance
Huge
to the
from
bar fight,
Jerky.
spends all of its DPS into Crazy Kitty.
Jerky dashes away, trying not to get caught.
Layla's on the other side, even bigger though.
That's a double onto the
Oh,
backline.
Leo!
Who were just starting to
Anything
get
you
some
can do,
momentum.
I
Blood
can do
Karyudo
better.
tried to chase
God
down the
damn.
retreating Jerky, but with the iron bulwarks, they
Blood
will
have a lot of
escape.
early
Blood
percentage,
Karyudo,
actually.
62%, and it's untouched by Low 9.
What can Leia
They're
Laz do
kinda
with his
styling
L5s?
it.
Two invisible women in this case, both Pine Clone and Gonski falling down.
They do have Crisis'
their
first
auspices.
Punisher ult, though. This could be a
For
big
now,
one.
though, Blood Karyudo,
This needs to be a
they
big
have
one
been
for
able
them.
to pretty consistently hold this point. 75% of the way forward already.
No, I
Still
can't
have the
remember
Living
Yanni.
Legend and Supernova to try and defend this one.
Seen
Creeping
so
onto
many
the
games,
point.
huh?
Crisis has that final judgment for the quick.
He's watching
blow.
out for this
If they
cap.
find opening, the Gator is in the backline, causing issues. Supernova to zone away from Crazy
Oh my god, the
Kitty, who was
Supernova in
shown
that
to be
corridor
one of
is
the
fucking
best
crazy.
players for this Human Torch,
In the
for
meantime,
these
Wolver's
quick
out on their
blow-ups,
own.
keeping everything zoned out. Wolver is
It's
dropping
97.
low, back up, and they just
Someone's
can't
gotta
find
touch.
the opening here. They will touch for overtime, but the health bars aren't looking so good. Final
Crisis
time,
needs to
this
go
is impossible.
fucking
Saint Moto is
mega
already
big.
down. Gonski is down. They pick up
The
Crazy
Psylocke's
Kitty,
baiting
but
them, though,
the
wasting the
Psylocke
time.
have just taken cover.
Oh, I
Blood
think
Karyudo
Blood have
just
got it.
fade away into the night, and now it's time to strike on back onto this backline. Crisis going to
Okay.
be the #1 target.
Okay.
Even with
Okay.
Jerky seen as low,
Blood
they want to
are
get rid of that
showing
Punisher
up.
before he can try and turn it around
That
once
was a
again with the
dominant
culling
first round as well. That
turret
wasn't even
or
fucking
other
close.
weaponry. Blood
That was a
Karyudo
dominant
coming in
first
looking
round.
strong.
That is a solid first pickup onto the Eldritch Monument, heading into the Super Soldier Factory.
10
Looking at
and
the ultimate
0
charge here. Leo 93%,
on both Monkey
Zenny
and
91.
Leo.
Double 91s for Jerky
That was
and
a dominant
Gonski.
first point.
It's looking like Blood Karyudo have the ultimate lead here.
Is Sane a little bit lost? Not on this cap?
Crazy Kitty. Thus far, has just been absorbing a huge
I feel like
amount
we've
of
seen
aggro.
that a couple of times already, right? These cap
1 and
players,
3,
if they
it feels
don't
like
get the cap, they
Jerky is
feel a little
constantly just trying
lost.
to hunt down this Human Torch, and given how evasive he can be, it's taking a lot of time off of Jerky's. You know, Jerky's workday. Clocks in, looks at their inbox. Oh, would you look at this? It's Crazy Kitty again.
I'd like to see a Groot, I think. I would
Clock in,
way
clock out,
prefer a
baby.
Groot here.
Spots the
Especially
Human
on
Torch
this
and
point.
has seen the previous
I feel like
games where,
Groot is
the
so
Human
good
Torch
at
is being
holding on to the
targeted
point
and
once you've
everyone
got
is
it.
getting KO'd. Oh, the
Like,
Human
you
Torch
could
is
just
being
make it so
targeted.
difficult to
Everyone's
push back
getting
in.
KO'd Again, guess what my job is this game? To learn from the mistakes of others, to learn
Maybe it just feels
from
like he's
how
not
these
good
teams
into
put
cap.
extra effort into protecting this torch and try and ruin their day.
Or maybe they're playing
Cinemoto
as Venom sitting in
trying
the
to get back
front and
towards
Wolver
their
kind of
dive
sitting on the
routes, playing
supports.
the Venom here. That's going to make the backline a little bit more in danger.
Leo's is looking. Leo's looking.
With their stealth moving in.
Crisis gets a nice one.
Has that Dancer of Butterflies if only they are going to need it. Dancer of Butterflies answered on the other side by the Soul Resurgence of the Mantis.
They do have position though.
Disengage over to a point right now as Low9 erects their invisible.
Doesn't look like they can get it in full.
Here and Low9 get their first percentage
oh,
of the game.
this Venom though.
They have taken control.
Okay, I take it back. This Venom is creating so much space with this Psylocke behind. Okay, okay. I feel like maybe I just underestimate Venom sometimes.
Able to find the pickups and keep the pressure.
That was a huge amount of space from Saint.
Low9 back into this.
Crazy.
All right, not dead in the water. That much is for sure.
And they're gonna stick on this high
over
ground.
The Magneto duties from Saint Tomoto has already earned themselves a Meteor M.
I guess this is where like my theory about the group doesn't really count, right?
So you can
Because if they're just gonna play the high grounds, then it doesn't matter. You can't block them in the back.
Shut down that eternal bond before it comes out. A huge hit coming in from the Kraken impact. Cath feeling low.
Oh my god! Wolver, what the fuck was that?
They pick up the
hello
and Low9. That might have been what they need to hold this point.
Holy
Even able to
shit!
Cath, who had
what a fucking dunk!
That eternal bond to give them the extra protection to try
he just
and
railed them.
Tag through, disengage, and now Blood Cariudo 60% down already. They have a lot of.
Damn, Low9 have done such a good job to come back into this.
Yeah, catch up name of the game for now. Gainer going to be continually harrying that backline.
Look at where Sage is as well. He's ready to drop.
Work, but elsewhere is Jerky who striked first with their own.
Jerky gets a nice pick.
Finds Crazy Kitty before they can escape. No additional overshields available, and now even under.
Oh, just complete like reverse on the other side, right? They had their targets.
Monkey just hypnotizes multiple members of.
It's looking good there for Blood.
Some significant investment. Blood Carrier will get their flip.
Jerky still poking, but nice take. Nice take from Blood.
Almost hit that 95. No overtime.
They're very far behind, but
opportunity for Low9
they can hold it.
They can get the counter flip. But Cariudo
both supporters up for L9.
As best of a zone as they can. Currently, Leo on 7 final hits and has yet to go down this entire game. But Jerky has been
14 and 0 Leo.
Has been on to Crazy Kitty, who has now been taken down 6 times, abandoning the Human Torch.
There goes the Loki ult.
Oh no, never mind. Impact if they can find an opening.
Saint Tomoto looking for an opening themselves here. Seems like they already heard of a potential Barnacle
oh, he's got him.
Onto the back line. Zenny and Cath gonna try and defend
He's gonna ult it.
Of the abyss, but without the
Crazy Kitty's gone down.
DPS of that cellular corrosion.
This is looking good. This is looking good for Low9.
2 players afflicted here with the
Cloak ult to hold it.
And Saint Tomoto still doesn't want to invest their ultimate, waiting for the last moment. But guess what? The culling aura's already gone away. Meteor M flies.
Wolver gets another.
Down on top of Cath. The eternal bond shut down when it was needed the most by Blood Cariudo.
Dude, Wolver is
all they can do
a
is
monster.
Reset as Leolas hangs out in the back. Their perfect game is
I think this is just a straight 1-1, isn't it?
Them, as they're fragged out by Low9, who should
damn.
be able to grab
okay.
1-1.
That's a really nice. That's a really nice adjustment from Low9 on that second point.
Of this series, these two teams bringing
nice adjustment.
Everything they can to protect their tournament lives, because remember, the team that loses this series is eliminated and will have to try and defend their spot to try and make it into phase 2. The winner of this game has to play Smungus. Not an easy matchup either, but their focus has to remain on each other. The Psylocks have been trading back and forth so aggressively here.
Look how much damage Crazy Kitty has taken. Homie is getting giga targeted right now. And well,
yeah, these Wolver ults are scary, huh?
Almost 8k damage taken, which is as much as Leo has done.
I like this from Saint. I like this Venom.
Game
I take it back.
Of damage, which is exactly what we've been seeing. You called it. Where Jerky has just said, yes, this one, please.
So, who do you want to target? Yes. Coming out straight away with the Gainer.
I feel like this comes down to the Psylocks though, because as this point as well can be a Psylocks playground.
Correct, but once again, I may have dreamed it. Jerky instantly has.
You can do so much up and down on this height.
Leolas exactly the same, and the answers are going to be a little bit thinner on the ground for Bud Karyudo, who
realistically Jerky should have a better time,
Loki, which is a great answer to the damage of the Dance of the Butterflies
because of the Loki diff. But
this Mantis for
Leolas is doing a really good job of finding those angles and finding those timings. Here he goes.
All of your healing flowers, or to try an ultimate, which is exactly what they're going to do here with the
There's the Mantis all baited out
to keep the team topped up. Jerky unable to find.
Oh, Crazy Kitty's going.
Pulls the trigger on the crack.
It's big as well.
He's able to find reset number 1 because
oh, it's big.
Have Loki clones.
All right, Crazy.
I mean, that's where the Loki is a bit of a disadvantage, right?
Resetting off the back of a Loki doppelganger.
That is the you know, you sacrifice the Psylocke a little bit, but this Winter Soldier is going to have a lovely time.
Right on around real quick.
Now it's Crysis's turn.
First points going over to Blood Karyudo.
And Crysis do the same.
The full control 15%, low 9. Just going to be marching back in, regrouping. They don't have the fastest rollout outside of this Venom, who will, of course, be wrapping around off to the flank. And Jerky dropped a little bit low, but quickly healed up.
Sorry, I'm super low energy today, y'all.
All right, Crisis planking away for the moment. Leolas drops in behind. The
nice kill from Jerky. Oh, Monkey goes big, though. Wolverine the other side. Oh, Leolas nearly got him.
The Iron Volley's getting all of the impact that you could ask for from this Magneto. It's worth the save.
Oh, the Psylocke 1v1. 24 HP. Wolver just went fucking bananas. This is what I mean about the Mag. Like, this Mag just completely ignored everybody, ran past the tanks, and just decimated their backline. Like one pick after one pick after one pick. This hero is so dumb.
And of course, that's point and click damage from the hit scan.
Meteor M, ready to go. Kath going to be a little bit trepidatious about using their ultimate early. However, it might well get forced out early here. Crazy Kitty stunned by the Eye of Agamotto, looking for Kath in the midst of all of this, but it hits the crossbar. It's off the top.
That's a feels bad.
Means that the score will not be coming
That's a feels bad. They used a lot for that too. They used a lot for that. Nice invis. Oh, that invis was split fucking second. Oh my god, pin clone with the insane reaction time just saved everybody.
But you can't stop him from diving.
They take the lead, overtaking the 47%, now up to 50.
That was like millisecond timing. Unless they were already going to pop it anyway, and they saw it coming, that was clean.
But it was Sadamoto who chipped it in at the end.
They've changed to Ultron.
Dance of the butterfly to clean on.
They're doing a triple hill with Ultron. I like Ultron on this map though, so I like this change.
It's the next closest is 54%.
I like this change from Blood.
Monkey with that psionic seduction. Here comes the range of Ultron very early. They gotta keep that healing onto Crazy Kitty, maximizing damage output.
Nice Loki lamp though.
For the counter, and they will focus down using the Carbon Crush onto Sadamoto.
Damn, I can't believe they got the Venom. That's wild.
Great grab onto that Venom. A lot of meat now missing for Low 9. They're going to have to try and get Wolver on the point to keep this one contested. Attempting to chase down Jerky.
Yeah, Monkey's just putting in work in this front line as well. I think this is why Amer's like permaban or like first 2-phase ban. First phase ban.
We are at 93 to 50.
Because it's like just constant pressure, and it's just constant damage.
Soul rejuvenation, Sadamoto and Gonski waiting on the high ground, looking to punish anyone who tries to overextend from Blood Karyudo while they wait for their team to group up.
They know who they want.
Tactical insertion for that line could be everything. A quick copy
it's
coming
fast.
as well to try and get that in.
Oh, ping clone though. Gets pinged. Oh, that's a huge emerald. Holy shit. Yeah, that was a fucking crazy emerald. They might have to TP in here.
Has a lot of pressure on their back.
Yeah, Crisis has changed. They've got a TP in. The counter TP. The counter TP. Oh no.
Leo has taken out Jerky. Counter portal. It's blocked.
Oh no. Oh, they get in though. Oh my god, it was close. It was close. That slight delay on their portal fucking saved them. Huge Agamotto. Dude, I think Blood have done it. Oh, wait. Oh, here goes Jerky, though. Jerky insane. Oh, Jerky just goes fucking bananas.
It's 2-2 right now. 4 for 3.
It's still anyone's.
seconds left. Low 9 have the numbers advantage.
Oh my god, it's Monkey versus Strange. It's a 1v1. It's a 1v1 for the game. Oh, now Spidey's come in. Over here, the healers.
Spider-Man, but here the regeneration domain is all of the space that Crisis
Wait,
try and keep
this just got
working.
crazy.
And now coming in, Crisis has their own Eye of Agamotto. What can a duelist player do with
Dude,
a Vanguard
Monkey is
ultimate
just
that's been
like
forged in the
unstoppable
Mithril
right now.
mines underneath the Dwarven mines for so long. Catherine to go with the Eternal Bond as well. Gainer
They're kind of stuck on a Spider-Man now.
but they have the
Kind of sucks for them.
to the cloak and dagger, and Crisis just hangs up above. A sorcerer of Damocles across the point.
Wait, did they just C9 it?
Low 9.
They're forced off the point. They're taken down.
Oh my
And
god,
that
they
is
just
going to be
C9'd it.
Blood taking game number 1. Low 9, they lost their position on the point by inches.
Was it
And
because
as
Strange went up at the wrong
the
time
lead
and then
goes
it
over to
lifted
Blood
and
Carrier.
everyone else
We
was
called
not
this
ready
game
to
would
take
be
over?
close, and we are
I need to
so
watch that
right.
again. What?
Oh,
Because
not
we
the
were looking at the
Sorcerer
Emma
9.
POV.
The S9. Oh, that's real rough. Crisis just not used to playing
Monkey,
Doctor Strange, it would seem.
27 and
Was assuming that
5.
someone else from the
Hello?
team would get onto the point when that Cloak of Levitation was being channeled, and the comms just
That was a
weren't
cool
there
as
for
fuck
the
last
team.
fight,
It was
though.
anybody's game, and maybe if
I thought that was a
Agamotto
wash,
had a
then
moment to
Jerky
strike
comes
true,
in
it
with a
could have
massive
been Low 9
3K.
walking away with this one. Blood Carrier they were forced to their absolute
Jerky and Saint
limits.
nearly
But
clutched
this
that
is
back,
gonna
just the
be
two of
a
them, like 2v5.
certified fresh King of Banger.
And then
It
Monkey
really,
versus
really is
Crisis,
so much
1v1
trading
for
back
the
and forth between
game.
these teams. We talked about how much Crazy Kitty was being targeted that game. They ended up taking
One thing
13K
that I've
damage,
noticed a
which is the
lot
same amount that
watching these
Saint
pro
Amoto
games, and one
did.
thing I'm
They
quite
were just being
enjoying
targeted by an entire
is
Vanguard worth of
these
pressure.
last
That entire
minute
game,
switches
Leo
when the
finding
point
snipes,
is like
Jerky finding
OT.
snipes back and forth,
Like these last
leaving
minute switches
Crazy
to
Monkey
try and save whatever
Crisis
you
to
can
try
are
and
really
weaken
fun.
people for these
Like right
setups,
there,
to
the
try and
rocket
capitalize
switch
and
to
follow
try
these
and like
Vanguards,
get to
but
Strange,
this
dash
was
in,
huge. Finding in the hallway,
keep Strange
through
alive
the
with the
Eternal
bubbles
Bond
from
Wolver,
range
who picked up
was a really
so
cool
many hits
adaptation
that
just
game.
to try and keep that
Yeah, so
1v1
that
up.
swap over to Venom really did serve
You know, these
L9
little
well.
like last
I
second
do not wanna
switches,
see
to
any
the
more
Spider-Man
of the
switch
Saint
to try and
Amoto
help
Mag,
out,
I'm not gonna
the Emmer
keep
to
it
try
in
and
the
get the
box,
Strange
brother.
down
We'll
before the
just let
rocket
Wolver
came
play
in.
that one for
Like
now,
these
'cause you both
minute
look so
little
much
things
better
are
on
really
these
fun.
different Vanguards. We'll have to see if the Magneto
And
makes
make
it through
these
the
kind of
ban phase
endgame
again.
fights kind of
Wolver shutting down
spicy.
2 Eternal Bonds in a row has got to be such value. And finally, Crazy Kitty, after
And
a
just the
moment
way
of
that
freedom,
like
finally
the
gets
way
like a
that
breath
this
of fresh
game
air. He's like,
plays
"I need
out
a frame,"
on domination
breaking the mud
particularly.
to finally taste
And
freedom
I
the
assume this
second
is
they
why
get the
domination
ult
is
without
preferred for
Jerky on top of them
competitive.
all the time.
Or at least they
found
ensure there's
freedom,
one
they were able to
domination.
capitalize, then swapped over
Because
to the
these
Ultron,
fucking
where they had
endgame
a
fights in
lovely time.
OT
Getting some good
are
healing output, they got
insane.
some lovely range of
And they
Ultrons to get
create
some
so
pickups,
many
and then
crazy
they were able to keep their
moments,
team up,
you
but
know?
Monkey holding the line.
I mean, we've seen it in a
He's
few
the
games
last
already, right?
Stalwart
Just
Vanguard to stand
crazy.
on that point and, well, to quote Cap, say, no, you move.
Yeah, I think this Emma
I
is
mean,
a problem,
late in
huh?
the fight is when Emma is at her most dangerous. Like, the first Diamond
Emma
Form
is a
cooldown is
problem.
coming up after you assume the initial
Yeah,
engagement.
Leo
You've
is
got
a,
all of that beam
Cylon
charge to
demon.
try and
I
break
think that's
through
what
the
we've
shields.
also learned.
The Aegis will have been
They
coming
can
back
go
up as
band
well
for
to have some
band with
protection.
Jerky.
And finally, like, you come in
And we've
with
seen
the
how crazy
Spider-Man
Jerky
at
can be
the
as
end,
well, so
like, I feel
no mean
I
feat.
get flashbanged by the Gainer Spider-Man. And let's be fair.
I clearly have a
there,
lot to learn on
but
my
He was
Psylocke.
there, and he was a threat that had to be contested. And that is what's important. Just keeping the pressure off of iMonk to continue beaming
clearly
away.
my,
and
my
force things
Psylocke,
like that
needs some
disengage
work
with the
to get
Cloak
to
of
that
Levitation
level,
that
huh?
led to the unfortunate lack of contesting on the mission area.
This ain't your ranked games where people will just ego in and say, no, I'm not swapping. You guys hold the point. I'm going to walk back just as Winter Soldier to try and get to the objective again. No, you picked the
Maybe
thing that can
one
get
more
to the
game,
point the
y'all.
fastest,
It's probably a
because
good
if
job
there's
because
no
this has
one
been a
on the
long
point,
day
you
already.
lose.
It's already
That's
half
how
7.
this game works. And in this case, with the Doctor Strange being forced out of that position, it is going to be Blood Carriudo who take the first map. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, map number 2 between Blood Carriudo and Low 9.
Cool game. If there was any game that's going to go to 3, any series that's going to go to 3, it's probably going to be this one, right? That was some good contesting. What is this? Ah. Starting to think only 2 supports should be allowed on a team. Oh, here we go. Here we go. The role queue argument. It's impossible to beat. It's very possible triple support because it's so incredibly boring to play against. And it's like playing against divers as support. It is so one-dimensional and boring that I just autopilot. I get the idea. And yeah, don't get me wrong, like triple support is like crazy to try and burst down. I think that's why, you know, picks like Mag and Punisher are so high value right now, because they're one of the few that can push through support ults even if they are running like a triple support. You can still burst them down. I think maybe it's just like a tools issue, right? There's not enough tools in the game or enough variety in tools in the game to deal with it yet. But that will come inevitably with new heroes. As they add new heroes in. Because we've talked about this before, right? One thing that they're doing, what is going on? There we go. One thing that they're doing really, really well on, in my opinion, in Rivals in their hero creation is pretty much every new hero they've added has added a new mechanic. The Mr. Fantastic with like their dual form, Invis with the push-pull, utility, the non-movement from Thing, Johnny with the wall, like the ability to make the wall was a fun new mechanic. Who else did they add? My brain is going numb. Ultron with the drone of this like set it healing kind of that's not necessarily a new mechanic, I suppose. But the kind of yeah, maybe not. But flying support, I guess you say, is the interesting mechanic with him. If you can call him a support at this point. Who else have they added? Amer with the choke. Like the choke stun and kick displacement. And the pinging with the ult as well as a new mechanic. So I do think that, you know, that is something they do really well. So we are getting a lot more heroes very quickly. We're going to be getting a hero every month now. So when season 3 kicks off. So maybe it's just it's a case of waiting. But I do agree triple support is tough to deal with.
My granny called, she said, Travis, you work too hard. Don't worry, you forget about it. I'm falling in and out of class. Don't worry, I'ma get it, granny.
I don't really know what that was. Are we back in? Okay.
Can survive. As you said, the journey could be over in as little as one map for Low 9, but they get
this
to pick
could
where
be
we're going.
perfect timing, Nick. Holy
Park,
shit.
the
This could be
great
LG, homies.
equalizer of Convoy will
This
be
could
the pick
be
given
LG.
over. And there we are once again. We are not allowing Saintamoto to do this all day.
But we do know that they have
instant
that Venom
cat
in
ban.
their back pocket now. There is the potential for a little bit of a flip.
But then
to
you
get
just give
some
him Amer.
backline dive. One-sided Magneto going to be picked up by Low 9.
Isn't this just instant? Emma?
All right,
Monkey just
that's
went
gonna
fucking
be
crazy.
Another protect on the Wolverine here. Hope, not the Wolverine, no, on the Magneto by Wolver.
I hope they've got an answer into the Emma.
Hopefully we get to see Wolver play
Loki
that. Do
Lunaband,
not show me the
probably.
Saintamoto Magneto again. I do not appreciate it. The Loki and the Luna likely next to go from these teams.
Hi, Riz.
So far,
we go through the motions. You know, these are our standard bans.
Is it normal that it's asking me to register before I can download?
These drafts essentially
Oh, you don't have to do the
identical
registration.
so
No,
far.
it should download anyway.
Luna's taking out the cap. One side,
Black
in this
Magic
case,
Design
Black
is the
same
makers
as
for
last time,
DaVinci.
Gets the Amer, the other side.
You only
9
have to.
gets the
I mean, you don't have to
Magneto. This
register
time we
either
will
way,
see the
even
Punisher
if you
getting
buy the studio
protected by
version, but
Blood
definitely
Carrier.
not for the free version.
Okay, once again trying to create that awkward composition, relying on Kath to play with the Cloak and Dagger, which can be fairly easily countered
And they
during the
saved the
Eternal
Loki
Bond
again.
with the Magneto, because often you're counting on your own Magneto to hit you with the Metallic Bulwark when you start channeling that ultimate to protect you. So it's going to be the counter ban, of course, on to the Cloak and Dagger to make sure that it can't be matched by Low 9 here. Instead, they're going to likely be playing the
Sorry, chat, 1
Invis
second.
and Loki again.
Wait, I'll do this on my other monitor.
Kath
hang on.
has some decisions to make.
We're looking at Blood Carriudo. They're looking for potential damage boost onto the Punisher. And it looks like they're, again, thinking about a triple strategist, but they're not running the Star-Lord composition with the Jeff. They are going with the Ultron, Mantis, Cloak, and Dagger. Two of the highest damage strategists, plus the Cloak and Dagger, which can actually do some incredible damage and damage boost in these close-knit fights when needed.
Yeah,
While,
you
of
should
course,
just be able to
keeping
go to
damage
the support
output
section
up
of
onto Leo.
blackmagicdesign.com. And all of the downloads are there.
I'll put pumping and pumping.
So it depends whether you want the studio
overwhelm the
version
enemy.
or the
Just
normal
path is, of
version.
course, the match as,
If you want the free version,
chosen
because you obviously
by
don't
Low
know
9
yet,
as we outlined before. And I feel like Crazy Kitty playing on the Ultron
There-
may well be a bit of a response to being so
I'm gonna
heavily
post this
targeted
here.
by Low 9. Just being able to freely move on the Y-axis.
Just head
can
there,
have-
and then halfway down,
Absolutely, it
Riz,
can do bits when it comes to not getting you targeted.
you'll see latest downloads.
Going to see the Punisher on the other
And you'll
side
see
as
one that
well
says
as
28th of May,
Wolver.
DaVinci
Gonna
Resolve
be moving
20.
on to the Winter Soldier.
And then DaVinci
Jerky
Resolve
will be the
Studio
one on
20.
the Doctor Strange, and it
Download
looks
the
like they're gonna
non-studio
try
one,
set
and you
up
shouldn't
for
have to
a
register.
portal turret.
Oh yeah, just up and above behind
And if you
everyone. Gonna make
do, like, you
disengagement
don't
from
pay
this.
anything for
Incredibly
registration, it just,
difficult.
like,
For
it registers
Crisis,
your
it's
email address
open
and stuff,
season
so-
here, and it's gonna drive
I mean,
the
there's no harm
Punisher
in doing it
towards
anyway
the
if it's
remainder
being
of
weird
Low
about
9.
it.
This is some excellent shepherding, that's
Right.
really gonna create an unfortunate position
Get
for
to
Blood to play from. For now, they're just gonna
Idrisil.
stick to that
We've
high
seen so
ground,
much of
allowing the car to
Idrisil
pass by underneath them. Away goes the portal, and so Crisis is gonna have
So
to
we've got
drop the
another
main
triple
thrust
comp
of a
from
push
Blood
now.
with this
Carrido,
with this
they've
Ultron.
survived the
Jerky
pincer.
staying on their
Something
Psylocke.
back onto their normal roles here, although they're currently
Triple DPS is something we have not seen a lot of.
Low 9 Wolver on the Winter Soldier.
Yeah,
still
we have
jerking
not
onto
seen
the
this.
Psylocke. Wolver will get taken down. Then we'll see if they do swap back onto Vanguard. Now this initial
Monkey already
push
gets a
has
nice
stopped
early
on this
pick.
usual hold corner.
All right, Gainer starting off on the Doctor
Oh,
Strange
Wolver
this
just
time.
insta-swaps.
No nonsense from the Doctor
Insta
Strange
swaps
go
to Groot.
potentially. As a fully charged Dark Maelstrom is ready to be released,
Oh,
and guess what?
snipped.
Ah, yes, after 2.5, there's no damage
Yeah,
drop
this
off
game
on that one.
quality is fucking
the same
horrendous,
Tomoto, Magneto is once again being shown to me.
This is literally like 480p
Let's
that
see
we're
how
watching
well
in
they
right
can
now.
do with this Leo being dropped from the high ground to make sure that they stay safe while their team regroups. Wolver did swap off of that Winter Soldier, has brought out the Groot. To
I do
create
think
some
the Groot
openings for
is
the
way
team.
better.
Jerky still in the back line, gets caught out, but will be healed up quickly.
Crisis has their role. I wonder if they just roll it with King Clone. Or maybe Kath, Gon copies Kath.
Will be dropped. Final judgment, straggling prison. Ultimate's being traded back and forth.
Oh, they
but
get
it's
him.
gonna be Crisis trying to focus
They get
down
Leo.
onto
Crisis going the
Leo,
other way.
who's taken out.
Oh, Sentiment actually does a great job there with the metallic curtain. Big stun onto both Wolver and Gonski, but
Big
the damage may
Invisible.
well have already been done of it. We're inside the invisible boundary, so the healing was aplenty for all of those stunned members.
Yeah, it's
of
pretty
Low 9.
fucking poor, to
And
be
so
honest.
try and turn this one around. The rage of Ultron onto all of. Oh, I think that Sentiment actually lost their meter.
I've double
It
checked
was
whether it's
overwhelmed
just
so
me
quickly
as
by
well, and
Crazy
it's
Kitty,
not.
but it
I've
did
gone onto
enough
other
to
people's
try and
streams,
mitigate
and they're having the
incoming
same
damage from
problem.
Rage of Ultron, but it
Like
gave
other
time
people that
for
stream in
Crazy
this
Kitty to be
feed,
taken down in the midst of that
and they're
ultimate.
having the same
And now
issue by the looks of
Saint
it.
making it work with the primary fire rolling on forward. The Magneto is so difficult
So I
to
don't
defeat.
think it's a me
Kath
issue, I
under
think it's a them
siege,
issue.
Forced to fade away into the dark zone. And Blood Carriudo.
And their YouTube's worse, so like...
Sainamoto out for the revenge run here on this Magneto, and it is showing while that Media M, like you said, to get overwhelmed, they were still
double-check,
able to
but I
drop
think their
incredible
YouTube is
damage
worse.
output and zone everyone away on that final defensive point. And now they're going to try and create some space with Wolver. Jerky also here looking for anyone who oversteps, who might be worth a quick blow up with that Shuriken dash.
Quick self bubble there from Saint Tomoto. A new right click, a new chance, just keeping Gainer at click, a new chance, just keep it. The Gamer in his own right as well. Rolling forward through the healing, profit by the cloak and dagger. A fully charged Dark Maelstrom into the midst of all of these players. Alongside the Eye Vanguard, it could be everything. But
oh my god, yeah, the YouTube is worse.
Go out. It means that Gainer feels better about it. In comes the Dance of Butterflies. No concentrated damage onto anyone enough to try and find a knockout.
This is a crazy fast push from L9. They're just kind of fucking rolling over them right now, huh?
Are kind of stuck in these little crevices.
They're forced to back up. They're still grouped up. They're still up, and they do have significant ultimate charges. They're going for the wraparound from behind him. You can see that Wolver knows they're there and is trying to keep them zones, trying to group all. They're attacked against the Eternal Bond. Final Judgment comes out. Media M blocked out once again.
Nice pick from Saint.
Shielded from the Mind's Aegis.
Yeah, but Cinema's already got some real value here.
Wolver going crazy on the group. Oh, they're fucking rolling them, aren't they? Huge. Oh yeah, L9 are not fucking around.
They're Vanguard. Like, you know what, Cinema? I wasn't familiar with your game. That's my B Holmes. Wolver on the group.
Like right now, the quality, fine.
Now.
Out of fights, the quality is fine. As soon as a fight starts, it completely goes to shit. Like where you can't even read the fucking names.
Pushing through Blood Karyudo, looking for openings. Crisis trying to weaken people as they approach. Gonski keeping Wolver topped up. Saint Tomoto landing shots. There's a lot of damage onto Wolver, having to place walls instead of being able to just quickly raise and drop a shield when needed. As Crazy Kitty is still looking for some quick blow-ups on the backline as Jerky once again dives on it.
Wow, what a like fucking team retreat. Holy. That was so nice from Blood. They all moved as a pack. It wasn't enough, but that was honestly a really nice team retreat together. The cloaks might have got a bit spicy there. Damn, the Amer lived. Wait, they've actually turned it around. Wait, they've actually turned this around.
Crazy Kitty pushing on in, looking for any openings to try and punish them. Low 9 got the early start on that fight. We're able to get the first pickup, but they weren't able to chase anyone back in. Bakura using their base and this very close spawn location to
no, it's happening on their YouTube stream as well, Riz.
Constantly a menace on the backline
their YouTube stream.
As they begin to push on
their YouTube stream is worse, actually.
Quick shielding onto Gator, who is getting a big advantage from this Ultron drone in a lot of these fights.
They have a lot of ults on both sides. This could be a Leo cap. There we go. Bam, bam. Oh, Crisis got Leo though straight away. Oh shit, that feels bad for Blood. Oh, Leo popped the fucking Punisher ult, and Crisis had already popped theirs and just clocked him before he even got anything done. That's a feels bad.
Here comes the dash to touch the point. They will reach it in time, but they're being dropped so quickly. Crazy Kitty is going to be able to
wait, Crazy Kitty got one.
Though, taking down Pink Cloak, but will get targeted down by Saint Tomoto.
This fucking mag.
Crazy Kitty falls. Monkey is once again going to be on this.
Oh, the healing. Oh my god, the healing is insane. What? How the fuck did that Punisher live? Dude, Pin Clone just absolutely smurfed it. What the fuck? That was like, I think, literal 1 HP. Big whiff. Big whiff. Layla's wants it. Layla's is looking. They've got the ult. They want it.
Trying to concentrate that damage is going to be difficult. Jerky strikes first, and Zenny's going to be the only one caught within this. However, the
oh, Crisis has got another one though.
Out comes the metallic bulwark onto Crisis to give
oh, I got Leo.
Exactly what it's needed for the Punisher.
They're dancing around this point really nicely though.
Crazy Kitty, also with the range of Ultron, goes to anger.
And they're delaying. They might be able able to keep delaying. They can't burst them down quick enough. There's going to be another fight. Oh shit! Crisis and Jerky just went bananas. That might be done. They got them down though. The time they stalled it out really nicely. They got them down to like 10 seconds. So honestly, pretty valid from Blood. Considering how crazy that started, that's not bad from Blood.
On in claiming the point. This time the targeting was swapped. Crazy Kitty was not the target. They knew that Leo was holding on to that dance.
Like we can have a quick check, but I'll show you the YouTube.
Said, no, you cannot. We are holding this. And they just literally picked them off at the spawn door to prevent any kind of turnaround, any kind of turnaround, any kind of flip. And now the pressure is on Blood Cariudo to get the triple cap, force like overtime.
The YouTube is already kind of pixelated in the normal screen, and this is on max quality.
My goodness, that was even.
So it's just worse, isn't it?
Strangling prison from Wolver, trying to give us so great, but Leo has never had a chance to find a good dance for the butterflies. And when you're going up against the Loki as well,
there's also that weird bar on the bottom which keeps appearing on my YouTube for whatever reason.
Regeneration domain as well, which is a complete no sell onto the dance of the butterflies as well. So it really feels like
sorry Yanni, I did see your comment about Torch. The no Torch is kind of crazy to me as well.
Leolaz on that Iron Man here in the sky to try and break the siege. They're finally going for that combo, but with Jerky trying to snipe out the sky.
I do understand what they're doing though, like
the flyer
the dual healer though with Ultron. I'm not sure about this from Blood.
This siege with their own solo Vanguard composition. Blood Cariudo push out a spawn here. They do swap back onto
although
the
Cloak can do a lot of the heavy lifting for Ultron to lay down a bit more deep.
Now he's going to find Crazy Kitty over here. If they go just a second further, of course, Crisis already identified it as well. The damage onto the Wolverine's approach from the Punisher can be significant and really force you to use those cooldowns earlier than you would like. Crazy Kitty looking for a grab here.
Good
Great
push.
response coming through.
Good push. Pin clone is like, we don't talk much about the support sometimes. I feel like sometimes we get very focused on the DPS, but Pin clone is playing a fucking mental game on this invis.
Is important in this early stages. Every second Lodi can hold them will be huge as Gainer takes down Wolver, pushing it on in.
Oh yeah, they're backing him up.
Team up to keep the team
yeah, as soon as Pin clone went down,
they're going to try and zone them at this early doorway.
There is a group. Oh, I think they should try and.
Against the invincible pulse cannon as well is going to be an incredibly dangerous ordeal. You need to try and get something.
Here they go.
Straight away, Crisis going to be popping through with
Delta split. Everyone's getting the fuck out.
He's just caught before they can get into cover. Didn't have all the movement that they needed.
Gets two.
Try and shut down the
That's big.
with the invincible pulse cannon. They were hoping to try and deal.
Oh, they're
with
hungry.
Strategist ultimate instead, like Pine Clone.
They're chasing them all the way back to spawn.
Setting up onto the high ground once again. Low9 retreat to the exact same spot they were earlier, and are going to hold from the defensive position. But immediately you can see the shots coming in from the Ultron.
They have so much. There's so many ults though.
Everyone zoned off the point. But Cariudo, they have plenty of time. 2 minutes and they have the strain. So potential for Portal re-engage.
I think if Blood jump like ult them and don't win the fight, I think they're done.
Doctor Strange as opposed to quick swapping to it, but it's such a viable hero.
Crisis has already got one. Jerky doesn't get much.
Yeah, Jerky just decides to exit the dance of the butterflies.
Oh, big Agamemnon. Oh, huge combo. Lalo and Gainer fucking comboing really nicely. They needed that. They needed that. Crazy, somehow staggering Jerky.
Crazy Kitty hit Jerky so hard that gravity got stun locked as they're gonna make their way.
This is the Marvel Rivals Ignite tournament cam that's going on at the moment. This is actually the last game. We've been doing it all weekend. their $3 million
Just
tournament.
easily blasting them down with these repulsor blasts for now. Leolaz already
I'm very,
almost
very
halfway
tired at this
towards their
point, so
next
this is
invincible
kind of
pulse
the
cannon.
end
It's so
dregs
difficult to
of
deal with
what's
if
been a
you do
very
not have
enjoyable
the
but long
regeneration
weekend.
domain available. 100% charge here for
Crazy goes in.
Was that a disengagement last stand? Whoa, Crisis right now the most
This is a
intimidating
get the fuck
guy,
out
running that
angle.
20 on that one, and so everyone's
They've done a really good job to get around
away.
that corner, to be honest.
Scourge Grenade to back up Crisis.
That's
just
a
making
really
sure
nice
that they
backup.
are in a safe position. They did try to go for that counter push, but they can't afford to get picked up. Agamotto.
Oh, huge from Wolver. These Agamottos are fucking crazy. Oh my god. We have seen so many crazy strange plays this tournament already.
And the follow-up's ready to go as well.
What
now
an
you
ultimate.
Can really tax Blood Courier just trying to exit their spawn, which has some, it has quite a bit of chokiness
Yeah,
to
3
it. You
mil.
try and move
Not
under
for this
bridge.
like game.
You can put
but
Leolaz
for
on a
the
different angle
for the
to try and
tournament
open that
in
one up.
general.
But look at this. Jerky's actually lurking up there right now. You can see just a little bit of their HP bar. Leolaz could be in danger. Out comes the Rage of Ultra.
Jerky gets Leo though. Oh, gets both of the air people actually. Jerky gets both of the flyers.
Too much for Ultron.
Ooh, this is looking bad for Blood.
Down here. Another 2
This
minutes
is looking
and 20
bad for Blood. They're going to need
remain
another
for
Gainer
Blood
Leo
Courier to
massive
try and
combo.
break this siege. As
Strange and
Low9
Iron Man are going to have to go
refused give it. He's done some
absolutely
butterflies. They've
crazy
not always
again
found
just to
eliminations,
get the
but
push
they've
on.
always been the vanguard, the
Pinkloan
harbinger of
does have the
halting of
ult.
Blood
They can
Courier
get that
those
off.
pushes at this early stage, but Leo has been holding on.
And
to this invincible
Pinkloan has a
pulse cannon
push.
for the
Remember that.
optimal moment.
It's going to be very hard for Gainer to get off the initial ult. Here he goes.
The Eternal Bond. It's a big play off the back of iMonkey's seduction. However,
Crisis is fighting back though. Jerky gets one.
That means the Eternal Bond has been absolutely atomized from where it once stood. And
Damn, good good healing that they stayed up. That's actually wild. Nah, it's a back out. Back out. Blood just don't have it. They don't have it. They're going to have to ult dump.
With that Eye of Agamotto,
But it's so hard for Gainer to get in because Pinkloan, you know, is just going to push him out. Like you've got to try and bait Pinkloan to use the push first before Gainer can go in.
Leo not even sending that invisible pulse cap out the doorway just to make sure that they have the 50% ult charge on the Punisher as they're going to try and break this with a slightly more standard composition.
So difficult for Gainer to approach. He's to try and wait out that bubble from the Magneto as well. Backs off into their own healing from the
I don't think there's any way Gainer gets an ult off here.
Onto this, just all of the damage is
okay.
going Gainer's way. To try and
oh, Wolver's done it again.
Away, but that's going to be a
nice counterplay though. That was really nice from Monkey, no?
But now the real danger has begun inside the invisible boundary.
Oh,
the final judgment is saying that they feel very unhappy about Blood Courier's performance so far and sentences them back to spawn.
Shit, it looks like we're going to game 3, homies. I'll be honest, I kind of want to end and go to sleep, but looks like we're getting into game 3.
Charged up on that final judgment. Eye of Agamotto for Gainer and Cap, the Eternal Bond. If they don't get blown up this time, they could create a huge pathway for their team onto the point here. Leo going to try and create an opening. As you can see, that Light Force wall to come out.
It's not over actually. Leo's got an ult with Kath at the top. He's going to pop it right now.
Pushing in to the back line. They're not even going to burn the final judgment. They want to create space first.
Wait, Leo's not popping it? Oh my god, they've done it.
Now it's down potentially to
what?
To get real value off the back of the side of Agamotto, but already multiple members of Low9 have fallen. But Carried
wait, Jerky.
This economically, and Jerky's
wait,
just
they did it?
Every single second on that point,
wait.
stopping it from moving forward.
Now they have to hold this point. It's overtime. They've got one person on the card. A flag
Can they do
from
this?
Low9 right now could be devastating, but they're locked in on this hyper defense because it served them so well for the moment. Here comes the clone from Gonski to give them the invisible boundary for the turnaround here, for the attempted dive. Gainer with the eye.
Okay, this is just a fucking dump of everybody. Blood have just popped all of them.
Second invisible boundary for the point. Overtime is starting to tick down because
they haven't got anything though.
Oh,
Wolver over the top. Oh, Wolver has just smurfed this fucking game.
Will even
Wolver
up the
absolutely
score.
smurfed this fucking
I
game.
know where their bread is buttered. Decided to take us to Idrisil Path, the great equalizer, where their
Oh my
ultimate
God.
economy and their just
Smashed.
cool response to so many of these pushes allowed them to be defensively excellent. We just
Man,
saw Jerky
I
so
think
many
if you're
times
planning on
getting
running a
free value
Strange,
from that
I
bridge,
think you
getting a
need
pick
to
onto
take
Leylaz
the invis
before
out
the
over the
strategist
cloak.
could respond, because there was so much pressure going forward onto Gainer.
Because we
in the
saw
front
the
line.
massive difference there, right?
The pressure was crazy. Gainer was doing their absolute best. You can see they got targeted down 9 times here.
Wolver
Not
was
as many as
able to
Leo
do
and
so
Benny both
much
going
work
down
with the
10. It
Strange
was a
because he
much
had no
lower
pressure
elimination game
of
for low 9 this time. Because most amount of time
Invis
someone was
getting
taken
rid
out
of his ult.
being 4. The least
Whereas
amount
Gainer
was
just
2.
he kept having to
This
hold
was a
it
completely
because
different L9
if you
to
use
that
it
first series.
and they haven't used the push already,
Yeah,
any
it
good
looks completely
invis with
different.
their salt is
You know
never
what?
going to let you get that
Cinemoto
off.
and Wolver on this combo,
So,
not bad at
I don't know,
all. I
man.
do respect
That's
it. It
hard.
feels like Wolver just getting so much value out of a Groot as well, continually causing these turnarounds from Gainer to make sure that they have to wonder, like, how much LOS do I have from my strategists? And honestly, there's just so much pain you have to endure as a Doctor Strange when you're going up against a Punisher. I believe I saw like either 50 or 70k damage from Crisis in the midst of all
We
that.
got ourselves a
Bro was
series.
cracking.
He was doing everything to just melt through everyone. Leo was trying to just ping them from a distance as the best as they could, but Crisis was locked in. And of course, this is exactly what we talked about. When so much of your attention is being drawn by that front line, doing huge damage. Wolver on the Doctor Strange, still wild.
That was fun.
Wolver on the Doctor Strange and the Groot, creating distractions. Crisis is just pinging away.
I mean,
and
yeah,
while all
Jerky
that's
also
happening,
just,
Jerky
you
is
know,
in the back line.
this
Every
this
single one
Psylocke
of
looks
those
deadly
Falcons
as
butterflies
well.
found at least some value, even if it wasn't a pickup.
It's like, you know, it's kind of
All
like,
right. We always
you know,
get
they're
one.
obviously
One best of
prioritizing
three
getting
that
rid of
goes
this
the
cap from
distance,
Saint,
one to
right?
either of these teams
And
wants
Saint
to
has been like
exit
quietly
first here
doing
at
well
Marvel
on
Rivals
Mag.
Ignite, and we kinda
Like
knew that
not
this was
really
likely to be the
flashy, but
closest
like
matchup.
just
I
silently
don't personally
doing
know a
well.
huge amount about Blood Kyudo
But if
and
you,
Low 9. They've
you know,
been
if you
swimming around the
choose to
scene for a
focus
while, but
that
haven't really made it into the
over,
highest of echelons, but we
I
don't
don't know, the
what the second
Punisher
generation
or
of Marvel
Jerky
Rivals esports talent
Psylocke,
is going to
there
look like.
feels like a lot
Every
of
single
problems
game, you always
for
see
Blood
new
to try and
players
deal
come
with.
in and supplant the old blood because they're coming in with a higher
And Low 9
baseline of
generally
knowledge
seem to
than
be
those
doing
who made
better
the
in
first
the mirror
discoveries
matches just
all
in
that
general.
time ago.
You know?
And maybe we're already starting to see a second generation of professional players rise to the forefront, Tedja.
We have one game left for today, one map to decide which of these teams we'll be saying goodbye to. We're going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, who will ascend? Who will
All
have
right,
to
I'll
fight
tell you what, I'm going to
again?
run a
It
quick
will
ad
be the
before this
final
last
match
game.
between
I need to
Kyudo
quickly go
and their
pee.
low 9.
So take this chance, grab a snack, do what you need to do. I'll be back in like 1 sec. Okay. Okay. Sorry, Ricky. How's it chosen what map and game type? So the first map is always domination. In this thingy. Because domination is the most even. Domination is considered the most competitively even game mode because it's not reliant on any defender or attacker advantage. So the first one is always domination. I don't know. I assume like it's like a coin toss and then losers pick second. Yeah. Yeah. Don't mind me. I'm very quickly eating an apple. Because I'm not going to lie. I am fighting to stay awake right now. My brain and my body is just done.
To one more team. The last game for this week in
So I'm trying to give myself some fuel
have the
to get
Americans
through this
coming up
last
a little
game.
bit later in the day. But we sit at a 1-1. No matter what happens,
Home
one
stretch,
of these teams
homies.
will be
Home
progressing to
stretch.
play against Schmungus. The other will be going home.
Yeah, for one of these teams, it's going to be a very busy prep week of like, yo, can you scrum us to play Black Panther and Scarlet Witch, please? Do me just one solid, bro. Just one Scarlet Witch scrim, please, bro. Blood Karyudo and Low 9 are both giving it their all, but now Blood Karyudo get to decide which map we're going to. But it's
I don't
got
want
to
to sleep
be
right now, though.
Convergence as the last remaining mode we have, Tetcher. Still, that gives
I'd rather
them some
try and stay
options
up
as to
for a
how they
few
wanna try and
hours
play this. Maybe a symbiotic
and then
service
sleep, 'cause
where
then
if
get
they
a
ban
proper-
out Saint Tomoto's Captain America, perhaps it's
Get a
going to be
proper full night.
Yep,
Here we
there it
go.
is, symbiotic service. We're going to Clintar, and Saint Tomoto
Oh,
instantly is
Clintar,
target banned.
spicy. Instant cap ban
Immediately,
again.
So far, similar bans. We're going to see that Magneto taken away by Low 9 once
Emma save.
again. Emma,
Probably
protected
Loki
for
ban.
Bakuna. So
Emma
far,
save.
this draft is looking incredibly
Luna ban, Emma
familiar,
save.
Legday.
Yeah.
Indeed, it is. We're likely going to see the Magneto protect here. Saint Tomoto and Wolver as a mag
yeah.
Groot duo, like the old classic, the old heads, the flashback in time, seems to have been getting some real value.
Saint was doing really well on the mag, so
on Idris
I don't mind
Path,
it.
and I think that you can definitely get similar value
I'm a ban.
out of that Vanguard duo here on Clintar.
Now here's the change, right?
As we expect to see that fairly well
I
predicted.
think Strange
as
is
it's
very
been
good on
basically
Clintar in
every single
general.
game. This is the
So
early
if you want to
setup
play
with the
Strange,
Captain
I think
America
you
being
need to
banned
ban
out just
out
out of preference
Invis.
against the side of Low 9, and then we're seeing Loki's.
I think Blood should ban out Invis
Emma's
here.
being picked and banned on
Over
Mirror,
Cloak.
and once again for the third time
Oh,
in a row,
Loki.
Low
They
9
should
will
probably
get
do.
their
Oh no,
hands
they've saved
on
Loki. I don't like it.
All right,
I don't like
serve
it.
them well for double invisible boundaries. It does do a good job.
I don't like it.
Of making
Invis
sure that
save as well.
Of making sure that that Punisher does get all of the protection that's necessary. The easiest way to stop your Punisher from being fell
Johnny ban. Okay, makes sense.
During the ultimate, just make him imperceivable.
I wouldn't mind the Johnny ban.
If you can't perceive the Punisher, you can't punish the Punisher.
That's going to be the Human Torch as the final ban. Not
So I
gonna
think
target
likely,
Punisher, Blood Karyudo,
I don't think we're going to
choosing
see much
instead to get
crazy
rid
change
of
here.
that flyer, preventing
No,
any
like crazy
aerial
spicy picks.
siege. There is currently a Black Panther being hovered, but nope, we're going to move over to the
we'll have the
dueling
Psylocke.
Psylocke once again.
We'll have the Punishers.
Yeah, Leolaz likely going to be quite happy to return to the Psylocke here. Jerky actually had a damn good match on Idris Path.
I would like the Winter Soldier.
Using
I
those
think
high
Winter Soldier's a
grounds,
good
just
idea.
being able to drop in like a trained Shinobi on an
Like over the
unaware Blood
Wolverine.
Karyudo or a Blood
So
Karyudo
obviously,
that was already having to throw so many resources into
you know,
game that they could not deal
try and
with
deal
having one
with,
of their duelists in the middle of a slight panic against a
To try and deal with a
Psylocke.
group,
I'd say
you
that
know, your
same kind
options
of
are kind of the
thing can
Wolverine
be
or the
managed
Winter
here on
Soldier.
symbiotic surface.
We've seen Wolverine to be like
Long
insanely
walk
successful.
From the
But we've
attacker
seen some
spawn to
successful
the
Winter
objective
Soldier.
with a big
And
line
it gives you a
of
bit
sight.
more
This is a very
flexibility around
difficult
just
map
being a
to
tank
push
buster, you
up
know?
on, with a lot of teams choosing to take the right-hand rotation up to the high ground, a lot of times using Groot to allow themselves to move through that area a little bit easier. It's a tough map. We are seeing Wolver on that Groot.
All right, let's get into it. Game 3.
Shut that down. Ooh, Paul
Last game of the day, no
Yep,
matter
likely
what.
going to be a portal rollout here. especially with Blood Cayudo, knowing that if they lose this first fight with the portal, they will have it again
Look
for
what Blood are doing.
the last contest potentially. Already
Moon Knight?
popping that diamond form. They just go in
Oh my
and
god,
grab
Kath
Wolver
just
by
got
the
an
throat.
insta-pick on Wolver.
Absolutely mugging
The Groot's
Groot.
gone.
800 HP becomes
Crisis
zero
gets the change,
real
but he
quick
can
for
res.
Leolas. The
Oh my
combination
god,
of
Blood
the
have just
Moon Knight with the
fucking
portal,
sent
putting
it.
down that Onk, instantly getting a huge amount of damage.
Holy
Alpha just
shit,
cannot
they
be
just sent it
effectively
like a
healed by the
motherfucker.
strategist.
And won.
Great first Alpha strike.
Oh my god, they
Wolver's
were
gonna try
not
and
ready
portal
for
back
that
in
at
for
all.
the
Low9
turnaround, but
just
it's
got
not
shit
in
on.
time. They just let it
They
go
were not
back
even
up and go
remotely
into
ready for
defensive
that.
Position, realizing they don't have enough time.
The Moon
And
Knight,
time
I
is
think, just
exactly
threw them
what we
through a
just
loop.
saw. Blood Cayudo just snowballed that first point. Culling turret set up by Low9. Blood Cayudo have brought out Gainer to try and flank it and deal with it on the side. You can see the Psylocke in the silhouette on the right-hand side of your screen creeping around.
I mean, over up against two though. Jerky could have bitten off more than they could chew.
That's a very quick invis shield.
Just gonna recheck it. Don't know if they know.
What is this?
Okay, both Psylocks are just gonna wait here silently. Leolas forced to use their stealth
That's
while they're
funny.
being pinged from elsewhere. Crisis now under siege, not wanting to commit too far, knowing that Jerky is still around there, just harassing the edges, working the margins, and eroding
Is
the
the volume
space away
okay
from
for you guys?
Cayudo.
Monkey being the main person in the front of the actual cart push is getting focused down effectively here, but with a lot of the healing focus onto them, they're able to hold the line for this. Finally, Blood Cayudo were able
stall
to
out.
get a
Here
drop
we go.
where they got both the cloak and dagger and the invisible
Oh,
Woman.
they
Didn't
get-
have Mantis, and it's working out for them.
Wait,
Crisis
Leo
takes
gets
out
the,
Gainer, though, with that final judgment to try and melt through
gets
any
the
of
Loki,
these
but can't
attackers.
convert off the
Once
back
again,
of an
Blood
ult.
Cayudo have gone for the classic take cover, but they did still lose two
Jerky's
members.
got theirs now.
Yeah, this isn't as decisive as Low9 would have liked with their main ultimates contributed to this with both the
Hey,
Punisher
Low9
and
have
the
done a
Invisible.
great
Now
job
the
of
Eternal One's gonna come
stabilizing.
out. Can it be shut down by Saint
Oh,
Amozo?
big from
Yes,
Saint.
it can. The perfect
Big from Saint.
M before the last dash even came out at the
They've done a
mid-course
great job of
the
stalling.
Eternal Bond. Saint Amozo strikes true, and Blood Cayudo.
They've taken
now
that
they
2 minutes
are
off the
running
clock already.
out of steam.
That's huge.
That was a huge setup. Blood Cayudo blew so many abilities for that. Leo no longer
Really well
in
stabilized.
the game here as they did get picked up by the Loki sent back to spawn. Low9 only have that Eye of Agamotto, and Blood Cayudo
Leo's
do
having a
still have
tricky game.
ultimate economy, but time is starting to tick down. They have so much though, due to how quickly they claim point number 1, still with just under 4
Oh my
minutes
god,
to
that
go.
cap just got fucking
Yeah, it's an
railed.
uncanny time bank here, Tetra. I'm not gonna lie to
Oh,
you.
what a
Big
hook.
Control coming through onto Gainer. Does manage to escape for a moment. Crazy Kitty may have caught a love tap here and there from the Sentinel strikes and was easily
Jerky
taken
wants
out there,
it!
but oh my goodness.
What is that
Jerky
damage
in the
from
back,
Jerky? What the
absolutely
fuck?
feasting. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet of strategists and duelists that was arrayed before
Holy
them. Boy
shit.
took a bite.
Nearly got like a triple on that one.
Jerky has activated like a sleeper agent. After the first
Yeah,
game,
Jerky's
they were
not
getting a
fucking
couple
around
picks.
this game.
Second game, they were getting a
Not
lot.
fucking around this
and
game.
this game, they are feeding good right now, eating good, picking up every elimination they can, constantly being annoying for the backline of Blood Cayudo.
Yeah.
Easy game, easy life for Crisis.
The problem
right
is
now.
they're kind of
Fully
stuck
defended,
now
does
because they
get pulled
can't.
in by the force physics towards the end, uses
They can't
Skirmish
really
Grave,
get to the
quick
high
blast
ground.
to get into there. Wolver's continuously
Does
threatening.
L9 are
It's the
holding this really
implication
well.
of the Eye of Agamotto that could actually be dangerous here. Remember that they can be shut down if they're
Crisis
caught with
pops
a
it
silent
over the
seduction,
top.
But Crisis tries to turn it around with their own last judgment.
Trying to burn on through the front line, but that invisible boundary is keeping everyone topped up and
A little wet
utilizing
noodling
that
from
null
everyone.
essence
Big.
for cover.
Oh,
Wolver
Amer with the
interrupted.
slam.
Attacking it by the Crazy Kitty to come on in, but not finding any resets here.
Bro,
As that
Monkey
timer
just
will
saved their
expire.
dicks.
Bionic hook onto Saint
'Cause that was gonna
will
be
take them
mega.
down. And we're starting to see a little bit of capitalization, but
Pink one gets Kath, though.
says absolutely not. Kath goes down. Leo on the counter to try and get
Oh,
a mirror,
really
but will
nicely
get
played from
belted.
everyone. They stayed
Leolas got on
together.
the other side, though.
Otherwise,
Wasn't
Jerky
too
would have
much
got
off of
2
their
or 3 there at
ultimate
least.
either. Both teams just grouped up, democratized for damage, and now Wolver forced to disengage after losing their shield.
Dude, that choke
for
slam on
Seraphim.
Wolver
For now,
was
Blood
crazy.
Cayudo have all the pressure they need to keep this moving on forward, knowing that Gainer is going
That
to
might be
continuously carry
game-saving.
these squishy backliners.
Sainamoto media air at the ready, invisible boundary.
Saints
Monkey
ready.
Trying to create some space. Charge.
Wolver's
up
got
all the
another
taxes.
attempt.
They're gonna burn the freedom charge quite early here to try and commit onto the backline regeneration domain. Will
Oh
be
my
used.
God.
Invisible boundary coming out as well. That's
You got-
both of them.
oh,
Big
wait, no, I
defensive ability
misunderstood.
outside of that media air.
I thought that was
But
Wolver
everyone is
that got
topped up.
all of
Everyone
them.
is healthy. Here comes Crisis with that
But I think he got
final
pushed
judgment to push on through as Blood Cayudo are not looking healthy, which is gonna be huge pickups onto the
Oh,
flying
that's
past
unfortunate for Monkey.
Another disengagement here from Blood Karyudo. They're calling
I'm nearly
it,
finished
but
eating,
there's an
chat.
attempt to try and chase them down. Jerky,
I just need some kind of energy.
Nothing's for free. Oh, that may well have been a... Oh, it forced out the Eternal
Oh,
Bond.
Jerky's looking.
They need
Jerky
to get
wants
some
it.
value off this.
Jerky wants it.
Crazy Kitty's already gone down. I think that may well have been a copy coming through from Gonski onto Kath to try and get that Eternal Bond. Low 9, though. In this defensive position, they are once again going to be able to have Jerky.
Jerky's nearly got another ult as well.
Doing so much good work. Leo is just hanging out here.
What the fuck is he doing over there?
Walk onto this, and it looks like they're thinking
Oh,
about it.
Jerky
Jerky may
spotted
have
him.
spotted them, though, which will put a stop to this.
Leolaz stalking, trying to sniff out some prey. A vulnerable member isolated from the pack, but for now, Wolver and Saint Tomoto are staying together. Jerky also has the option to use for Dancer Butterflies in towards the back.
Oh, big from Jerky.
Zenny tried to
Huge
bring
from
up
Jerky.
something, but could not find anything. And iMonkey's going to be falling as well. What value off the Dance of the Butterflies? And now Saint Tomoto just stands above it all.
This is big from Saint. Look at his positioning.
Genosha, the mutant king, just reigns.
Nobody's touching Saint up here. He's so fucking free.
They're pushing a
Jerky is
Gator
absolutely
zoned out completely. Will
smurfing.
get picked off by Jerky. 13 seconds left.
They
Crazy
have
Kitty
just
is gonna be
stopped
trying to
a
portal, but can they reach
nearly
in
6
time?
minute
They will
push
make it, but the question is, will they have
with
the point with Leo
zero,
picked
like
off right
nearly,
at the end? That's
well, a
gonna
tiny
really
bit of gain
stagger that pickup, meaning they will
from
not
Blood.
have that Dance of the Butterfly for the defense here. Zenny
They
with
need
the
this.
invisible boundary, gonna try and keep Blood Karyudo up
There
by
goes the lamb.
with the psionic seduction. That
Oh, actually a
box
lot
is
of pings though.
doing heck. That is a
Oh
huge
wait,
pickup.
Leo
Dance
over the
of
top.
Butterfly, they're completely
Wait.
goodbye.
Oh, what a
Nice.
combo.
Blood Karyudo, it took them 5
They
minutes
needed that.
to overtime to try and find the fight they wanted, but iMonkey delivers.
Oh, they needed that.
5 players mind controlled, and all low 9
That
can
was
do is
Monkey
stare
just
at Emma
fucking went
and wish that
crazy.
she
What?
wouldn't, but you bet that she does. Blood Karyudo earns another minute and a half onto
Sorry, I'm
their
done.
tournament lifetime here of the attack.
Once again, Gator trying to put some pressure on. A little bit of a team-up request to allow them to dash away a bit quicker with the soldier. Crazy Kitty helping Gator
Yeah, that was
get
a crazy
away
combo.
from any pickups. Wrapping around again. Finds Jerky on the flank with Leo now.
Jerky's got another ult though. So is Wolver. Jerky just pops it. What?
Defensively.
Oh my goodness.
That was a really nice force.
The Butterflies knows that Leo is lurking back here, but decides not to invest too much time onto it. Instead wants to try
Dude,
and
Leo
help
is playing
deal
like
with
just
this
such a
front
rat.
line. Wolver's stayed onto this, hoping to try and get some value out of the eye of Agamotto. Up goes the meteor.
Nice from Saint.
Multiple players stunned in the
Nice from
thereafter.
Wolver.
The shields were broken down, and the damage is being delivered, but the healing is good from Blood
Jerky gets
Karyudo.
Kath on the back.
Finally,
Monkey could
Kath
go big
falls,
here, though.
and that means that the Eternal Bond has gone elsewhere. Gonski
20
actually
seconds.
gets
There's going to be a
frantic with
TP.
the stolen
Wolver's already
territory down
he's already
below.
prepping. Look at Wolver. He's already
rerouted there.
TPing. He's
15
prepping.
seconds
It's a bit
left
too
and
late
no
though.
Portal available. They used it earlier. Counter portal to block off the spawn point coming in from Wolver. Who they have now is
Cap
who
needs to
is
touch.
gonna get
Look
to
at
the
Gainer.
point. Gainer going to be rushing in with the leap to try
Gainer
and
can
get them up
touch.
to the point, but the final judgment coming out. Invisible boundary is just off of the objective as overtime is ticking down because they can't step out of the
Oh my god,
boundary.
Crisis just went crazy.
Make it onto the invisible boundary. Crisis getting
Leo gets
everything
one.
he
I don't think
wants
it's enough.
and a touch more. The Vanguard line has been decimated. Crazy Kitty's been put down.
Oh my
for a
god,
catnap.
Jerky
Leolaz
just had a
leaps on,
fucking
but the
insane
fellowship
half.
is far from complete, and you won't be casting the ring into Mordor
I think if
today,
low
as
9 win this
holds
and you play
strong on
low
third.
9 in the
But that was still a big
in the
distance
future
gained by Blood
tournament,
Karyudo. 2.76
I think you need to
meters.
consider
Low 9,
banning
they
the
have a lot of
Psylocke over the
expectations
cap
on them
or
to try
ban
and
them both.
outpush this,
Because
especially with
Jerky
how
is an
quickly Blood Karyudo
absolute
grabbed point number
demon
1,
on this
but
pick.
they took a long time on
Or
that
you
point
try
number
and
2.
insta-save a Loki to try and
Took a
deal with
hard
it,
while.
maybe? I don't
5
know.
minute time bank almost.
Yeah.
But like,
Whittled down to
I don't know
overtime
if you
and
can let
could've
Jerky
been a
have
stop
this.
right there if iMonkey had not found the absolute
Wolver as well.
perfect
Wolver
ultimate.
on this.
Credit
Can we
as
just
well
talk about Wolver on
to
this
Crazy
fucking
Kitty with that portal, setting it up
Doctor
perfectly to
Strange?
give iMonkey the angle. It's important to have these players on
Because
your team
right,
who
they've taken
know
out
Doctor
they've
Strange
taken out the
portal
cap
well
to force
and can
Saint off
position
it,
in a
right? But look at
tactically
the amount of work Saint is
advantageous
doing on
zone
this
rather than
mag.
just kind of panicking it right onto
Yeah,
the
sure,
chart.
you take away the cap and you take
Crisis
away
is
the die,
25k
but like
damage,
he's putting in
almost double
insane
between
work on
anyone
this
else in the
on
game.
this
And
mag,
Jerky
who
has 11
we know is a
final hits.
crazy
They've been
meta pick
flanking it
anyway,
so
right?
hard, just finding everyone who even steps away for a second.
And Crisis just laying down
Jerky's been
so
having a
much
hell of a game.
DPS behind it.
It's been crazy from them. Of course, they're giving everyone that.
I think all of them are firing on all cylinders, honestly.
From the team up.
Pin Clone has had some crazy
we'll
plays already.
Back over, I imagine, onto the Psylocke. Leolaz just sitting around for now with Gainer.
I feel like Leo is like, he's playing way too like slanky and just not getting value.
Gainer shows themselves.
Because the Loki is like making that really difficult to get that value, right?
Definitely be stopping that one. Stay away from my Strange.
Or as many picks as they would like from flanking.
Up above the objective here. Just Strange a little bit alone. Now they can try and fire on in with Crisis shooting from
they're doing it for
siege while the rest of the team pushes on forward. But they don't have the best angle here. Blood Carrier are positioned quite effectively to avoid getting picked up, but any retreat will at least get harassed.
A bit cheesy, but
Leolaz has made a move to maybe catch Crisis as they leave the spawn in Iceland. Oh, Leolaz actually went through the portal as well before anything else happened. Great focus there.
Oh, nice pull. That bubble was so fast. That bubble from Saint was so fucking fast. Holy shit. That was split second.
Controlling this point, a second tick likely to come on through. Now Blood Carrier,
they're just letting him take it.
They need to deliver on the fight right now. They need to keep it contested. Maybe a direct request to clash with the Captain Americas.
Here come literally all the fucking ultimates. Oh, they get pinned though.
It's gonna be the clone from Gonski, but they won't get a
second. Oh, that's some crazy. Has just gone crazy. I don't think Jerky can do enough. Saint might be able to though.
Prevent that eternal bond. We've been seeing Saint Moto lock in on that, and it looks like we are seeing Low9
Monkey's marking them.
A sliver away from grabbing point number 1.
On the other side.
Oh, they get it through pin. Oh, that feels really bad as Pink Clone. Oh, that feels really bad. Leo gets you through your ult because you were the only one in there. That feels real bad. Oh, they need to take out Crazy. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, they get him. Wolver gets him. Oh, Wolver saves it. Holy shit. Crazy Kitty could have just gone bananas. Oh, they tried to TP in as well. They've used the TP.
The portal was in the process of being cast, dropped right as the objective was captured. Blood Carrier not able
Crazy
to get in there.
Kitty nearly just won that game.
Group tried to send a little bit of damage through
so
because
close.
They knew it was there, but this means the positioning advantage can be taken by Low9 as they push up aggressively. Not going to make it to the elevator though, so high ground will, at least for now, elude them.
Yeah, potentially going to wait for that one to reset. Going to roll on up with both for Loki and the Doctor Strange for an attempted siege.
Crisis pop in.
Crisis moving on up now with the final judgment. Plenty of damage. Crazy Kitty was not moving away fast enough.
Oh yeah, it's a fucking Delta split.
Well have killed the cat in this
you do have the rocket res though, so you kind of negated that ult.
To a bunch of damage coming through. Cat actually still here on the Rocket Raccoon.
Look at where Leo is though. Just really playing this like back angle.
Crazy Kitty.
Trying to get at least any
oh, Jerky's gone over the top. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, Lordy.
If they don't get MVP this game, or at least SVP, then I will be shook.
Jerky is fucking on fire. Holy shit.
Trying to stop a recontest to come through from Blood Carrier. There's already some interception interceding onto those who would come on through. Nice. And now there's 4.5 minutes for basically half a third, Tedger. This is so winnable for Low9.
They're trying to siege on in with that culling turret. Picking everyone up through this
4 minutes on the clock. This is gonna have to be the hold of a fucking lifetime for Blood. One for one.
But Leo not as lucky on the flank here.
Oh, Wolver again!
Appealing from the Meteor M, making sure that these stun targets can't be shut down even with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. It's instantly
not Wolver, Gainer. That was Gainer, my bad. There's just too much. There's too much to deal with. There's too many problems. Jerky's just creating so many problems because you try and invest into dealing with Jerky, and then Crisis comes in and just fucking smashes 3 or 4 of you with the ult. And then if you deal with those two, you then got to deal with Saint dropping at least one of you every time.
pushed off with the force physics. Someone else needs to touch it. Will be gaining race around to the point, but already with 3 people going down.
Leo trying, but it's the Loki diff, man. I'm telling you.
Commitment right now as Iron Monkey will have to repeat.
Oh, I think that. Oh my god, they did it. They did it. L9 looking good. L9 looking good.
To play against Schmungus.
No
and I think you have to ban this Psylocke, right? You have to ban this Psylocke, surely.
They refuse to lose after falling down on domination. They figured it out. Crisis. What a performance from the Punisher player. Honestly, putting up absolute bits when it comes to the stats.
I mean, we talked a lot about Jerky because they were making the massive impact plays, but yeah, I mean, Crisis just laying down so much DPS. But do not forget about the supports. Pin Clone had a fucking crazy series. And Gons on the Gonski on the Loki was really like quiet, but just stable. No crazy misplaying, just very stable as the Loki, defending against this Psylocke constantly while outputting the healing that they need to and the disruption. So
Crisis was always protected.
yeah, huge. Don't forget about your supports, homies.
Like the survivability onion around Crisis, multiple shields, continuously getting everything.
Yeah, I mean the speed at which some of these shields came out from Pink Clone
just randomly
was just
holding up a shield
nuts.
of a Seraphim in front of him.
And Saint as well, like Saint, like had a good showing on Mag.
Really paid dividends.
So I guess you got a question, like, is it worth like target banning the cap? Is it worth using a ban to target ban him on cap if you can also just switch to the Mag really easily, right?
And that's because if they hadn't, then they would have been absolutely ganked.
Crazy Kitty played well.
Using it defensively, didn't find any pickups.
That's it. Blood are out.
And look at Jerky
Blood
here,
are
just picking
out.
up one after the other, diving in. The Eternal Bond, the only thing.
L9 going on to play Schmungus.
Meaning that Saitomoto can just aim and fire.
Yeah, great game here from Saitomoto. I was a little bit worried about the Magneto.
Yeah, solid game.
Okay,
solid game.
getting target banned on the
We'll quickly watch the interview, and then I am out, guys. I am fucking done. And no stream tonight, okay? I'm gonna give myself a break. I'm gonna give myself a little rest. We're not gonna stream tonight.
Of having to go for that first target ban as a team to try and get rid of.
We will catch up on those games later. Later on in the week.
And that
but I
is
need
it.
some
We
time, man.
unfortunately
I need some rest.
By this stage to Blood Karyudo, putting up
because I will not be able to. I will not be able to do it. In fact, I think we might just finish. I'll let you guys watch the interview on your own time if you want to. It's on the main Marvel Rivals page. I'm just battered. I need to call it. I think.
They are going to be. It's going to be a weird one to scrim for. But question is, will Schmungus copy
go
the
raid someone. Do you guys have anyone you want to go raid particularly right now?
Rid of Saitomoto's ability to just harass your backline to Kingdom Come and back via that
I am going to raid and run up.
But I feel like
I'm gonna go lie down.
Non-domination maps, while the Captain America might be annoying, you can't.
Maybe I shouldn't lie down because then it'll put me to sleep.
You can't
right?
let the Magneto deficit happen. You can't let maybe try and stop Schmungus from getting some of their favorites, some of these targeted picks here.
Raid.
There is also a slight advantage here.
We haven't raided for a while.
Schmungus aren't the only streamers in this game. Jerky is a big streamer as well and has a lot of experience playing against people like Necros.
Should we go find a new rival streamer then?
There's going to be some familiarity there.
If you guys don't have someone you want us to go say hi to.
Some of the weird Schmungus drafts.
Where is Rivals?
Yeah,
am I being blind?
They are going to definitely have met plenty of Schmungus players in
Where
ranks.
is
Of course,
Rivals?
Those guys are ranked demons where they're putting in their content creator
I guess
hours.
just not many people watching it, huh?
How much Schmungus get out of their scrim
Wait,
this
am I being
week?
blind?
We're going to have a quick interview with the man you've been hyping up, Jerky themselves, to see how.
We should actually. I do want to hear from Jerky though. We'll watch this quickly.
Jerky, congratulations on the win. Able to take what must have been a very tough game. So when you went in on this Psylocke to try and just get these backlines, was it an active targeting just against Crazy Kitty, or did that just happen to work out that they were in the right place at the right time?
That's just how it worked out. I mean, he was playing a flyer hero, so it's always easier to hit a flying hero as Psylocke. So yeah, that didn't go in his favor, but mostly it was just the first person I saw.
When it came to your in-game adaptations, we saw a couple of different Vanguard lines you moved through on Lone 9, mostly due to Senomoto getting target banned because of Cope. How did you guys decide what you were going to play for Vanguards?
So every team is banning Saint Amoto's cap. I mean, he is the greatest, right? He is the best cap of all time. So I understand that.
He is a pretty demonic cap, to be
I don't
fair.
think a lot of people know that he's actually a really good Vanguard player. Like, he has a Magneto in him, he has a Emma in him. Like, he's a really good player overall. And Wolver, I mean, that guy has been around for a long time. He started in closed beta.
Wolver's a monster.
And he is the Sorcerer Supreme, yeah. So,
Wolver is a monster.
I mean, they just
Strange.
played what they were comfortable on, and it just worked.
So I obviously was chatting on in your stream chat a little bit ago, asking if you had a roster for Ignite. So the question is, how long has this team been cooking together as a 6?
Well, actually, this exact team hasn't been cooking for a while. It's probably a week, but the original Low 9, which had Rosa in it, was created about 3 weeks ago. But sadly, he did have to leave for America, so we did need to find a replacement.
You put up such a good performance on solo today. I'm sure there are many people in the chat who would like to, you know, do a bit of a jerky cosplay when it comes to being able to put up those numbers. What goes into
I
a
want to
successful
direct
dance on a
cosplay
butterflies?
what
'Cause
he's
you're
wearing
getting
right
a
now.
lot of value out of that queue.
All I need is some orange
I think
glasses.
just
I have more than enough
tracking
vests.
the enemy support ultimates, because when you know they don't have one, or you know that the team has kind of equal ult charge, you need to find the perfect timing to go in there. So you either bait out the ultimates so you have an advantage, or you just kill them because they don't have enough ultimates to cover for their supports. But also, you can't do Dance of the Butterflies if your teammates don't follow, right? Because everyone can just stand in it, and it does not do enough damage if 4+ people stay in there.
So to call it back to some of your previous games, we of course had this one, and we had your first round match. You are the team that has gone 2-1 in basically all of your series now, and your next opponent is Schmungus.
Schmungus,
Do you think you can keep this streak going? And if so, how are you preparing for them?
I mean, Schmungus did not look good, though, to be fair, in their second series.
They do have Necros. Necros is quite an old player. We did meet each other a few times on the Human Torch. I do like to hold the Human Candle, however, but yeah, I think we do have it in the bag. I think we're the better team overall, but time will tell. Time will tell. That's what I can say.
To be honest, I think Lone 9 are going to stop the fuck out of
Since
him.
you've got some interesting words about Crisping, maybe the Human Candle, do you have any words for the rest of the bracket or the audience about Low 9 or anyone else who you particularly want to go into a match against?
What does the Human Candle mean?
Who do I want to go in a match against? I think the Kings, VP or Berber or Rad would be an amazing match. It would be a pretty close fight, I think. We've been improving at a rapid pace, so I mean, bring us the Kings, right?
Bring them the Kings. It's the gauntlet thrown down by Jerky. Thank you very much. We'll let you go to celebrate with your team.
Perfect.
Congratulations on that win. They will continue their journey. Low 9 not out yet. They now have to face up against Schmungus as we prepare for next week's games. Leg day. What a day. What games we have had.
Let's find someone to go raid. The leg day needs to stop mewing as well. It's ridiculous. Matt. Let's go find someone to raid. Meow. We can go to Dogman. Dogman looks like they were watch partying too.
Impressive today.
Everybody has to call out fucking Necros, dude.
Low 9.
I want to see a game between like Shroud X and FlyQuest, and then
wait, is this Dogman the NA caster?
Flats, where are you?
Oh, it is. Let's go say hi to Dogman. I think this is one of the NA casters.
I heard you were terrible. Commentator's like, dude, Flats is like he didn't make the tournament. He just lost in the open.
Yeah,
qualifiers.
I'm pretty sure he's one of the.
Get in here! I need you.
I should check the
I heard you
Discord,
talking
but I think
shit.
he is.
You're
let's go
terrible.
over to our other side of a bracket with group
WWE
B.
style, and then it's like.
All right, guys.
He didn't even make it.
I appreciate you all. Thank you for watch partying with me this weekend. Oh yeah, he's doing the casting
there
of
was,
4.
there was a UFC fighter.
I appreciate you guys. I hope you've enjoyed it as always. I'm not going to be doing the NA tonight. I'm going to go rest for a little bit because I'm fucking pooped. And we'll be back. I'm going to take a couple of days off now. Make sure you're on the socials because I'm going to be posting some of the crazy games that we watched over these few days. Some of the games have been fucking insane. So make sure you're on the YouTube particularly. And I will see you guys on Wednesday for some Claire Obscure. When we're going to do our Claire Obscure stream. And then Thursday we're back in the more tournament mode. Maybe with some proper casting with Robbie next week. All right. I love you guys. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you have a great night, whatever you do.
UFC is terrible. UFC, at least we watched like matches. UFC
and let's go show the
content-wise.
Ciao, ciao.
Shit.